and immediate contacts, meanwhile remaining linked with all the others, according to continually changing relationships. We can imagine all the cultural units as an enormous number of marbles contained in a box. By shaking the box we can form different connections and affinities among the marbles. This box would constitute an informational source provided with high entropy, and it would constitute the abstract model of semantic association in a free state. But we should think of magnetized marbles which establish a system of attraction and repulsion, so that some are drawn to one another and others are not. A similar magnetization would reduce the possibility of interrelation. Still better, we could consider every cultural unit in this global semantic universe as emitting given wavelengths which put it in tune with a limited, though possibly very large, number of other units. Except that we have to admit that the wavelengths can change according to new messages emitted and that therefore the possibilities of attraction and repulsion change in time. In effect, this model presupposes that the system can be nourished by fresh information and that further data can be inferred from incomplete data. The maze-like structure that represents the ideal competence of a Finnegan's Wake reader results in being very similar to the Quillian model as well as to the most up-to-date models provided by the so-called new connectionism. When one tries to provide a machine with a sort of competence that can match our own way of thinking and speaking, one is obliged to conceive of a cultural universe structured more as Finnegan's Wake than as a grammar made with a dictionary plus some syntactic algorithms. If the model of our encyclopedic competence is an immense web of interpret ants where from every single point of the net every other point can be reached, then one could reread the whole Joycean opus as the gigantic attempt of presupposing, as its own reading code, an encyclopedia. The first intuition of a semiotic encyclopedia came to the young Joyce through a decadent heritage, as if the encyclopedia was something that only the poet could call into life from a previous chaos. Roughly, encyclopedic is the idea of a tissue of events that the epiphanic intuition can correlate in different ways, finding out new meanings from an unheard-of correlation. Walter Pater was teaching Joyce that reality is a sum of forces and elements that fade away as soon as they arise, a world of incoherent, flashing, and unstable impressions. To isolate epiphanic events means to dissolve the most conventional entities into a network of new relationships. The poet alone is capable of absorbing in itself the life that surrounds him and flinging it abroad amid planetary music. Stephen Hero. The artistic activity consists in positing new relations between the elements of the rhizome of experience. The artist who could disentangle the subtle sound of an image from the mesh of its defining circumstances most exactly and re-embody in artistic circumstances chosen as the most exact for it in its new office, he was the supreme artist. Stephen Hero. One of the most probable sources for the invention of the stream of consciousness was James's argument according to which reality has a myriad of forms, experience is never limited and is never complete, it is like a kind of huge spiderweb of the finest silken thread suspended in the chamber of consciousness and catching every particle in its tissue. Between the first novels and Ulysses, however, this idea of encyclopedia undergoes a substantial change. If in the early work this tissue was only something imprecise between our psychological activity and metaphysical structure, something midway between the impalpable structure of reality and the equally impalpable network of the creative imagination, in Ulysses it was more clearly referred to a supposed structure of the physical world as described by modern science. With Finnegan's Wake this semiotic process is definitely implemented, the tissue of events has become a tissue of linguistic entities. The encyclopedia underlying Finnegan's Wake is a purely linguistic or semiotic one, a world of infinite semiosis where words, along with their meanings, by the coincidence of their contraries remalgamerge in that identity of undiscernible, F.W., p. 49. 5. Early Jesuit Semiotics. It seems that in order to read and understand Finnegan's Wake the ideal reader affected by an ideal insomnia ought to possess a sort of global index of all the knowledge ever expressed by language. It is curious to note that this idea of an encyclopedia index had been developed in the 17th century by a Baroque rhetorician of metaphor, the Italian Emanuele Tesoro, whom Joyce probably had never read. We cannot, however, underestimate the fact that Tesoro was a Jesuit, and that the search for a multiple combination of elements, the idea of an ars magna and of a total encyclopedia, obsessed many Jesuits during and after the Baroque era, see, first of all, Athanasius Kircher, but also Gaspar Schott and many others. I do not know whether someone has carefully studied the relationship between Joyce's cultural background and that very peculiar mainstream of Jesuit culture. Tesoro wrote a treatise on metaphor, Il Canicaale Aristotelico, 1655, in which he appears to be aware of the fact that, after Galileo, the way of looking at the universe had changed. Nevertheless, Tesoro wants to demonstrate that the Aristotelian notion of metaphor still represents a valid instrument, a telescope, with which to know, not the world of physical events, but that of human language and the possibilities within it for creation and knowledge. Here we won't concern ourselves with the minutiae or with the enthusiasm with which the author extends the metaphorical mechanism to visual witticisms, painting, sculpture, actions, inscriptions, mottos, maxims, broken sentences, laconic letters, mysterious characters, hieroglyphs, logogryphs, ciphers, hints, medals, columns, ships, garters, chimeras. Joyce shared with him the same taste for lists and inventories. What interests us is that Tesoro knows quite well that metaphors are not created by any inventive felicity but require labor, the mastery of which takes practice. The first exercise is the reading of catalogues, anthologies, collections of hieroglyphics, medals, reverses, and emblems. It might be called a clear invitation to intertextuality, to the imitation of the already said. But the second exercise presupposes the apprehension of a combinational mode. Tesoro speaks of a categorical index made with files and tables, that is, a model of an organized semantic universe. This proceeds from Aristotle's categories: substance, quantity, quality, relation, place, time, to be in a situation, to have, to act, to undergo, and then the various members that collect everything that can be ordered under the categories are systematized with them. Does one need a metaphor about a dwarf? One runs down the categorical index under the heading of quantity, one identifies the concept small things, and all microscopic items that are found there will still be able to be divided into contextual selections: astronomy, human organism, animals, plants, and so on. But the index which proceeds according to substances should be integrated with a second index, in which every substance is analyzed for the particles that define the way in which the object in question manifests itself. In the category of quantity one should then find how large it is, how much it weighs, what parts it has. In the category of quality, there will be, whether it is visible, whether it is not visible, and so on. This is obviously an actual and authentic system of content organized into an encyclopedia. At this point one will say of the dwarf that to calculate his teeniness a geometric digit would be too vast a measure. Using the categorical index, Tesoro creates and interprets not only metaphors but also neologisms and actual puns. Taking a linguistic invention as a departure point, he deduces an infinite number of others. He shows how from a witty invention one can arrive at an entirely infinite series of other inventions. The Canicaale Aristotelico of Tesoro seems, in short, a manual with which to read Finnegan's Wake. In point of fact, Finnegan's Wake is an example of a categorical index put into practice, a sort of computer which has received the input of all available knowledge and which returns an output of new connections effected among the various elements of this knowledge. Finnegan's Wake is the representation, even if in an artistic rather than theoretical form, of an encyclopedia in action. 6. The temptation of deconstruction. So far, it seems that the ideal Joycean reader affected by an ideal insomnia is a paramount model of a deconstructionist reader for whom any text is an inexhaustible nightmare. For such a reader any true interpretation is a creative misprision, every reading of a text cannot but be a truly creative one. For such a reader there will be no critical interpretation of Finnegan's Wake but, rather, an infinite series of original recreations. I think on the contrary that Finnegan's Wake is a satisfactory image of the universe of unlimited semiosis just because it is a text in its own right. An open text is always a text, and a text can elicit infinite readings without allowing any possible reading. It is impossible to say what is the best interpretation of a text, but it is possible to say which ones are wrong. In the process of unlimited semiosis it is certainly possible to go from any one node to every other node, but the passages are controlled by rules of connection that our cultural history has in some way legitimated. Every short circuit conceals a cultural network in which every association, every metonymy, every inferential link can be potentially displayed and proved. By setting the speakers free to establish an immense number of connections, the process of unlimited semiosis permits them to create texts. But a text is an organism, a system of internal relationships that actualizes certain possible connections and narcotizes others. Before a text is produced, every kind of text could be invented. After a text has been produced, it is possible to make that text say many things, in certain cases a potentially infinite number of things, but it is impossible, or at least critically illegitimate, to make it say what it does not say. Texts frequently say more than their authors intended to say, but less than what many incontinent readers would like them to say. Independent of any alleged intention of the author is the intention of the text. But a text exists only as a physical object, as a linear text manifestation. It is possible to speak of text intentions only as the result of a conjecture on the part of the reader. The initiative of the reader basically consists in making a conjecture about the text intention. A text is a device conceived in order to produce its model reader. Such a model reader is not the one who makes the only right conjecture. A text can foresee a model reader entitled to try infinite conjectures. But infinite conjecture does not mean any possible conjecture. How to prove that a given interpretive conjecture is, if not the only right one, at least an acceptable one? The only way is to check it upon the text as a coherent whole. Any interpretation given of a certain portion of a text can be accepted if it is confirmed, and must be rejected if it is challenged, by another portion of the same text. In this sense the internal textual coherence controls the otherwise uncontrollable drift of the reader. 7. Some final Joycean gossip. In the Glorious Awake newsletter, October 1964, p. 13, Philip L. Graham suggests that the last historical event recorded in Finnegan's Wake was the German-Austrian Anschluss. Ruth von Fuhl argues on the contrary that the latest historical allusion concerned the Munich Pact of September 3, 1938. While the reference to the Anschluss is proved by the presence of this word, the reference to the pact is a matter of clever conjectures. However, there is nothing repugnant in assuming that an author able to quote the Anschluss was also eager to quote the Munich Pact. In the October 1965 issue, Nathan Halper argues that the conjecture about the Munich Pact can be challenged on the basis of a precise semantic analysis of the terms Joyce used, but he does not take a definite stand pro or con. He suggests, however, that Joyce could have used the word Anschluss in its customary and non-political sense, and remarks that the political reading is not supported by the following context. If the strong conjecture about the Anschluss is weakened, then the weak one about the Munich Pact is seriously challenged. In order to show how easy it could be to find everything in Joyce, Halper makes the example of Beria. Beria, December 9, 1938, based on Burial, 415.31. The tale of the Ond and the Grace Hopper is preceded by the phrase so 6 et. This relates to the communal ant society. One page later there is an allusion to a burial. This is a variant of burial. There seems to be no reason why Joyce should use it, rather than burial, unless he is making an additional reference to that society. This time, by a reference to the Soviet functionary, Lavrenti Beria. He was not known in the Western world before December 9, when he was named Commissar of Internal Affairs. Prior to this he was merely a minor functional. Joyce wouldn't have known his name. Or, if he had, would have seen no point in using it. On this date the manuscript was at the printers. But, instead of being a weakness, this is a strong point in the case. We know that he always made additions to the proofs. We would expect that some of the last-minute thoughts would come as a result of current events. It is not unlikely that the last historical event would be one he added in the proofs. All that remains is to check when it first appears. It is not present, though so 6 ET is, in Transition 12, March 1928. Alas, it is present in Tales Told of Shem and Shan, August 1929. My case has a flaw that is worse, if anything, than the ones in Mrs. von Fuhl's or even Mr. Graham's. Burial is not a reference to Beria. Query: can anyone tell me why Joyce did use this particular spelling? There is a theory that FW is prophetic. Thus, although burial appeared 10 years earlier, it does refer to Beria. I think that this is nonsense. If we are going to go in for these prophecies, it becomes impossible to find a last historical event. In the issue of December 1965, von Fuhl struck again, but this time to support Halper's prudence. About the spelling burial, 415.31. The fable of the Ond and the Grace Hopper in part does refer to regimented and authoritarian societies and, as Mr. Halper notes, it is preceded by so 6 ET. This is not only a reference to Russian Marxism, it is also the amen given by members of authoritarian religious bodies. In close context to burial is another political reference, the Ond, which means evil in Danish-Norwegian, says he will not come to a party at that lops. A lop is a flea, for he is not on our social list. Nor to Bos burial nether. The various political allusions are allegories for religious significances. The main meaning of the fable concerns the Grasshopper's often terrified rejection of the eschatology of an authoritarian religion and its prescribed rituals for salvation, the conflict between forms and rites, i.e. works, and grace, i.e. faith. It is the latter on which the Grasshopper relies. The Ba to be buried is the soul of the dead, in Egyptian mythology a bird-headed human figure. At 415.3536, after praying in the manner of the Book of the Dead, and so anticipating the unmistakable Egyptian allusions at the end of the fable, 418.5 ff, the Ond says, "As broad as Bippi's realm shall flourish, my reign shall flourish." Bippi is the Italian diminutive for Joseph. Here the Ond sets himself up as a rival to Joseph, for burial is a suppressed allusion to that Joseph who was twice figuratively buried, in the pit and in prison, but rose to rule Egypt. In Egypt he begot Ephraim, General 46.20, who begot Beria, Dwe, Beria, which means in evil a name chosen because it went evil with his house, ICHR 7.23. Joseph's brother Asher also had a son Beria, General 45.30. The two in evils relate the burial nether both to the Ond, evil, and to funerary practices in Amungdad, 418.6, Egypt. Possibly a reference to Ammon, but also to Amen, of which Ammon is a variant. In a later generation of Joseph's family, Onzapha had a son, Beri, ICHR 7.36, this means man of the well, an apparent allusion to Joseph and the pit, a dry well. This characteristic confusion of identities and of generations is the theme of Thomas Mann's essay on the Well of the Past, the introductory chapter of the Joseph Tetralogy. In 1933 Mann began the work by showing us a vision of the immemorial identification and atonement of sons with fathers that is the essential theme of the Wake. Beria is thus liquidated once more after his death. The context privileges the biblical allusion. I love that discussion. All the participants proved to be smart enough to invent acrobatic interpretations, but both, in the end, were prudent enough to recognize that their brilliant innuendos were not supported by the context. They won the game because they let Finnegan's Wake win. Such an example of respect of the text as a system ruled by an internal coherence seems to me a good conclusive parable. To develop an ideal insomnia, the ideal Joyce reader always has to keep semiotically awake. 10. Abduction Akbar. 1. If we subscribe to the writings of detective story theorists, for example, the rules set forth by S. S. Van Dyne, Borges and Casares' 6 Problems for Don Isidro Parodi appears completely heretical. It has been said that the stories constitute a parody of Chesterton, who, in turn, parodied the classic detective story from Poe on. The Ouvroir de littérature potentielle, Paris, recently determined a matrix of the previously conceived detective story plots: murderer equals butler, murderer equals narrator, murderer equals detective, and so on, and discovered that a book in which the murderer is the reader has yet to be written. I ask myself whether this scenario, revealing to the readers that they, or rather we, are the murderer, might not be at the heart of every great book, from Oedipus Rex to Borges's short stories. But it is certain that Borges and Casares, in 1942, found an empty space in Mendeleev's table of detective story plots. The detective is a prison inmate. Instead of solving the crime, committed in a closed room, from the outside, the detective, locked in a closed room, must now solve a series of crimes committed on the outside. The idea of a detective who solves the case in his own mind, on the basis of a few clues provided by someone else, is part of the detective story tradition. Consider Rex Stout's Nero Wolf, to whom Archie. First published in German as Die Abduction in Akbar, Postscript to 6 Aufgaben für Don Isidro Parodi, Munich, Hanser, 1983. The non-scholarly purpose of this postscript explains the reasons for a vulgarization of Peirce's idea of abduction. Translated by Julian Vitullo and Guy Raffa from the Italian version in Eco 1985. Goodwin brings information but who never budges from his house as he moves sluggishly from his study to the orchid greenhouse. But a detective such as Isidro Parodi, who cannot leave his cell and who receives information from imbeciles unable to follow the sequence of events they have witnessed, is unquestionably the product of a noteworthy narrative tour de force. The reader gets the impression that just as Don Isidro makes fun of his clients, so too Borges, as the exceptional tandem Bio y Jorge has been named, make fun of their readers, and that in the similarity, and only in this, lies the interest of these short stories. The genesis of these stories is already well known, and Amir Rodriguez Monagal tells it to us best in his monumental biography of Borges. But let us allow Borges to speak for himself. It is always taken for granted in these cases that the elder man is the master and the younger his disciple. This may have been true at the outset, but several years later, when we began to work together, Bio was really and secretly the master. He and I attempted many different ventures. We compiled anthologies of Argentine poetry, tales of the fantastic, and detective stories. We wrote articles and forewords. We annotated Sir Thomas Browne and Gratian. We translated short stories by writers like Beerbohm, Kipling, Wells, and Lord Dunsany. We founded a magazine, Deciumpo, which lasted 3 issues. We wrote film scripts, which were invariably rejected. Opposing my taste for the pathetic, the sententious, and the baroque, Bio made me feel that quietness and restraint are more desirable. If I may be allowed a sweeping statement, Bio led me gradually to classicism. It was at some point in the early 40s that we began writing in collaboration, a feat that up to that time I had thought impossible. I had invented what we thought was a quite good plot for a detective story. One rainy morning, he told me we ought to give it a try. I reluctantly agreed, and a little later that same morning the thing happened. A third man, Honorio Bustos Domecq, emerged and took over. In the long run, he ruled us with a rod of iron, and to our amusement, and later to our dismay, he became utterly unlike ourselves, with his own whims, his own puns, and his own very elaborate style of writing. Bustos Domecq's first book was 6 Problems for Don Isidro Parodi 1942, and during the writing of that volume he never got out of hand. Max Caraduz had attempted a blind detective. Bio and I went one step further and confined our detective to a jail cell. The book was at the same time a satire on the Argentines. For many years, the dual identity of Bustos Domecq was never revealed. When it finally was, people thought that, as Bustos was a joke, his writing could hardly be taken seriously. Point 2. Moreover, the Argentine public had other reasons to be upset, or at least to remain perplexed. The book even bears an introduction by one of its characters, Gervasio Montenegro. Now, a character should not write the introduction to the book that will give him or her life. But what is worse, every time that Montenegro appears in one of the book's stories, he looks like a fool. How can the reader take him seriously when he fervently praises his authors with flashy, pompous, academic rhetoric? We are confronted with the paradox of Epimenides of Crete. All the Cretans are liars, says Epimenides, but how can we believe him, given that he too is from Crete and therefore a liar? By the way, St. Paul, not a character invented by Borges, in his letter to Titus cites Epimenides' dictum as a reliable source concerning the deceitful nature of the Cretans, because he notes if the man who says it is from Cretan therefore knows the Cretans, we have to trust him. But the reasons why 6 problems must have baffled the Argentines do not end here. In these stories, we find ourselves face to face with another game, one destined to lose force in translation, no matter how good the translator. The speeches of the characters who come to visit Don Isidro in his cell are a fireworks display of commonplace expressions, cultural tics, and kitsch weaknesses and fads of the Argentine intelligentsia of the time. And even if translators do their best, but they would fail even in translating the Spanish into a Spanish dialect different from the one spoken among La Valle, Corrientes, and La Boca, the various ironic references are bound to be lost because the readers, in any case, are different. They speak another language and they are not the Argentine readers of 1942. The readers, therefore, must make an effort to imagine this earlier Buenos Aires, as well as the parodic virulence that a book such as this could embody, a book in which, says Rodriguez Monegal, the solemnity of spoken Argentine, with all its variations, working-class slang, the Frenchified speech of pseudo-intellectuals, the thick and obsolete Spanish of Spaniards, Italianate jargon, was exploded through characters who were less narrative figures than figures of speech. For the first time in Argentina a deliberate attempt to create narrative through the parody of narrative form and speech was successful. 368. There comes to mind an etymological game, which I will mention with no guarantees to fans of Isidore, Isidro, of Seville, Heidegger, or Derridian exercises on drift. The fact that Don Isidro's name is Paradi should not be surprising, since Paradi is a very common Italian name, from Liguria, and nothing is more common in Argentina than an Italian name. There's even a joke about an Argentine who comes to Italy and is amazed that Italians all have Argentine last names. However, there is very little distance between Paradi and parody. Is this a coincidence? 3. Having said this, however, it seems that there are very few reasons for rereading these stories today. It is difficult to grasp the colloquial references and to appreciate detective stories that only mimic the true detection stories. And so, isn't it better to read firsthand the great detection stories, or fake detection, the fictionese such as Death and the Compass? In fact, the first impression of the reader who approaches the Don Isidro stories is that, apart from the incomprehensible slang and cultural allusions, the chatter of the various characters is totally mindless. The temptation is rapidly to skim their unending monologues, treating them as if they were a musical commentary, in order to get to the end right away and to find pleasure in Don Isidro's untenable solution. The reader suspects, therefore, that these stories are the pleasing solution to false riddles, just as in the well-known joke. Problem: the ship is 30 meters long, the main mast is 10 meters high, and there are 4 sailors. How old is the captain? Solution: 40. Explanation of the solution: I know because he told me. But no. The 6 stories all follow a fundamental rule of detective fiction: all the clues that the detective uses to solve the case are made available to the reader. The chatter of the characters is full of important information. The difference with the classic detection stories is that, when we reread them from the beginning, after having learned the solution, we say to ourselves, "That's right. How come I hadn't noticed that detail?" But when we reread Don Isidro's stories, We are left wondering, why should I have taken note of that detail instead of others? Why did Don Isidro concentrate on that event or piece of information and consider the others irrelevant? Carefully reread, for example, the fourth story, Free Will and the Commendador. One evening after dinner, the Commendador claims to have a terracotta pumita in the third drawer of his desk. The young girl, Pumita, is amazed. There shouldn't be any reason to highlight this fact as a clue. It is natural that a girl named Pumita might display curiosity at the mention of a pumita. Later on, Don Isidro learns from another informer, and the reader also acquires this information, that the Commendador had a terracotta serpent in the drawer. What authorizes us? What authorizes Don Isidro to think that the Commendador had a serpent instead of a pumita? Why couldn't he have two terracotta statues? But let's suppose that this clue authorizes Don Isidro to think that the Commendador had lied that evening, and claimed to have a pumita when he actually had a serpent. What causes Don Isidro to think that the Commendador lied in order to discover whether Pumita had rummaged through his drawer? That Don Isidro's stories are full of such clues proves two things. The chatter of the characters is not irrelevant and does not function solely as linguistic parody, it is structurally important. 2. In order to know how to read into the chatter of the characters, Don Isidro must make use of a key, or rather a very powerful hypothesis. What sort of key is involved? You see right away that, for the above-mentioned reasons, reading the Don Isidro stories is both challenging and fun. The fact that they are enjoyable should be enough to justify the effort of reading them. Forgive the aesthetic crudeness of my statement, I'm one of those who still, or again, maintain that enjoyment is reason enough to read a story. But here we have a different problem. The mechanism of the Don Isidro stories anticipates the fundamental mechanism of many of Borges's later stories, perhaps all of them. I will call this mechanism, and I will elaborate in the following section, the mechanism of conjecture in a Spinozist universe. 3. Borges appears to have read everything, and even more, given that he has reviewed non-existent books. Still, I imagine that he has never read the collected papers of Charles Sanders Peirce. I could be mistaken, but I trust Rodriguez Monagal, and Peirce's name does not appear in the index of names at the end of Rodriguez Monagal's biography of Borges. If I am wrong, I am in good company. In any case, it does not matter to me whether Borges has or has not read Peirce. It seems a good Borgesian procedure to assume that books speak to one another, and so it isn't necessary that writers, who use books in order to speak. A hen is the device used by an egg to produce another egg, know one another's works. The fact remains that many of Borges's short stories are perfect exemplifications of that art of inference which Peirce calls abduction or hypothesis, and which is nothing but conjecture. Peirce claims that we reason according to three modes: deduction, induction, and abduction. Let's try to understand these three modes by turning to one of Peirce's examples. I will summarize it without boring the reader with logical and semiotic technical jargon. Let's suppose that on this table I have a sack full of white beans. I know that it is full of white beans. Let's say I bought the sack in a store in which the merchant, whom I trust, sells sacks of white beans. Consequently, I can assume the rule: all the beans in the sack are white. Once I know the rule, I produce a case. I blindly take a fistful of beans from the sack, blindly, it's not necessary to look at them, and I can predict the result: the beans in my hand are white. Deduction from a true rule, by means of a case, predicts a result with absolute certainty. Alas, except for a few axiomatic systems, we can make very few safe deductions. Let's move now to induction. I have a sack, and I don't know what's in it. I stick in my hand, pull out a handful of beans, and observe that they are all white. I put my hand in again, and still come up with white beans. I repeat this procedure X number of times. The number of trials depends on how much time I have, or on how much money I've received from the Ford Foundation to establish a scientific law about the beans in the sack. After a sufficient number of trials, I make the following assessment: all the results of my trials produce a fistful of white beans. I can reasonably infer that all these outcomes are cases of the same rule, that is, all the beans in the sack are white. From a series of results, inferring that they are cases of the same rule, I arrive at the inductive formulation of this probable rule. As we know, all it takes is one trial in which one of the beans drawn from the sack is black, and my entire inductive effort vanishes into thin air. This is why epistemologists are so suspicious with regard to induction. Actually, since we don't know how many trials are necessary before an induction can be considered a good one, we really don't know what a valid induction is. Are 10 trials enough? And why not 9? Or 8? And why not even 1? At this point, induction moves over and makes room for abduction. With abduction, I find myself confronted by a strange and unexplainable result. To keep to our example, I have a sack of beans on the table, and nearby, also on the table, is a bunch of white beans. I don't know how they've gotten there or who has placed them there, or even where they come from. Let's consider this result a strange case. Now I need to find a rule such that, if it were true, and if the result were considered a case of that rule, the result would no longer be strange, but rather extremely reasonable. At this point I make a conjecture. I theorize a rule for which that sack contains beans and all the beans in the sack are white, and I try to consider the result that I have before my eyes as a case of that rule. If all the beans in the sack are white and these beans come from that sack, it's natural that the beans on the table are white. Peirce observes that the reasoning for abduction is typical of all revolutionary scientific discoveries. Kepler learns from those who preceded him that the planet's orbits are circular. Then he observes Mars in 2 different positions and reveals that they touch 2 points, X and Y, that cannot be 2 points of a circle. This case is strange. It would no longer be strange if one were to assume that the planets trace an orbit that can be represented by another type of curve, non-circular. Kepler must, therefore, find a different rule. He could imagine that the orbits are parabolic or sinusoidal. It doesn't matter to us, in this paper, why he thinks of an ellipse. He has his good reasons. Thus he makes his abduction: if the orbits of the planets were elliptical and the 2 positions of Mars revealed, X and Y, were a case of this rule, the result would no longer be surprising. Naturally, at this point he must test his abduction by a new deduction. If the orbits are elliptical, if at least the orbit of Mars is elliptical, one must wait for Mars at a point Z, which is another point of the ellipse. Kepler waits for it, and finds it. In principle, the abduction is proven. Now one must simply test and prove that the hypothesis cannot be negated. Naturally, I abbreviated and summarized the phases of the discovery. The fact is that the scientist does not need 10,000 inductive tests. He makes one hypothesis, perhaps daring, very similar to a bet, and he puts it to the test. As long as the test gives positive results, he has won. Now, a detective does not proceed any differently. Rereading the declarations of method by Sherlock Holmes, one discovers that, when he, and with him Conan Doyle, talks of deduction and observation, in effect he's thinking about an inference similar to Peirce's abduction. 4. It's strange that Peirce used such a term as abduction. He formulated it in analogy with deduction and induction, and also in reference to some Aristotelian terms. But we cannot forget that in English abduction also means kidnapping. If I have a strange result in a field of phenomena not yet studied, I cannot look for a rule in that field. If there were, and if I did not know it, the phenomenon would not be strange. I must go and abduct, or borrow, a rule from elsewhere. You could say that I must reason by analogy. Let's reconsider the abduction about the white beans. I find a fistful of beans on the table. On the table is a sack. What tells me that I need to connect the beans on the table with the sack? I could ask myself whether the beans come from a sack, whether someone brought them there and then left. If I focus my attention on the sack, and why on that sack, it is because in my head a sort of plausibility appears, such as it is logical that the beans come from the sack. But there is nothing which guarantees me that my hypothesis is the right one. In any case, many of the great scientific discoveries proceed in this fashion, but also many of the discoveries of investigators and many of the hypotheses made by doctors, to understand the nature or origin of an illness, and many of the hypotheses of the philologist, to understand what could be in a text where the original manuscript is unclear or contains blanks. Reread, or read, the second story of Don Isidro. Everything that happens to Gervasio Montenegro on the Pan American train is strange, stupefying, without logic. Don Isidro resolves the problem, the clues that he knows constitute a result, inferring that it might be the case of a very different rule, the rule of mise en scène. If all that happened on the train had been a theatrical representation in which no one was really what he or she seemed to be, then the sequence of events would not have appeared so mysterious. Everything would have been very clear, elementary, dear Watson. And in fact it was. Montenegro is a fool, and appropriates Don Isidro's solution with the following remark: the cold speculative intelligence comes to confirm the brilliant intuitions of the artist. Even though he is a liar and a deceiver, he speaks the truth. There is something artistic in a scientific discovery, and there is something scientific in that which the naive call brilliant intuitions of the artist. What they share is the felicity of abduction. But in order to choose in a felicitous fashion the relevant clues in the tale of Montenegro, it is necessary to have already made a conjecture, that every element of the affair should be read as if it were directly taken from a mise en scène. Why does Don Isidro make this conjecture? If we succeed in explaining it to ourselves, we will understand something about the technique of abduction and of Borges's metaphysics. There are 3 levels of abduction. On the first level, the result is strange and unexplainable, but the rule already exists somewhere, perhaps inside the same field of problems, and one just must find it, and find it to be the most probable. On the second level, the rule is difficult to identify. It exists elsewhere, and one must bet that it could be extended to this field of phenomena. This is the case of Kepler. On the third level, the rule does not exist, and one must invent it. This is the case of Copernicus, who decides that the universe must not be heliocentric for reasons of symmetry and good form. 5. We might take another look together at the history of science, of police detection, of the interpretation of texts, of clinical medicine, and other fields, showing how and in which cases abductions of the second and third type intervene. But in all these instances, when the detectives, or the scientists, or the critics, or the philologists make an abduction, they must bet that the solution that they found, the possible world of their hypothetical imagination, corresponds to the real world. And for this they must perform other tests and experiments. In the detective stories, from Conan Doyle to Rex Stout, these tests are not necessary. The detective imagines the solution and says it as if it were the truth, and immediately Watson, the killer who is present, or someone else verifies the hypothesis. They say, "It happened just like that." And the detective is sure of what he guessed. In the detective novels, the author, who acts in the place of God, guarantees the correspondence between the possible world imagined by the detective and the real world. Outside the detective novels, abductions are riskier and are always exposed to failure. Now, Borges's stories are a parody of the detective story because Don Isidro does not need someone to tell him that things were as he had imagined them. He is completely sure, and Borges casares with him, and the reader with them. Why? 4. To be sure that the mind of the detective has reconstructed the sequence of the facts and of the rules as they had to be, one must believe a profound Spinozistic notion that ordo et connectio rerum idem est ac ordo et connectio iderum. The movements of our mind that investigates follow the same rules of the real. If we think well, we are obligated to think according to the same rules that connect things among themselves. If a detective identifies with the mind of the killer, he cannot help but arrive at the same point at which the killer arrives. In this Spinozist universe, the detective will also know what the killer will do tomorrow. And he will go to wait for him at the scene of the next crime. But if the detective reasons like that, the killer can reason like that as well. He will be able to act in such a way that the detective will go and wait for him at the scene of the next crime, but the victim of the killer's next crime will be the detective himself. And this is what happens in Death and the Compass, and in practice in all of Borges's stories, or at least in the more disturbing and enthralling ones. The universe of Borges is a universe in which diverse minds can't help but think through the laws expressed by the library. But this is the Library of Babel. Its rules are not those of neopositivistic science, they are paradoxical rules. The logic, the same, of the mind and that of the world are both an illogic. An iron illogic. Only under these conditions can Pierre Menard rewrite the same Don Quixote. But alas, only under these conditions the same Don Quixote will be a different Don Quixote. What of the rigorously illogical does Borges's universe have, and what is it that permits Don Isidro to reconstruct with rigorous illogic the processes of an external universe equally illogical? Borges's universe functions according to the laws of the mise en scene or of fiction. Reread all 6 stories of Don Isidro. In every instance we do not have stories which unfold on their own, as happens, we believe, in life. Don Isidro always discovers that what his clients experienced was a sequence of events projected by another mind. He discovers that they were already moving in the frame of a story and according to the rules of storytelling, that they were unconscious characters of a play already written by someone else. Don Isidro discovers the truth because of both his fertile mind and the fact that the subjects of his investigation proceed according to the rules of fiction. This seems to me an excellent key for reading other stories by Borges. One is never confronted by chance, or by fate, one is always inside a plot, cosmic or situational, developed by some other mind according to a fantastic logic that is the logic of the library. This is what I meant when I talked about a mechanism of conjecture in a sick Spinozist universe. Naturally, sick in respect to Spinoza, not to Borges. In respect to Borges, that universe in which the detective and the killer always meet each other at the last moment, because both of them reasoned according to the same illogical fantasy, is the healthiest and most truthful universe of all. If we are convinced of this, Don Isidro Paradise way of reasoning will no longer appear paradoxical to us. Don Isidro is a perfect inhabitant of Borges's world, to come. And it is normal that one locked in a cell can resolve all the cases. The disorder and the disconnection of the ideas is the same as the disorder and disconnection of the world, or even of things. It is irrelevant whether one thinks about it in the world, examining the facts, or locked in a prison, examining the unconscious falsifications of stupid observers. On the contrary, a prison is better than the world, the mind can function without too much external noise. The mind, tranquil, becomes one with things. But what are things at this point? And what is literature in respect to things? Ah, kind reader, you're asking too much of me. I only wanted to tell you that Borges's Don Isidro is Borges's character, and for this reason it is worth reflecting on his method. Borges isn't kidding. He's talking seriously, that is, through parody. Does the world really work like this? I believe that Borges would greet this question with a smile. Paraphrasing Villers de l'Isle Adam, reality is boring, let's let our servants live it for us. 11. Pirandello Ridens. 1. In 1907, Pirandello began to publish a series of essays and lectures on the theme of what he called umorismo, which he later put out in a volume in 1908 and republished in 1920 with a polemical answer to objections raised by Benedetto Croce. 1. Croce had easily dismissed Pirandello's attempt because he himself had defined humor and the comic once and for all. For Croce, humor was a psychological mechanism that served to define certain human situations, not an aesthetic category, that would stand in need of definition. Croce, as we have come to know him, was a past master at dismissing problems by defining them as pseudo-problems. This allowed him to pose only those problems for which he had already found the answer. It is rather easy to see how this kind of procedure would not suit Pirandello at all, for Pirandello was used to posing only those problems for which there can be no answer. By posing the problem of humor, Pirandello could in fact be truly pleased with himself. From his point of view, the problem of the comic, of which humor is certainly a subspecies or variant, had the advantage of always having caused embarrassment to those philosophers who had tried to define it. This is the text of a paper translated by Gino Rizzo and presented at the Pirandello Society section of the Modern Language Association, December 28, 1968, Denver, Colorado, and subsequently published in Altro Polo, a volume of Italian Studies, University of Sydney, 1978. In surveying the question, we can say that every philosophical definition of humor and the comic has the following common characteristics. 1. We are dealing with a very imprecise experience, so much so that it goes under various names, such as the comic, humor, irony, and so on. We are never sure whether it is a question of different experiences or of a series of variations on one fundamental experience. We start by believing that this experience has at least one physiological manifestation, which is laughter, only to realize that there exist several instances of the comic that are not accompanied by laughter at all. 2. The imprecision of every definition is such that every single study on the comic and on humor ends up by including also experiences that common sense tells us are not comic but tragic. And paradoxically, one of the components of the comic is pity, or tears. 3. Not one of those who have written on the comic could be called a comic writer. Among them we do not find, for instance, either Aristophanes or Lucian, or Molière, or Rabelais, or not even Groucho Marx. On the other hand, we come across the following. A. As serious a thinker as Aristotle, who introduces the comic precisely as a final explication of the tragic. By a fluke of history, that part of the Poetics which deals with the comic was lost. Was this a mere accident? At any rate, let me present my own humorous hypothesis. As a thinker, Aristotle was lucid enough to decide to lose a text in which he had not succeeded in being as lucid as he usually was. B. A fussy, moralizing, austere philosopher such as Kant. C. Another philosopher who was just as austere, boring, and not at all inclined to joke, such as Hegel. D. A romantic, morbid, whining although reasonably desperate poet such as Baudelaire. E. A somewhat gloomy and existentially anguished thinker such as Kierkegaard. F. A few psychologists with little sense of humor, as, for instance, the German Lips. G. Of all the contemporary French philosophers, not the amiable conversationalist Alain, but the metaphysician Bergson and the sociologist Lalo, and H. The father of neurosis, Sigmund Freud, who revealed the tragic aspects and the death wish lying at the bottom of our unconscious. There are even more, but this list should be sufficient. Pirandello is in good company. We would all agree that if human existence were as Pirandello describes it, there wouldn't be much reason to laugh about it. And sure enough, here is Pirandello writing on humor. To understand why he would want to do that, all we have to do is to go back to one of Baudelaire's definitions: laughter is profoundly human, therefore, it must also be diabolical. Angels do not laugh, busy as they are standing in unbelievably large numbers on the head of a pin, but the devils do. They have time to waste, a whole eternity to give expression to their uneasiness. Now, it is precisely the uneasiness manifested by those who have theorized on the comic that inclines us to think that the comic must be somehow connected with uneasiness. 4. One last characteristic of those who have discussed the problem of the comic: either they have failed, as, for instance, have Freud and Bergson, to give us a definition that includes all of its possible manifestations, or they have given a definition that includes too many things, far more than those that common sense calls comic. This is the case with Pirandello. His essay Humor becomes a metaphysical treatise that could be called everything, but nothing else. The only thing that the essay Humor does not define, as we shall see, is the humor of Pirandello. We are confronted, then, with an ambiguous text. At first it seems to aim at a definition of humor, then it touches on some definitions of the comic and irony, only to end by giving a definition of art in general, or at least of Pirandello's art, and by being therefore a text of a writer's poetics, finally revealing its true essence, as I will show later, as a drama or play by Pirandello which has erroneously taken the form of an essay. Let us try to read this essay 3 times, in these 3 different ways. 1. As an imprecise and insufficient definition of humor. 2. As the enunciation of Pirandello's own poetics, and 3. As the grotesque drama of an impossible definition. 2. The definition of humor. The essay's first part, in which Pirandello surveys the better-known theories and tries to apply them to an analysis of humor in Italian literature, gives the impression that he is always missing the mark. He begins by discussing humor, and he defines the comic instead. He ends up with irony. In the second part, he attempts a theoretical systematization. At the very moment in which he seems to have accomplished it, he practically abandons it because, as we shall see, he is defining something else, let us say art and life in general. Let us try to pinpoint Pirandello's explanation of humor as an aesthetic experience and the ways in which the humorist's attitude enters into the process of artistic creation. Art is created by the imagination, which organizes its own vision, giving to life a harmonious whole. If there exist any rules or pre-existing structures, because of tradition, language, culture in general, imagination destroys them and rebuilds them with a kind of non-analyzable impulse. The creation has a new, original, harmonious form like that of a living being. This entire process is ruled and accompanied by what Pirandello calls conscience or reflection. Like a mirror, reflection gives to the imagination the critical image of its own process and aids it in controlling its own movements. In the creation of the humorist, however, reflection takes the upper hand. It intervenes directly in the process itself. It explicitly and actively controls the imagination, fragmenting its movement into many parts pedantically, minutely, and analytically. Reflection, in other words, constantly blocks the imagination as if saying to it, "Look here, you thought that the things that you created were just as you imagined them to be perfect. But they could also be entirely different." Reflection follows the imagination at every step of the way, showing it that everything could also be the opposite of what it appears to be. When in this process there arises only a perception of the opposite, we have what Pirandello calls the comic. In this respect, his position falls within the classical theories of the comic. For Aristotle, the comic is something that has gone wrong, as occurs whenever in a sequence of events there appears an element that alters the normal order. For Kant, laughter arises when we arrive at an absurd situation that defies our initial expectations. But in order to laugh at this error, it is also necessary that we not be involved in it and that we experience a feeling of superiority at the error of someone else, since it isn't we who are falling into that error. For Hegel, the essential element of the comic is that whoever laughs feels so sure of his or her own rightness as to be able to experience a sense of superiority when observing the contradictions in others. The kind of rightness, which makes us laugh at the misfortune of someone who is inferior, is, of course, diabolical, and on this point Baudelaire had already said everything there was to say. The typical example of this species of the comic is that of the Miles Gloriosus as he struts about and slips on a banana peel. We expected from him a somewhat different behavior. We have not slipped, we are delighted and diabolically surprised, and therefore we laugh. Pirandello gives the example of a decrepit old woman who smears her face with makeup and dresses as a young girl. He says, "I notice that this old woman is the opposite of what a respectable old woman should look like." This is the incident that breaks the normal sequence of expectation, and the sense of superiority that I experience, since I understand someone else's error, makes me laugh. But at this point Pirandello adds that the perception of the opposite may become the sentiment of the opposite. Reflection, artistic consciousness, undergoes here a new development. it attempts to understand the reason why the old woman masks herself under the delusion of regaining her lost youth. The character is no longer separate from me, in fact, I try to get inside the character. In so doing, I lose my own sense of superiority because I think that I could be she. My laughter is mixed with pity, it becomes a smile. I have moved from the comic to humor. Pirandello sees with great clarity that, in order to take this step, one must give up detachment and superiority, classic characteristics of the comic. Pirandello's best example is that of Cervantes. All that Don Quixote does is comic. But Cervantes does not limit himself to laughing at a madman who mistakes windmills for giants. Cervantes lets you understand that he too could be Don Quixote. In fact, he is, like Don Quixote, he has fought against the Turks, believing in an ideal which he now questions, he has lost a hand and personal freedom, and has not found glory. Don Quixote is, therefore, a great novel of humor. Orlando Furioso is not, because Ariosto, once he has shown us Astolfo flying on the hippogriff, a heroic fairy tale vision limits himself to a perception of the opposite. At nightfall, Astolfo dismounts and goes to sleep at an inn. The opposite of the heroic is the everyday, of the exceptional, the common, of a knight-errant, the traveling salesman or the merchant. If we were to improve Pirandello's definition, we could perhaps say the following: we have humor when, given a comic situation, we reflect on it and attempt to understand why the original expectation has not been fulfilled, or when, given a situation that is not yet comic, the Miles Gloriosus is still strutting about and has not slipped yet, we anticipate the comic that is potentially in it, in order to warn ourselves that our system of expectations can be defied at every step of the way. Humor, then, would be the reflection that is exercised either before or after the comic, maintaining the possibility of the opposite, but eliminating our detachment and our superiority. If, rather than detached from, we find ourselves within a comic event, if it is we who slip, then we respond, not with laughter, but with tears. Because of this, humor should always deal either with our past or with our future. But then how could one say that it may deal also with our present, as Pirandello's work would seem to demonstrate? What may be necessary is to complete Pirandello's definition as follows: humor may reintroduce both the detachment and the sense of superiority, by speaking of a present event which we suffer as tragic, as if it had already occurred or were still to occur in any event, as if it did not involve us. In the essay at least, Pirandello does not say this. But he does do it in his work. Curiously enough, the theoretician of this Pirandellian process was not Pirandello but Brecht. The problem is that of Verfremdung, or estrangement. I must show what happens to me as if it didn't happen to me, or as if it were not true, or finally, as if it happened to somebody else. Now, what does Pirandello do in his work? He doubles up the character and the actor. He has true events happen while saying that they are part of the performance of the actors, or he has actors play a role while insinuating the suspicion that what they are acting out is actually happening to them. At this point it might be useful to resort to a precision of classification that Pirandello lacks, and to distinguish better than he does a few categories of humor and the comic, thus revealing that it is the category of Pirandellian humor which is not sufficiently discussed by Pirandello. The comic, something contrary to the natural order of things is happening, and I laugh because it does not concern me, detachment, and because it allows me to feel superior. Example: the decrepit old woman heavily made up. Humor: nothing comic is happening, but I understand that it may very well happen. I see a beautiful woman and I humorously reflect on the fact that 30 years from now she may very well be a made-up old woman. This eventuality, which is contrary to my expectations, concerns not only this woman but also me and my own future. The comic situation of others is a mirror for the possibility of a comic situation involving me. Reflection has shown to my imagination the opposite of its momentary illusion. Humor too: something comic is happening, but I give up my own detachment and superiority as I try to understand the feeling of the person who appears comical. I understand the old woman, I understand Don Quixote, who is not a madman but the victim of a delusion so respectable that I myself could believe in it. Humor 3, I find myself in a tragic situation. I am a betrayed husband, a desperate father, a man with a flower in his mouth. I try to see myself as if I were somebody else. I estrange myself. I see myself as an actor who plays my role. I use reflection as a mirror, reality as a mirror of reflection, the mirror of a mirror mirroring the mirror of another mirror. On the one hand, I am involved in this situation and therefore, although seeing it as comical, I consider it with humor. On the other hand, I am not involved in it, and in a certain sense I become alien to it and superior. On this account I can describe it as if it were comical. In his essay Pirandello does not explicitly present this third definition of humor, perhaps because he has lost sight of its potential for humor. As far as this playing with mirrors is concerned, Pirandello ends by defining art in general and life rather than defining humor, and he defines least of all his own humor. 3. Pirandello's Poetics. In the first part of his essay, Pirandello presents humor seen in the popular, mock poetry of traditional literary themes as a tool to be used against the canons of rhetoric. In the traditional view that weighed heavily on Italian literature, rhetoric was a code, a system of rules. How does humor function with respect to traditional forms? Through an operation of disentanglement, disruption, and disconnection, it creates new forms out of the themes and materials of the old, traditional ones. In the second part of the essay, however, the same distinction is no longer used in relation to rhetoric and humor, but in relation to old and new art. What is the essential characteristic of traditional art? Pirandello asks. In its attempt to mold life, which is an elusive, undefinable flux of events, traditional art rigidifies it, crystallizes it, in fixed and topical forms. In this, it falls into the same error perpetrated by logic in its attempt to provide rational explanations for something that is irrational and opposed to any form that rigidifies it once and for all. Art, Pirandello says, here obviously referring to art before himself, usually abstracts and synthesizes, capturing and representing the peculiar and characteristic essence of objects as well as of human beings. If art truly operated like this, it would be clearly destined to become rhetoric and therefore, again and again, a codified system of rules. On the other hand, how does humor operate? Humor, which Felix Culpe is now taken to be art come and post Pirandello, breaks the rules. It looks at things in an unexpected way, lifting the mask of logic and types, and revealing beneath the mask the contradictions and multiplicity of life. If for Coleridge art implied a suspension of disbelief, we could say that, for Pirandello, humor which is for him all the new and true art in general implies the suspension of disbelief. Humor, then, eliminates the trust brought about by the suspension of disbelief and introduces a new doubt. Art is a continuous exercise in disbelief, it puts into question all existing codes, and therefore life and the world. It says to us, look, the emperor has no clothes. But this is precisely a definition of art, not of humor. It is the definition of art which is being given by the poetics of our age, art as ambiguity, from Empson to Jacobson, art as synonymous with the information it provides, and therefore, as a wedge against all those systems of polite norm that are already codified by conventions, art as a wedge against the established laws of language, art as the disruption of all systems of expectation just as it breaks them up, reflecting at the same time on why it does so and therefore an art that provides not only the comic effect caused by the ensuing disorder, but also a critical reflection on the reasons behind the disorder that is being introduced. Pirandello's definition of humor is, for him, the true and only definition of art. We may ask, what is left then in this definition of the common notion we have of humor? At this point the essay becomes a treatise on metaphysical and/or existentialist philosophy. And with this we have reached our third and last point. For the essay as the grotesque drama of an impossible definition. In principle, The only way we could speak of life would be in terms of humor, for being as it is the constant disruption of the expected order. Life itself is comic. But if one could comprehend this principle, one would do nothing but give form to life, thereby repeating the error of which art has always been guilty. For Pirandello, what is peculiar to the humorist, and to the artist in general, is that he no longer knows where to stand. As he himself says, his uniqueness consists, 145, in his own perplexity and irresolution of conscience. Certainly the humorist is far from being pleased with reality. If he were to like it a little, his own reflection would intervene at once in this pleasurable experience and spoil it. 146. But this Pirandellian definition could also be rendered as follows: it is impossible for the humorist to define life as humor. If he were to define it as humor, his own reflection would intervene at once in this definition and spoil it. For reflection, Pirandello says, insinuates itself everywhere, disarranging everything, every image, every feeling. So, why not also humor as the sentiment of the opposite, and as the ability to comprehend, to laugh at one's own thought, and to laugh at one's own suffering? But first of all, what is life for Pirandello? I know that such a silly, naive, and romantic question, echoing perhaps the question asked by poor Joffre Rudel in Carducci's poem, should not be posed. I must say that the fault is not mine, but Pirandello's, since he poses it in the course of his essay, not in his plays, to be sure, where he looks at someone else who is attempting to define life. At any rate, let us see why life seems to be constructed just so as to justify the approach afforded by humor. 1. Reality is illusory, and we ourselves are different from what we should or should like to be. 2. Life in society exacts from us dissimulation and falsehood. 3. Society often forces us to act in ways that are contrary to our will, volition. 4. If we are not conditioned by the forces of society, we certainly are by the forces of our unconscious, which defeat the presumption of our reason and logic. 5. Therefore, we do not have just one mind and one personality, but many. 6. And this is so because life is a continuous flux, because the conceptual forms of our logic are but attempts to stop this flux at the decisive moment they do not hold but, rather, reveal themselves for what they truly are, mere masks. Please forgive the platitude of such philosophical statements. As he formulates them, Pirandello seems to be putting together an anthology and, unconsciously, to be parodying at least 3/4 of contemporary philosophy. Even at the stylistic level, his essay echoes quotations that extend in range from Walter Pater's essay on the Renaissance to Mitchelstadter's little-known La Persuasione e la Retorica, Persuasion and the Art of Rhetoric. Be that as it may, that's the way life is. Well, then, what can the artist do about it? He must resort to humor, which in disrupting conventions and lifting up the mask, acts as a metalinguistic idiom on the petrified idiom with which we usually represent and explain life to ourselves. Since normally we are covered by the masks of logic and morality, humor reveals us to ours as opposite to what we think we are, and therefore as utterly comical. But as there is no cause for laughter when we find ourselves within a comic situation, so there is very little cause for even a smile when art alienates us from the situation, as it doubles the man with the actor with the character. You can smile, if you so choose, but the reason you smile would also suffice to make you cry. And this is so because humor reveals to us the mechanism of life, but without telling us why it is what it is. Therefore, humor and the comic cannot exist, or if they exist, they coincide with tragedy. There is certainly humor in defining humor through its very opposite. Now, at the beginning of his essay, Pirandello quotes Rabelais as saying, "Por secle rire est le propre del homme," without realizing that Rabelais is in turn quoting a topos of medieval scholasticism. Propre, or proprium, is the characteristic that is being added to a definition by species and kind, in order to indicate more clearly and unmistakably certain members of a given species. Man, for instance, is an animal. Among all animals, he is the rational one, but he has, as that which is proprium to him, the faculty of being also ridens, and no other animal, even admitting that there be some that are rational, can laugh. In showing to us that man is an irrational animal, Pirandello should also demonstrate that man cannot laugh. Instead, he writes his essay Humor in order to prove that, of all the animals, man is precisely the one who can laugh, as in fact he so often does. The entire essay aims, in an unconscious and contradictory way, at proving that the only animal that can laugh is precisely the one that, because of its own irrationality and its own constant frustration in the attempt to rationalize it, has no reason to laugh at all. To put it even better, one laughs only, and especially, for very serious reasons. Perhaps that's why man causes others to laugh at him. But if this is the conclusion we must reach in reading Pirandello's essay, we must agree that, rather than defining humor, the essay itself must be viewed as another or perhaps the very first of Pirandello's humorous plays. 12. Fakes and forgeries. It seems that in terms of natural language everybody knows what a fake, a forgery, or a false document is. At most, one admits that it is frequently difficult to recognize a forgery as such, but one relies on experts, that is, on those who are able to recognize forgeries simply because they know how to tell the difference between a fake and its original. As a matter of fact, the definitions of such terms as fake, forgery, pseudepigrapha, falsification, facsimile, counterfeiting, spurious, pseudo, apocryphal, and others are rather controversial. It is reasonable to suspect that many difficulties in defining these terms are due to the difficulty in defining the very notion of original or of real object. 1. Preliminary definitions. 1.1. Current definitions. Here follow some definitions from Webster's New Universal Unabridged Dictionary. The first version of this chapter was presented in September 1986 as the opening speech at the Congress on Volksschungen im Mittelalter, organized in Munich by Monumenta Germaniae Historica, Volksschungen im Mittelalter, Monumenta Germaniae Historica Schriften, BD 33, 1 Hanover, Hansk, 1988. The present version, published in VS 46, 1987, takes into account the discussion that followed in the course of a seminar on the semiotics of fakes held at the University of Bologna, 198,687. The present version was already written when I had the chance to see Faking It, Art and the Politics of Forgery, by Ian Haywood, New York, St. Martin's Press, 1987. References to this book are introduced into the notes. Forgery, the act of forging, fabricating or producing falsely, especially, the crime of fraudulently making, counterfeiting, or altering any writing, record, instrument, register, note and the like to deceive, mislead, or defraud, as the forgery of a document or of a signature. Fake, vt to make, something, seem real, satisfactory, etc., by any sort of deception, to practice deception by simulating or tampering with, something, counterfeit, colloq, dot. Fake, and any copy or likeness. Facsimile, any copy or likeness. Spurious, illegitimate, bastard. False, counterfeit, not genuine. In botany, false, like in appearance but unlike in structure or function, spurious primary or quill, the outer primary quills when rudimentary or very short, as in certain singing birds. Syn, counterfeit, fictitious, apocryphal, false, adulterate, bastard. Pseudo, fictitious, pretended, sham, as in pseudonym, counterfeit, spurious, as in pseudepigrapha, closely or deceptively similar to, a specified thing, as in pseudomorph, not corresponding to the reality, illusory. Apocryphal, various writings falsely attributed. Of doubtful authorship or authenticity. Spurious. A short inspection in other linguistic territories does not offer any more satisfactory help. Moreover, the term apocryphal, etymologically, secret, occult, designated at the beginning of the Christian era non-canonical books kept out of the New Testament, whereas pseudo-epigrapha were writings falsely attributed to biblical characters. For Protestants, the Apocrypha are in general 14 books of the Septuagint regarded as non-canonical. Since, however, Catholics accept in the Roman canon 11 of these 14 books, calling them deuterocanonical, and call Apocrypha the remaining 3, then for Protestants the Catholic deuterocanonical books are usually called Apocrypha, and the Catholic Apocrypha are called pseudepigrapha. 1. It is evident that all these definitions can work only once one has duly interpreted such terms as false, deceiving, misleading, fictitious, illusory, non-corresponding to reality, pretended, fraudulent, adulterated, as well as genuine, real, satisfactory, similar, and so on. Each of these terms is obviously crucial for a semiotic theory, and altogether they depend on a satisfactory semiotic definition of truth and falsity. It seems, however, rather difficult to look for a definition of truth and falsity in order to reach, after some 1,000 pages of a complete revisitation of the whole course of Western and Eastern philosophy, a satisfactory account of fakes. The only solution is thus to try a provisional and commonsensical definition of /forgery/ and /fake/ in order to cast in doubt some of our definitions of truth and falsity. 1.2. Primitives. In order to outline a provisional definition of forgery and fake, we must take as primitives such concepts as similarity, resemblance, and iconism. These concepts are discussed and defined in ECO 1976:3.5, 3.6. Another concept we shall take as a primitive is that of identity, as a criterion of identity of things, not of terms, concepts, or names. Let us assume as a starting point Leibniz's law of the identity of indiscernibles. If, given two objects A and B, everything that is true of A is also true of B, and vice versa, and if there is no discernible difference between A and B, then A is identical with B. Since many things can be true of any A and B, that is, innumerable properties can be predicated of the same object, let us assume that, rather than in the predication of those substantial properties advocated by Aristotle, Met v 9.1018a, things whose matter is formally or numerically one, and things whose substance is one, are said to be the same, we are interested in the predication of a crucial accidental property. Two supposedly different things are discovered to be the same if they succeed in occupying at the same moment the same portion of space. For space-temporal identity, see Barbieri 1987, 2. For trans-world identity, see Hintikha 1969, Rescher 1973, and ECO 1979:8.6.3. Such a test is, however, insufficient for forgeries because we normally speak of forgeries when something present is displayed as if it were the original while the original, if any, is elsewhere. One is thus unable to prove that there are two different objects occupying at the same time two different spaces. If by chance one is in the position of perceiving at the same time two different though similar objects, then one is certainly able to detect that each of them is identical with itself and that they are not indiscernibly identical, but no criterion of identity can help to identify the original one. Thus, even if we start from the primitive concepts above, we shall be obliged to outline additional criteria for distinguishing authentic from fake objects. The many problems elicited by such an attempt will arouse some embarrassing suspicions about several current philosophical and semiotic notions, for example, originality and authenticity, as well as about the very concepts of identity and difference. 2. Replicability of objects. It appears from the current definitions given above that fakes, forgeries, and the like concern cases in which either, I, there is a physical object that, because of its similarity with some other object, can be mistaken for it, or, 2, a given object is falsely attributed to an author who is said to have made or supposed to have been able to make similar objects. It remains unprejudiced, however, whether these mistakes are caused by someone who had the intention of deceiving or are accidental and fortuitous, see section 3. In this sense, a forgery is not an instance of lie-through objects. At most, when a fake is presented as if it were the original with the explicit intention of deceiving, not by mistake, there is a lie uttered about that object. A semiotics of the lie is undoubtedly of paramount importance, see ECO 1976:0.1.3, but when dealing with fakes and forgeries we are not directly concerned with lies. We are first of all concerned with the possibility of mistaking one object for another because they share some common features. In our everyday experience, the most common case of mistakes due to similarity is the one in which we hardly distinguish between two tokens of the same type, as when in the course of a party we have put our glass down somewhere, next to another one, and are later unable to identify it. 2.1. Doubles. Let us define as a double a physical token which possesses all the characteristics of another physical token, at least from a practical point of view, insofar as both possess all the essential attributes prescribed by an abstract type. In this sense, two chairs of the same model or two pieces of typing paper are each the double of the other, and the complete homology between the two objects is established by reference to their type. A double is not identical, in the sense of indiscernibility, with its twin, that is, two objects of the same type are physically distinct from one another, nevertheless, they are considered to be interchangeable. Two objects are doubles of one another when for two objects OA and OB their material support displays the same physical characteristics, in the sense of the arrangement of molecules, and their shape is the same, in the mathematical sense of congruence. The features to be recognized as similar are determined by the type. But who is to judge the criteria for similarity or sameness? The problem of doubles seems to be an ontological one but, rather, is a pragmatic one. It is the user who decides the description under which, according to a given practical purpose, certain characteristics are to be taken into account in determining whether two objects are objectively similar and consequently interchangeable. One need only consider the case of industrially produced and commercially available fakes. The reproduction does not possess all the features of the original, the material used may be of lower quality, the form may not be precisely the same, but the buyer displays a certain flexibility in the evaluation of the essential characteristics of the original and considers whether from thriftiness, snobbery, or indifference the copy as adequate for his needs, either for consumption or for display. The recognition of doubles is a pragmatic problem, because it depends on cultural assumptions. 2.2. Pseudo-doubles. There are cases in which a single token of a type acquires for some users a particular value, for one or more of the following reasons. I. Temporal priority. For a museum or for a fanatic collector, the first token of the Model T produced by Ford is more important than the second one. The coveted token is not different from the others, and its priority can be proved only on the grounds of external evidence. In certain cases there is a formal difference due to imperceptible, and otherwise irrelevant, features, for example, when only the first or a few early copies of a famous incunabulum are affected by a curious typographical imperfection that, since it was later corrected, proves the temporal priority of this or these copies. 2. Legal priority. Consider the case of two $100 bills with the same serial number. Clearly, one of them is a forgery. Suppose that one is witnessing a case of perfect forgery, no detectable differences in printing, paper, colors, and watermark. It should be ascertained which one was produced at a given precise moment by an authorized maker. Suppose now that both were produced at the same moment in the same place by the director of the mint, one on behalf of the government and the other for private and fraudulent purposes. Paradoxically, it would be sufficient to destroy either and to appoint as legally prior the surviving one. 3. Evident association. For rare book collectors, an association copy is one which bears the signature of the author or any owner's mark of a famous person. Obviously, these evidences can be forged in their turn. Normally, two banknotes of the same denomination are considered interchangeable by ordinary people, but if a given banknote marked with the serial number X was stolen in the course of a bank robbery, this, and this one only, becomes significant for a detective who wants to prove someone guilty. 4. Alleged association. A token becomes famous because of its supposed, but not physically evident, connection with a famous person. A goblet which is in outward appearance interchangeable with countless others, but was the one used by Jesus Christ at the Last Supper, becomes the Holy Grail, the unique target of an unending quest. If the Grail is merely legendary, the various beds in which Napoleon slept for a single night are real and are actually displayed in many places. V. Pseudo-association. This is a case in which a double looks like a pseudo-double. A great number of tokens of the same industrial type, be they bags, shirts, ties, watches, and so on, are coveted because they bear the emblem of a famous producer. Each token is naturally interchangeable with any other of the same kind. It can happen, however, that another minor company makes perfect tokens of the same type, with no detectable differences in form and matter and with a forged emblem reproducing the original one. Any difference should concern only lawyers. It is a typical case of merely legal priority, but many customers, when realizing that they have bought the wrong token, are as severely disappointed as if they had obtained a serial object instead of a unique one. 2.3. Unique objects with irreproducible features. There are objects so complex in material and form that no attempt to reproduce them can duplicate all the characteristics acknowledged as essential. This is the case with an oil painting done with particular colors on a particular canvas, so that the shades, the structure of the canvas, and the brush strokes, all essential in the appreciation of the painting as a work of art, can never be completely reproduced. In such cases a unique object becomes its own type, see section 5, and the difference between autographic and allographic arts. The modern notion of a work of art as irreproducible and unique assigns a special status both to the origin of the work and to its formal and material complexity, which together constitute the concept of authorial authenticity. Frequently, in the practice of collectors, the temporal priority becomes more important than the presence of irreproducible features. Thus in statuary, where it is sometimes possible to cast a copy which possesses all the features of the original, temporal priority plays a crucial role, even though the original may have lost some of its features. For instance, the nose is broken, while the copy is exactly as the original originally was. In such cases one says that artistic fetishism prevails over aesthetic taste, see section 4.1.4, and the difference between the Parthenon of Athens and the one of Nashville. 3. Forgery and false identification. From a legal point of view, even doubles can be forged. But forgeries become semiotically, aesthetically, philosophically, and socially relevant when they concern irreproducible objects and pseudo-doubles, insofar as both possess at least one external or internal unique property. By definition, a unique object can have no double. Consequently, any copy of it is either honestly labeled as a facsimile or erroneously believed to be indiscernibly identical with its model. Thus a more restricted definition of forgery could be expressed so: any object which is produced or, once produced, used or displayed with the intention of making someone believe that it is indiscernibly identical to another unique object. In order to speak of forgery, it is necessary but not sufficient that a given object look absolutely similar to another, unique, one. It could happen that a natural force shapes a stone so as to transform it into a perfect copy or an indistinguishable facsimile of Michelangelo's Moses, but nobody, in terms of natural language, would call it a forgery. To recognize it as such, it is indispensable that someone asserts that the stone is the real statue. Thus the necessary conditions for a forgery are that, given the actual or supposed existence of an object OA, made by A, be it a human author or whatever, under specific historical circumstances T1, there is a different object OB, made by B, be it a human author or whatever, under circumstances T2, which under a certain description displays strong similarities to OA, or with a traditional image of OA. The sufficient condition for a forgery is that it be claimed by some claimant that OB is indiscernibly identical with OA. The current notion of forgery generally implies a specific intention on the part of the forger, that is, it presupposes dolus malice. However, the question whether B, the author of OB, was guilty of dolus malice is irrelevant, even when B is a human author. B knows that OB is not identical with OA, and he or she may have produced it with no intention to deceive, either for practice or as a joke, or even by chance. Rather, we are concerned with any claimant who claims that OA is identical to OB or can be substituted for it, though of course the claimant may coincide with B. However, not even claimant's dolus malice is indispensable, since he or she may honestly believe in the identity he or she asserts. Thus a forgery is always such only for an external observer who, knowing that OA and OB are two different objects, understands that the claimant, whether viciously or in good faith, has made a false identification. According to some scholars, the Constitutum Constantini, perhaps the most famous forgery in Western history, was initially produced, not as a false charter, but as a rhetorical exercise. As in the course of the following centuries it was mixed with other types of documents, it was step by step taken seriously by naive or fraudulent supporters of the Roman Church. De Leo 1974. While it was not a forgery for the former, it was such for the latter, as it was for those who later started challenging its authenticity. Something is not a fake because of its internal properties, but by virtue of a claim of identity. Thus forgeries are first of all a pragmatic problem. Naturally, the judge, the claimant, and both authors are abstract roles or actants, and it can happen that the same individual can play all of them at different times. For example, the painter X produces as author A an object A, then copies his first work by producing a second object B, and claims that object B is object A. Later, X confesses his fraud and, acting as the judge of the forgery, demonstrates that object A was the original painting. For a pragmatics of false identification, we should exclude from a topology of false identification the following cases. I. Pseudonymity. To use a pen name means to lie, verbally, about the author of a given work, not to suggest identity between two works. Pseudonymity is different from pseudepigraphical identification, see section 4.3, where the claimant ascribes a given work OB to a well-known or legendary author. 2. Plagiarism. In producing an OB which fully or partially copies an OA, B tries to conceal the similarity between the two objects and does not try to prove their identity. When a claimant says that the two objects are identical, he or she acts as a judge and says so, not in order to deceive anybody, but rather in order to uncover B's maneuver. When B makes his or her dependency on A's work evident, there is no plagiarism but rather parody, pastiche, homage, intertextual citation, none of these being an instance of forgery. A variation of these examples of pseudo-plagiarism are the works made à la manière de. See section 4.3. 3. Aberrant decoding, see ECO 1976:142. When a text O was written according to a code C1 and is interpreted according to a code C2. A typical example of aberrant decoding is the oracular reading of Virgil during the Middle Ages or the erroneous interpretation of Egyptian hieroglyphs by Athanasius Kircher. Here one is concerned, not with the identification between two objects, but rather with different interpretations of a single one. 4. Historical forgery. In diplomatics there is a distinction between historical forgery and diplomatic forgery. Whereas the latter is a case of forgery, see below, section 4.3.1, the former is a case of mere lie. Historical forgery occurs when in an original document, produced by an author who is entitled to do so, something is asserted which is not the case. A historical forgery is not dissimilar from a false piece of news published by a newspaper. In this case, see below, section 5, the phenomenon affects the content but not the expression of the sign function. 2. Let us now consider three main categories of false identification, namely, downright forgery, moderate forgery, and forgery ex nihilo. 4.1. Downright forgery. We must presuppose that OA exists somewhere, that it is the unique original object, and that OA is not the same as OB. Certainly such assumptions sound rather committing from an ontological point of view, but in this section we are dealing with what the claimant knows, and we must take such knowledge for granted. Only in section 6 shall we escape such an ontological commitment by discussing the criteria of identification to be used by the judge. Additional requirements are these. I. The claimant knows that OA exists and knows or presumes to know on the grounds of even a vague description what OA looks like. If a claimant comes across Guernica and believes it is the Mona Lisa which he or she has never seen or has no clear idea about, then one is witnessing a simple case of misnaming. 2. Claimant's addressees must share a more or less equivalent knowledge of OA. If a claimant succeeds in convincing someone that a pink dollar bill bearing the portrait of Gorbachev is good American currency, this would be, not forgery, but defrauding the mentally incapable. These requirements being met, there is downright forgery when the claimant claims, in good or bad faith, that OB is identical with OA, which is known to exist and to be highly valued. 4.1.1 Deliberate false identification. The claimant knows that OB is only a reproduction of OA. Nevertheless, he or she claims, with intent to deceive, that OB is identical to OA. This is forgery in the narrower sense, offering a copy of the Mona Lisa as the original, or putting forged banknotes into circulation. 3. 4.1.2 Naive false identification. The claimant is not aware that the two objects are not identical. Thus he or she, in good faith, takes OB to be the genuine original. This is the case with those tourists who in Florence fetishistically admire outside Palazzo Vecchio the copy of Michelangelo's David, without knowing that the original is preserved elsewhere. 4.1.3 Authorial copies. After completing the object OA, the same author produces in the same manner a perfect double OB, which cannot outwardly be distinguished from OB. Ontologically speaking, the two objects are physically and historically distinct, but the author more or less honestly believes that from the aesthetic point of view they both have equal value. One may think here of the polemics about the forged pictures by de Chirico, which in the opinion of many critics were painted by de Chirico himself. Such cases provoke a critical questioning of the fetishistic veneration of the artistic original. 4.1.4 Alteration of the original. A variant of the previous cases occurs when B alters OA to OB. Original manuscripts have been altered, old and rare books have been modified by changing indications of origin and possession, by adding false colophons, by mounting pages from a later edition in order to make complete an incomplete copy of a first edition. Paintings and statues are restored in such a way as to alter the work. Parts of the body which offend against censorship are covered up or eliminated, parts of the work are removed or a polyptych is separated into its component parts. 4. Such alterations may be made in both good and bad faith, depending on whether one believes or does not believe that OB is still identical with OA, that is, that the object was altered in accordance with the intentio auctoris. In fact, we see as original and authentic ancient works which have been substantially altered by the course of time and by human intervention. We have to allow for loss of limbs, restoration, and fading colors. In this category belongs the neoclassical dream of a white Greek art, where in fact the statues and temples were originally brightly colored. In a certain sense, all works of art which have survived from antiquity should be considered forgeries. But following this line of thought, since any material is subject to physical and chemical alteration, from the very moment of its production, every object should be seen as an instant forgery of itself. To avoid such a paranoiac attitude, our culture has elaborated flexible criteria for deciding about the physical integrity of an object. A book in a bookstore continues to be a brand new exemplar even though opened by many customers, until the moment in which according to the average taste it is blatantly worn, dusty, or crumpled. In the same vein, there are criteria for deciding when a fresco needs to be restored, even though the contemporary debate on the legitimacy of the restoration of the Sistine Chapel shows us how controversial such criteria are. The weaknesses of these criteria provoke, in many cases, very paradoxical situations. For instance, from an aesthetic point of view, one usually asserts that a work of art can be recognized as authentically such, provided it maintains a basic integrity, and that if it is deprived of one of its parts it loses its organic perfection. But from an archaeological and historical point of view, one thinks that even though the same work of art has lost some of its formal features, it is still authentically original, provided that its material support or at least part of it has remained indiscernibly the same through the years. Thus aesthetic authenticity depends on criteria that are different from those used in order to assert archaeological genuineness. Nevertheless, these two notions of authenticity and genuineness interfere in various ways, frequently in an inextricable way. The Parthenon of Athens has lost its colors, a great deal of its original architectural features, and part of its stones, but the remaining ones are alleged lie the same that the original builders set up. The Parthenon of Nashville, Tennessee, was built according to the Greek model as it looked at the time of its splendor. It is formally complete and probably colored as the original was intended to be. From the point of view of a purely formal and aesthetic criterion, the Greek Parthenon should be considered an alteration or a forgery of the Nashville one. Nevertheless, the half-temple standing on the Acropolis in Athens is considered both more authentic and more beautiful than the American structure. 5. 4.2. Moderate forgery. As for downright forgery, we assume that OA exists, or existed in the past, and that the claimant knows something about it. The addressees know that OA exists, or existed, but do not necessarily have clear ideas about it. The claimant knows that OA and OB are different but decides that in particular circumstances and for particular purposes they are of equal value. The claimant does not claim that they are identical but claims that they are interchangeable, since for both the claimant and the addressees the lines between identity and interchangeability are very flexible. 4.2.1. Confusional enthusiasm. The claimant knows that OA is not identical with OB, the latter having been produced later as a copy, but is not sensitive to questions of authenticity. The claimant thinks that the two objects are interchangeable as regards their value and their function and uses or enjoys OB as if it were OA, thus implicitly advocating their identity. Roman patricians were aesthetically satisfied with a copy of a Greek statue and asked for a forged signature of the original author. Some tourists in Florence admire the copy of Michelangelo's David without being bothered by the fact that it is not the original. At the Getty Museum in Malibu, California, original statues and paintings are inserted in very well reproduced original environments, and many visitors are uninterested in knowing which are the originals and which the copies. See Eco 1986b. 4.2.2. Blatant claim of interchangeability. This is generally the case with translations, at least from the point of view of the common reader. It was also the case with medieval copies from manuscript to manuscript, where the copyist frequently made deliberate alterations by abbreviating or censoring the original text, still in the belief to be transmitting the true message. In the bookstore of the Museum of the City of New York is sold a facsimile of the bill of sale of Manhattan. In order to make it seem really old, it is scented with Old Spice. But this Manhattan purchase contract, penned in pseudo-antique characters, is in English, whereas the original was in Dutch. 4.3. Forgery ex nihilo. Let us rank under this heading, I. Works made à la manière de. 2. Apocrypha and pseudepigrapha, and 3. Creative forgery. 6. We must assume, by temporarily suspending any ontological commitment, see section 4.1, that OA does not exist or, if according to uncertain report it existed in the past, it is by now irremediably lost. The claimant claims in good or bad faith that OB is identical with OA. In other words, the claimant falsely attributes OB to a given author. In order to make this false attribution credible, one must know of a set of different objects, OA1, OA2, OA3, all produced by an author A who is famous and well regarded. From the whole set it can be derived an abstract type, which does not take into account all the features of the individual members of a but, rather, displays a sort of generative rule and is assumed to be the description of the way in which A produced every member of A, style, type of material used, and so on. Since OB looks as if it has been produced according to this type, it is then claimed that OB is a previously unknown product of A. When such an imitation ex nihilo is openly admitted to be so frequently as homage or parody, one speaks of a work made à la manière de. 4.3.1 Diplomatic forgery. In this case the claimant coincides with author B, and there are two possibilities: I, the claimant knows that OA never existed; 2, the claimant believes in good faith that OA existed but knows that it is irremediably lost. In both cases, the claimant knows that OB is a brand new production, but he or she thinks that OB can fulfill all the functions performed by OA, and consequently presents OB as if it were the authentic OA. Whereas a historical forgery refers to a formally authentic charter, which contains false or invented information, as with an authentic confirmation of a false privilege, the diplomatic forgery offers a false confirmation of supposedly authentic privileges. Examples of this are the forged charters produced by medieval monks who wished to antedate the property claims of their monastery. We can assume that they did so because they strongly believed that their monastery had once genuinely received such confirmations. Medieval authors privileged tradition over documents and had a different notion of authenticity. The only form of credible document they possessed was the traditional notice itself. They could only rely on the testimony of the past, and this past had only vague chronological coordinates. L. E. Goff, 1964:397402, has observed that the form taken by medieval knowledge is that of folklore, la preuve de vérité, à l'époque feudale, c'est l'existence de tout d'éternité. L. E. Goff adduces a legal dispute of 1252 between the serfs of the chapter of Notre Dame de Paris in Orly and the canons. The canons based their claim to the payment of tithes on the fact that Fama approved it. The oldest inhabitant of the region was questioned on the subject and he replied that it had been so a tempora quo non extat memoria. Another witness, the Archdeacon John, said that he had seen old charters in the chapter house which confirmed the custom, and that the canons regarded these charters as authentic because of their script. No one thought it necessary to prove the existence of these charters, let alone investigate their contents. The report that they had existed for centuries was sufficient. In such a culture it was considered perfectly fair to provide a fake document in order to testify a true tradition. 4.3.2 Deliberate ex nihilo forgery. The claimant knows that OA does not exist. If the claimant coincides with the author B, then the claimant knows that OB is of recent manufacture. In any case the claimant cannot believe that OA and OB are the same. Nevertheless, the claimant claims, fully aware that he or she is not entitled to do so, that the two objects one real and one imaginary are identical or that OB is genuine, and does so with the intention to deceive. This is the case with modern charter forgeries, with many fake paintings. See the fake Vermeer painted in this century by Van Meegeren, with forged family trees intended to demonstrate an otherwise unprovable genealogy, and with deliberately produced apocryphal writings, such as Hitler's diaries. 7. It is also the case of the 13th century poem De Vetula, which was immediately ascribed to Ovid. One may suppose that the persons who brought the Corpus Dionysianum into circulation in the 9th century and ascribed it to a pupil of St. Paul were well aware that the work was composed much later. Nevertheless, they decided to credit it to an unquestionable authority. Slightly similar to the case listed in section 4.1.3 is the phenomenon of authorial stylistic forgeries, as when a painter, famous for his works of the 20s, paints in the 50s a work which looks like an unheard of masterpiece of the early period. 4.3.3 False ascription in error. The claimant does not coincide with B and does not know that OA does not exist. The claimant claims in good faith that OB is identical with OA, of which the claimant has heard by uncertain report. This is what happened with those who received and took the Corpus Dionysianum for a work by a pupil of St. Paul, with those who believed and still believe in the authenticity of the Book of Enoch, and with the Renaissance Neoplatonist who ascribed the Corpus Hermeticum, not to Hellenistic authors, but to a mythical Hermes Trismegistos, who was supposed to have lived before Plato in the time of the Egyptians and presumably to be identified with Moses. In this century, Heidegger wrote a commentary on a speculative grammar which he ascribed to Duns Scotus, though it was shown shortly afterward that the work was composed by Thomas of Erfurt. This seems also to be the case with the ascription of On the Sublime to Longinus. 8. 5. The fake as a fake sign. The topology presented above suggests some interesting semiotic problems. First of all, is a fake a sign? Let us first consider the cases of downright forgery, where OA somewhere exists. If a sign is according to Peirce, 1934:2.228, something which stands to somebody for something in some respects or capacity, then one should say that OB stands to the claimant for OA. And if an icon still according to Peirce, 2.276, may represent its object mainly by its similarity, then one should say that OB is an icon of OA. OB succeeds in being mistaken with OA insofar as it reproduces the whole of OA's properties. Morris, 1946:1.7, suggests that a completely iconic sign is no longer a sign because it would be itself a denotatum. This means that a possibly completely iconic sign of myself would be the same as myself. In other words, complete iconism coincides with indiscernibility or identity, and a possible definition of identity is complete iconism. But in forgery there is only an alleged identity. OB can have all the properties of OA except that of being OA itself and of standing at the same moment in the same place as OA. Being incompletely iconic, can OB be taken as a sign of OA? If so, it would be a rather curious kind of sign. It would succeed in being a sign insofar as nobody takes it as a sign and everybody mistakes it for its potential denotatum. As soon as one recognizes it as a sign, OB becomes something similar to OA, a facsimile. Isle of OA but can no longer be confused with OA. In fact, facsimiles are iconic signs but are not fakes. How are we to define a sign that works as such only if and when it is mistaken for its own denotatum? The only way to define it is to call it a fake. A peculiar situation, indeed. What kind of semiotic object is a fake? The question that the claimant asks when facing OB is not what does it mean, but, rather, what is it? And the answer which produces a false identification is it is OA. OB is taken as the same as OA because it is, or looks like, an icon of OA. In Peircean terms, an icon is not yet a sign. As a mere image, it is a firstness. Only iconic representaments or hypoicons are signs, that is, instances of thirdness. Although this point is in Peirce rather controversial, we can understand the difference in the sense that a mere icon is not interpretable as a sign. Obviously, OB, in order to be recognized as similar to OA, must be perceptually interpreted, but as soon as the claimant perceives it, he or she identifies it as OA. This is a case of perceptual misunderstanding. There is a semiosic process which leads to the perceptual recognition of a given uttered sound as a certain word. If someone utters FIP and the addressee understands FIP, certainly the addressee mistakes FIP with a token of the lexical type FIP. But we can hardly say that the uttered FIP was a sign for the intended FIP. The whole story concerns a phonetic muddle or, insofar as both utterances are words, an expression substance to expression substance mistake. In the same sense when OB is mistaken, for reasons of similarity, for a token OA, and in the case of downright forgery OA is a token which is the type of itself, we are facing a phenomenon of expression to expression misunderstanding. There are cases in semiosis in which one is more interested in the physical features of a token expression than in its content. For instance, When one hears a sentence and is more interested in ascertaining whether it was uttered by a certain person than in interpreting its meaning, or when, in order to identify the social status of the speaker, the hearer is more interested in the speaker's accent than in the propositional content of the sentence the speaker is uttering. Likewise, in false identification one is mainly concerned with expressions. Expressions can be forged. Signs, as functions correlating an expression to a content, can at most be misinterpreted. Let us recall the distinction made by Goodman, 1968:99 ff., between autographic and allographic arts, Peirce's distinction among Ligi sign, Sinson, and Quilizine, 2.243 ff., and our own previous treat. Ment of replicas, Eco 1976:178 ff. There are, I, signs whose tokens can be indefinitely produced according to their type, books or musical scores. 2. Signs whose tokens, even though produced according to a type, possess a certain quality of material uniqueness. 2 Flags of the same nation can be distinguished on the grounds of their glorious age. And 3. Signs whose token is their type, like autographic works of visual arts. From this point of view we are obliged to draw a straightforward distinction among different types of forgery. Let us mainly consider downright forgery and forgery ex nihilo. It will be evident in which sense moderate forgery stands in between. Downright forgeries affect only signs, 2, and 3. It is impossible to produce a fake Hamlet unless by making a different tragedy or by editing a detectable censored version of it. It is possible to produce a forgery of its first folio edition because in this case what is forged is not the work of Shakespeare but that of the original printer. Downright forgeries are not signs, they are only expressions which look like other expressions and they can become signs only if we take them as facsimiles. On the contrary, it seems that phenomena of forgery ex nihilo are more semiosically complicated. It is certainly possible to claim that a statue OB is discernibly the same as the legendary statue OA by a great Greek artist, same stone, same shape, same original connection with the hands of its author, but it is also possible to attribute a written document OB to an author A without paying attention to its expression substance. Before Aquinas, a Latin text, known to be translated from an Arab version, de causes, was attributed to Aristotle. Nobody falsely identified either a given parchment or a given specimen of handwriting, because it was known that the alleged original object was in Greek. It was the content that was, erroneously, thought to be Aristotelian. In such cases, OB was first seen as a sign of something in order to recognize this something as absolutely interchangeable with OA, in the sense examined above, section 4.2.2. In downright forgery, and in the case of autographic arts, the claimant makes a claim about the authenticity, genuineness, or originality of the expression. In forgeries ex nihilo, which concern both autographic and allographic arts, the claimant's claim can concern either the expression or the content. In downright forgeries, the claimant by virtue of a perceptual misunderstanding concerning two expression substances believes that OB is the same as the allegedly authentic OA. In the second case, the claimant in order to identify OB with the legendary O must first of all believe, and prove, that OB is authentic, if it is an instance of autographic work, or that OB is the expression of a given content which in itself is the same as the genuine and authentic content of the legendary allographic expression OA. 9. In both cases, however, one feels something uncanny. A naive approach to fakes and forgeries makes one believe that the problem with fakes is to take for granted or to challenge the fact that something is the same as an allegedly authentic object. After a more accurate inspection, however, it seems that the real problem is to decide what one means by authentic object. Ironically, the problem with fakes is not whether OB is or is not a fake but, rather, whether OA is authentic or not, and on which grounds such a decision can be made. It seems that the crucial problem for a semiotics of fakes is not the one of a typology of the mistakes of the claimant, but rather of a list of the criteria by which the judge decides whether the claimant is right or not. 6 Criteria for acknowledging authenticity. The task of the judge, if any, is to verify or falsify the claim of identity made by the claimant. The judge can basically face two alternatives. I. Downright forgery. OA is largely known to exist, and the judge has only to prove that OB is not identical with it. In order to do so, the judge has two further alternatives: either succeed in putting OB in front of OA, thus showing that they are not indiscernibly identical, or compare the features of OB with the celebrated and well-known features of OA in order to show that the former cannot be mistaken for the latter. 2. Ex nihilo forgery. The existence of OA is a mere matter of tradition and nobody has ever seen it. When there are no reasonable proofs of the existence of something, one can assume that it probably does not exist or has disappeared. But the newly found OB is usually presented by the claimant as the expected proof of the existence of the OA. In this case, the judge should prove or disprove that the OB is authentic. If it is authentic, then it is identical with the allegedly lost original OA. However, the authenticity of something allegedly similar to a lost original can be demonstrated only by proving that OB is the original. The second case seems more complicated than the first. In case I, it seems that in order to demonstrate the authenticity of OB, it was enough to show that OB was identical with the original OA, and that the original OA represented a sort of unchallengeable parameter. In case 2, there is no parameter. However, let us further consider case I. A judge can know beyond doubt that OA and OB are not identical only if someone shows a perfect copy, let us say, of the Mona Lisa while standing in front of the original in the Louvre and claims, crazily, that the two objects are indiscernibly identical. But even in this implausible case there would be a shadow of doubt remaining: perhaps OB is the genuine original and OA is a forgery. Thus here we are facing a curious situation. Forgeries are cases of false identification. If the judge proves that the objects are two and challenges the false claim of identification, the judge has certainly proved that there was a case of forgery. But the judge has not yet proved which one of the two objects is the original one. It is not sufficient to prove that the identification is impossible. The judge must provide a proof of authentication for the supposed original. At first glance, case 2 looked more difficult because, in the absence of the presumed original, one should demonstrate that the suspected fake is the original. In fact, case I is far more difficult. When the original is present, one must still demonstrate that the original is the original. It is not sufficient to say that the OB is a fake because it does not possess all the features of the OA. The method by which the judge identifies the features of any OB is the same as that with which the judge makes a decision about the authenticity of the OA. In other words, in order to say that a reproduction is not the genuine Mona Lisa, one must have examined the genuine Mona Lisa and confirmed its authenticity with the same techniques as one uses to say that the reproduction differs from the original. Modern philology is not content with the testimony that, let us say, the Mona Lisa was hung in the Louvre by Leonardo as soon as he had completed it. This claim would have to be proved by documents, and this in turn would raise the question of the document's authenticity. In order to prove that an OB is a fake, a judge must prove that the corresponding OA is authentic. Thus the judge must examine the presumably genuine painting as if it were a document, in order to decide whether its material and formal features allow the assumption that it was authentically painted by Leonardo. Modern scholarship proceeds, therefore, from the following assumptions. I. A document confirms a traditional belief, not the other way around. 2. Documents can be a. Objects produced with an explicit intention of communication, manuscripts, books, gravestones, inscriptions, and so on, where one can recognize an expression and a content, or an intentional meaning. B. Objects which were not primarily intended to communicate, such as prehistoric finds, objects of everyday use in archaic and primitive cultures, and which are interpreted as signs, symptoms, traces of past events. C. Objects produced with an explicit intention of communicating X, but taken as non-intentional symptoms of Y being the result of an inference about their origin and their authenticity. 3. Authentic means historically original. To prove that an object is original means considering it as a sign of its own origins. Thus if a fake is not a sign, for modern philology the original, in order to be compared with its fake copy, must be approached as a sign. False identification is a semiotic web of misunderstandings and deliberate lies, whereas any effort to make a correct authentication is a clear case of semiotic interpretation or of abduction. 6.1. Proofs through material support. A document is a fake if its material support does not date back to the time of its alleged origin. This kind of proof is a rather recent one. Greek philosophers looking for the sources of an older, Oriental wisdom rarely had any chance of dealing with original texts in their original language. The medieval translators generally worked with manuscripts which stood at a considerable distance from the archetype. As for the artistic marvels of antiquity, people in the medieval period knew only either crumbling ruins or vague rumors about unknown places. The judgments passed in the Carly Middle Ages on whether a document produced in evidence in a lawsuit was genuine or not were at best restricted to investigating the authenticity of the seal. Even during the Renaissance, the same scholars who started studying Greek and Hebrew, when the first manuscript of the Corpus Hermeticum was brought to Florence and was attributed to a very remote author, did not wonder at the fact that the sole physical evidence they had manuscript dated to the 14th century. Nowadays, there are recognized physical or chemical techniques for determining the age and the nature of a medium, parchment, paper, linen, wood, and so on, and such means are considered fairly objective. In these cases, the material support, which is an instance of the substance of the expression, must be examined in its physical structure. That is, as a form, see ECO 1976:3.7.4 on the overcoding of the expression. In fact, the generic notion of material support must be further analyzed into subsystems and subsystems of subsystems. For instance, in a manuscript, writing is the substitute of the linguistic substance, inking is the support of the graphemic manifestation, to be seen as a form, the parchment is the support of the ink manifestation, to be seen as a form, the physico-chemical features of the parchment are the support of its formal qualities, and so on and so forth. In a painting, brush strokes are the support of the iconic manifestation, but they become in turn the formal manifestation of a pigmentary support, and so on. 6.2. Proofs through linear text manifestation. The linear text manifestation of a document must conform to the normative rules of writing, painting, sculpting, and so on, holding at the moment of its alleged production. The linear text manifestation of a given document must thus be compared with everything known about the system of the form of the expression in a given period as well as with what is known of the personal style of the alleged author. Augustine, Abelard, and Aquinas were confronted with the problem of determining the credibility of a text from its linguistic characteristics. However, Augustine, whose knowledge of Greek was minimal and who knew no Hebrew, advises in a passage on Emendatio that when dealing with biblical texts one should compare a number of different Latin translations, in order to be able to conjecture the correct translation of a text. He sought to establish a good text, not an original text, and he rejected the idea of using the Hebrew text because he regarded this as having been falsified by the Jews. As Marrow, 1958:432-434, remarks, IC Ireaperite le Grammaticus Antique. Aucun de ses commentaires ne suppose un effort préliminaire pour établir critiquement le texte. Aucun travail préparatoire, nul analyse de la tradition manuscrite, de la valeur précise de différents témoins, de leurs rapports, de leur filiation, Saint Augustin se contentait de juxtapose sur la table le plus grand nombre de manuscrits, de prendre en considération dans son commentaire le plus grand nombre de variants. The last word lay, not with philology, but with the honest desire to interpret and with the belief in the validity of the knowledge so transmitted. Only in the course of the 13th century did scholars begin to ask converted Jews in order to obtain information on the Hebrew original, Shinu 1950:117125-206. St. Thomas paid attention to the usus, by which he understood the lexical usage of the period to which a given text refers, see Summa. THI.29.2 add 1. By considering the modus loquendi, he argued that in particular passages Dionysius and Augustine used particular words because they were following the practice of the Platonist. In Sic et non, Abelard argued that one should mistrust an allegedly authentic text where words are used with unusual meanings, and that textual corruption can be a sign of forgery. But practice fluctuated, at least until Petrarch and the proto-humanists. The first example of philological analysis of the form of expression is provided in the 15th century by Lorenzo Valla, De falso credita et imentita Constantini donat Ioni declamatio, 13, when he shows that the use of certain linguistic expressions was absolutely implausible at the beginning of the 4th century AD. Likewise, at the beginning of the 17th century, Isaac Casaubon, De Rebus Sacri et Ecclesiasticis Exercitations 14, proved that the Corpus Hermeticum was not a Greek translation of an ancient Egyptian text because it does not bear any trace of Egyptian idioms. Modern philologists demonstrate that the Hermetic Asclepius was not translated, as assumed before, by Marius Victorinus because Victorinus in all his texts consistently put itonym at the beginning of the sentence, whereas in the Asclepius this word appears in the second position in 21 cases out of 25. Today we resort to many paleographic, grammatical, iconographic, and stylistic criteria based upon a vast knowledge of our cultural heritage. A typical example of modern technique for attributing paintings was that of Morelli, see Ginsberg 1983, based on the most marginal features, such as the way of representing fingernails or the earlobe. These criteria are not irrefutable but represent a satisfactory basis for philological inferences. 6.3. Proof through content. For such proofs it is necessary to determine whether the conceptual categories, taxonomies, modes of argumentation, iconological schemes, and so on, are coherent with the semantic structure, the form of the content, of the cultural milieu of the alleged authors as well as with the personal conceptual style of these authors, extrapolated from their other works. Abelard tried to establish when the meaning of words varies with particular authors and recommended as had Augustine in De Doctrina Christianae use of contextual analysis. But this principle is restricted by the parallel recommendation to give preference to the more important authority in cases of doubt. When Aquinas questioned the false ascription of de causas to Aristotle, he, by confronting it with a recent translation of Proclus's Elementatio Theologica, discovered that the content of the allegedly Aristotelian text is in fact apparently Neoplatonic. This philosophical attitude was undoubtedly very mature, but Aquinas usually did not ask whether people thought and wrote according to the worldview of their times but, rather, whether it was correct to think and write in such a way and therefore whether the text could be ascribed to doctrinal authorities who were never wrong. Aquinas repeatedly used the term authenticus, but for him, as for the Middle Ages in general, the word meant, not original, but true. Authenticus denotes the value, the authority, the credibility of a text, not its origin. Of a passage in De Causas it is said ideo in hac materia non est authenticus, il cent 18.2.2 add 2. But the reason is that here the text cannot be reconciled with Aristotle. As Thurot, 1869:103-104, says, en expliquant leur test les glossateurs en cherchant pas à entendre la pensée de leur auteur, mais à insaner la science elle-même qu'elle en suppose y être contenu. Un auteur authentique, comme on dit alors, ni put nise tromper, nise contredire, ni suivre un plan défectueux, ni être en désaccord avec un autre auteur authentique. On the contrary, one can find a modern approach to the content form in Lorenzo Valla, when he shows that a Roman emperor such as Constantine could not have thought what the Constitutum, falsely attributed to him, said. Likewise, Isaac Casaubon's argument against the antiquity of the Corpus Hermeticum is that, if in these texts were to be found echoes of Christian ideas, then they had been written in the first centuries of our era. However, even today, such criteria, though based on an adequate knowledge of the worldviews prevailing in different historical periods, are naturally dependent to a large extent on suppositions and abductions which are open to challenge. 6.4. Proof through external evidences, referent. According to this criterion, a document is a fake if the external facts reported by it could not have been known at the time of its production. In order to apply this criterion, one must display adequate historical knowledge but must also hold that it is implausible that the alleged ancient author had the gift of prophecy. Before Casaubon, Ficino, and Pico della Mirandola had read the Corpus Hermeticum by breaching this principle, they considered the Hermetic writings divinely inspired simply because they anticipated Christian conceptions. In the Middle Ages, some opponents of the donation of Constantine tried to reconstruct the facts and reject the text as apocryphal because it contradicted what they knew about the past. In a letter to Frederick Barbarossa in 1152, Wesel, a follower of Arnold of Brescia, argued that in the donation was a mendacium because it contradicted other witnesses of the period, which showed that Constantine had been baptized under other circumstances and at a different time. The criticism became more rigorous in the early humanistic era, for example, in the Liber Dialogorum Hierarchiae sub Celestis of 1388 and in the De Concordantia Catholica by Nicholas of Cusa, the author tries to establish historical truth by careful evaluation of all the sources. Lorenzo Valla displayed more indisputable historical proofs. For instance, he proved that the donation speaks of Constantinople as a patriarchate when, at the supposed time of composition, Constantinople did not exist under that name and was not yet a patriarchate. Recent study of an alleged exchange of correspondence between Churchill and Mussolini has shown that, despite the genuineness of the paper used, the correspondence must be rejected and considered a forgery because it contains evident factual contradictions. One letter is dated from a house in which Churchill had not at that time lived in for years, another deals with events which occurred after the date of the letter. 7. Conclusions. It thus seems that our modern culture has outlined satisfactory criteria for proving authenticity and for falsifying false identifications. All the aforementioned criteria, however, seem useful only when a judge is faced with imperfect forgeries. Is there a perfect forgery, see Goodman 1968, which defies any given philological criterion? Or are there cases in which no external proofs are available while the internal ones are highly arguable? Let us imagine the following. In 1921, Picasso asserts that he has painted a portrait of Honorio Bustos Domecq. Fernando Pessoa writes that he has seen the portrait and praises it as the greatest masterpiece ever produced by Picasso. Many critics look for the portrait, but Picasso says that it has been stolen. In 1945, Salvador Dali announces that he has rediscovered this portrait in Perpignan. Picasso formally recognizes the portrait as his original work. The painting is sold to the Museum of Modern Art, under the title Pablo Picasso, Portrait of Bustos Domecq, 1921. In 1950, Jorge Luis Borges writes an essay, El Omega de Pablo, in which he maintains that 1. Picasso and Pessoa lied because nobody in 1921 painted a portrait of Domecq. 2. In any case, no Domecq could have been portrayed in 1921 because such a character was invented by Borges and Bioy Casares during the 1940s. 3. Picasso actually painted the portrait in 1945 and falsely dated it 1921. 4. Dali stole the portrait and copied it, masterfully. Immediately afterward, he destroyed the original. 5. Obviously, the 1945 Picasso was perfectly imitating the style of the early Picasso and Dali's copy was indistinguishable from the original. Both Picasso and Dali used canvas and colors produced in 1921. 6. Therefore, the work exposed in New York is the deliberate authorial forgery of a deliberate forgery of a historical forgery, which mendaciously portrayed a non-existent person. In 1986, there is found an unpublished text of Raymond Queneau, asserting that 1. Bustos Domecq really existed, except that his real name was Schmidt. Alice Toklas in 1921 maliciously introduced him to Brock as Domecq, and Braque portrayed him under this name, in good faith, imitating the style of Picasso, in bad faith. 2. Domekschmidt died during the saturation bombing of Dresden, and all his identity papers were destroyed in those circumstances. 3. Dali really rediscovered the portrait in 1945 and copied it. Later, he destroyed the original. A week later, Picasso made a copy of Dali's copy, then the copy by Dali was destroyed. The portrait sold to the MoMA is a fake painted by Picasso imitating a fake painted by Dali imitating a fake painted by Braque. For he, Queneau, has learned all this from the discoverer of Hitler's diaries. All the individuals involved in this story are by now dead. The only object we have at our disposal is that hanging in the MoMA. It is evident that none of the philological criteria listed in 6 can help us in ascertaining the truth. Even though it is possible that a perfect connoisseur can distinguish some imponderable differences between the hand of Dali and the hand of Picasso, or between the two hands of Picasso in different historical periods, any assertion of this kind could be challenged by other experts. Such a story is not so paradoxical as it might seem. We are still wondering whether the author of the Iliad was the same as the author of the Odyssey, whether one of them, at least, was Homer, and whether Homer was a single person. The current notion of fake presupposes a true original with which the fake should be compared. But we have seen that every criterion for ascertaining whether something is the fake of an original coincides with the criteria for ascertaining whether the original is authentic. Thus the original cannot be used as a parameter for unmasking its forgeries unless we blindly take for granted that what is presented to us as the original is unchallengeably so, but this would contrast with any philological criterion. Proofs through material support tell us that a document is a fake if its material support does not date back to the time of its alleged origin. Such a test can clearly prove that a canvas produced by a mechanical loom cannot have been painted during the 16th century, but it cannot prove that a canvas produced in the 16th century and covered with colors chemically similar to those produced at that time was really painted during the 16th century. Proofs through linear text manifestation tell us that a text is fake if its linear text manifestation does not conform to the normative rules of writing, painting, sculpting, and so on, holding at the moment of its alleged production. But the fact that a text meets all those requirements does not prove that the text is original. This proves at most that the forger was very skilled. Proofs through content tell us that a text is a fake if its conceptual categories, taxonomies, modes of argumentation, iconological schemes, and so on, are not coherent with the semantic structure, the form of the content, of the cultural milieu of the alleged author. But there is no way to demonstrate that a text was originally written before Christ only because it does not contain Christian ideas. Proofs through external evidences tell us that a document is a fake if the external facts reported by it could not have been known at the time of its production. But there is no way to demonstrate that a text which reports events that happened at the time of its alleged production is for that sole reason original. Thus a semiotic approach to fakes shows how theoretically weak are our criteria for deciding about authenticity. Despite this, even though no single criterion is 100% satisfactory, we usually rely on reasonable conjectures on the grounds of some balanced evaluation of the various tests. Thus we cast in doubt the socially accepted authenticity of an object only when some contrary evidence comes to trouble our established beliefs. Otherwise, one should test the Mona Lisa every time one goes to the Louvre, since without such an authenticity test there will be no proof that the Mona Lisa seen today is indiscernibly identical with the one seen last week. But such a test would be necessary for every judgment of identity. As a matter of fact, there is no ontological guarantee that the John the First meet today is the same as the John the First met yesterday. John undergoes physical, biological, changes much more so than a painting or a statue. Moreover, John can intentionally disguise himself in order to look like Tom. However, in order to recognize John, our parents, husbands, wives, and sons every day, as well as in order to decide that the Trump Tower I see today is the same as the one I saw last year, we rely on certain instinctive procedures mainly based on social agreement. They prove to be reliable because by using them our species has succeeded in surviving for millions of years and we are world-adapted beings. We never cast in doubt these procedures because it is very rare for a human being or a building to be forged. The rare exceptions to this rule are interesting subject matter only for detective stories or science fiction. But, in principle, John is no more difficult to forge than the Mona Lisa. On the contrary, it is easier to disguise successfully a person than to copy successfully the Mona Lisa. Objects, documents, banknotes, and works of art are frequently forged, not because they are particularly easy to forge, but for mere economic reasons. However, the fact that they are so frequently forged obliges us to ask so much about the requirements an original should meet in order to be defined as such, while we do not usually reflect on all other cases of identification. The reflection on these most commonly forged objects should, however, tell us how hazardous are our general criteria for identity and how much such concepts as truth and falsity, authentic and fake, identity and difference circularly define each other. 13. Semantics, pragmatics, and text semiotics. Once Jacobson remarked that to study language only from a syntactic standpoint is the same as defining a sleeping car as the one that usually, and distributionally, stands between two passenger cars. I would like to add that to study language only from a semantic standpoint means for many authors to define a sleeping car as a railway vehicle where people can have a bunk. Even though this definition sounds acceptable, I do not know what would happen to a penniless tramp who takes it seriously. Maybe my idea of semantics is exaggeratedly liberal, but I feel the need to enrich my dictionary entry with the information that sleeping cars are expensive. Unfortunately, many semanticists would object that the phrase all sleeping cars are vehicles expresses an analytical truth, whereas all sleeping cars are expensive conveys matters of world knowledge and, as so doing, should be studied only by pragmatics. If I wanted to patronize my tramp, I should tell him that, if he wants to avoid troubles, he should study pragmatics instead of semantics. He can ignore syntactics because he is not supposed to identify a sleeping car. I suppose that if I added to my dictionary entry the evident truth that at least in Europeto take a sleeping car is also a status symbol, a bored semanticist would tell me that this is a matter for sociology. Too many departments, indeed. Is there a name for that kind of? This chapter was presented at the International Pragmatic Conference, 1985, via Reggio, and subsequently published in Iverschweren and Bertuxelai eds, The Pragmatic Perspective, Amsterdam, Benjamins, 1987. Competence that enables affluent, tired human beings, on a foggy night when the airports are closed, to travel comfortably from Milan to Paris by understanding what a sleeping car is, who is in the position of taking it, how to recognize a specimen of it at the railway station, and how to take the Trans-Europe Express instead of the Orient Express. I suggest that we are facing in this case an instance of general semiotic competence, which permits one to interpret verbal and visual signs, and to draw inferences from them, by merging the information they give with background knowledge. 1. Objects and dimensions. Charles Morris was the first to outline a division of semiotics into syntactics, semantics, and pragmatics. This was a stimulating and fruitful but at the same time dangerous attempt to characterize the domain of semiotics. Foundations of a Theory of Signs, insofar as it was written within the framework of an encyclopedia of unified science, suggests that pragmatics, as well as semantics and syntactics, is a science. By pragmatics is designated the science of the relation of signs to their interpreters 1938:5. Since every science has a proper object, the definition above risks to transform semiotics into a mere confederation of three independent sciences, each of them dealing with three independent objects. In this sense semiotics becomes a generic label such as natural sciences. Morris was aware of this risk, see 1946:8.1. We know, or we feel entitled to figure out, the proper objects of mineralogy, zoology, and astronomy, but it does not seem so easy to define the object of natural sciences. More than an object, or less than, It can at most be defined as a method, a way of knowing certain aspects of our physical environment through general explanatory laws that, once conjectured on the basis of certain relevant data, can be proved or disproved according to certain experiments. But even though such a method exists, we know that the data we look for in order to tell where cats come from are different in kind and availability from those we collect in order to explain the origin of diamonds. If Morris only said that pragmatics is the science of the relation of signs to their interpreters, his whole theory of signs would become involved in a predicament. To define the object of a science X as the relation between A and B would mean that the definition of A is independent from the definition of B. On the contrary, in Foundations Morris explicitly states that something is a sign only because it is interpreted as a sign of something by some interpreter. Semiotics then is not concerned with the study of a particular kind of objects, but with ordinary objects insofar, and only insofar, as they participate in semiosis. If the relation to the interpreter is crucial for the very definition of a sign, and if the object of pragmatics is this relation to an interpreter that characterizes a sign as such, in which sense would pragmatics then differ from semiotics? Let us suppose that the three provinces of semiotics are not sciences but, rather, dimensions of, or descriptions under which can be approached the phenomenon of semiosis, and let us assume, in Peircean terms, that semiosis is an action, an influence, which is, or involves, a cooperation of three subjects, such as a sign, its object, and its interpreton, this tri-relative influence not being in any way resolvable into actions between pairs, cp. 5.488. From this point of view, the relationship between semiotics and its three provinces is no longer of the same type as that between natural sciences as a genus and zoology, mineralogy, and astronomy as its species. It is more similar to the relation between philosophy of science, or general epistemology, and three epistemological problems, namely, how to make a hypothesis, how to collect relevant data, and how to falsify a supposed scientific explanation. It goes without saying that, the very notion of relevant data can be established only on the grounds of an entertained hypothesis. 2. A hypothesis can be made only by trying to justify something that is tentatively taken as a relevant datum. 3. A procedure for testing an explanation can be designed only in order to cast doubt on a given hypothesis, and 4. Frequently to falsify a hypothesis means to demonstrate that the relevant data one had isolated were not such. In the same vein, pragmatics cannot be a discipline with its proper object as distinguished from those of semantics and syntactics. The three provinces of semiotics are dealing with the same disciplinary object, and this object is unfortunately different from the objects of natural sciences, which are natural kinds, if any. The object of pragmatics is that same process of semiosis that also syntactics and semantics focus on under different profiles. But a social and perhaps biological process such as semiosis can never be reduced to one, and only one, among its possible profiles. Plane geometry provides an abstract representation of physical reality. Except for that in Abbott's flatland, there is no physical two-dimension universe. There are bodies, and relationships between them. Bodies are subject to the law of gravity, whereas the figures of plane geometry are not. We can use the figures of plane geometry to design, for instance, a parallelogram of forces that represents in some way some of the phenomena depending on gravity, but bodies, which are tridimensional, fall for reasons that plane geometry cannot explain. The bidimensional parallelogram of forces calculating the trajectory of a cannonball can only represent, as a diagram, a phenomenon that plane geometry must take for granted. To say that pragmatics is a dimension of semiotics does not mean to devoid it of any object. On the contrary, it means that the pragmatic approach is concerned with the whole of semiosis, which, to be fully understood, must also be approached from a pragmatic point of view. Syntactics and semantics, when standing in a splendid isolation, Beccom's Parrot, 1983, suggests perverse disciplines. 1.1. Language vs. Other systems. In order to save for pragmatics a proper domain, Morris, 1938 v. 1, suggests that the unique element within pragmatics would be found in those terms which, while not strictly semiotical, cannot be defined in syntactics or semantics. If by this Morris meant those textual strategies that not even the most liberal semantics can foresee, for instance, strategies of conversational implicature, innuendos about intended meaning, then the area of pragmatics results in being exaggeratedly reduced. If he meant such phenomena as deixis and presupposition, I think that these phenomena can and must be studied also from a semantic point of view. If he meant the domain of a speech act theory, I still think that many kinds of speech act can also be accounted for by syntactics and semantics, since, for instance, orders can assume imperative forms syntactically recognizable, and there should be something in the representation of the meaning of to promise that characterizes its performative nature. I suspect, however, that by terms not strictly semiotical Morris intended contextual elements that play a role in a linguistic interaction, such as the physical position of the speaker/hearer, facial expressions, time and place of the utterance, and so on. Unfortunately, such an assumption contrasts with the whole of Morris's semiotics. His semiotics is concerned, not only with linguistic phenomena, but also with every sign system. A pragmatic approach to verbal interaction must take into account the relations among linguistic utterances and gestures, facial expressions, corporal postures, tonymic sounds and pauses, interjections, and so on. But such semiotic disciplines as paralinguistics, Kind 6, Prox, Mics, and their congeners have developed or are in the course of developing a syntactics and a semantics of their own. The pragmatic study of the contexts of verbal interaction cannot be enriched by a semantics of nonverbal languages. Not to speak of the fact that pragmatics in itself cannot be exclusively the study of linguistic interaction, since there are interesting instances of a pragmatic approach to theater, cinema, painting. Thus, even along the axis opposing language to other, nonverbal systems, pragmatics, more than being a science with its own exclusive objectives, one of the dimensions of a more general semiotic research. 1.2. Semantics and Pragmatics, a semiotic web. Semiotics studies both the abstract structure of signification systems, such as verbal language, card games, road signals, iconological codes, and so on, and the processes in the course of which the users practically apply the rules of these systems in order to communicate, that is, to designate states of possible worlds or to criticize and modify the structure of the systems themselves. One would be tempted to say that semantics is mainly concerned with systems of signification while pragmatics deals with processes of communication. However, the opposition signification/communication does not correspond to the opposition semantics/pragmatics, but rather, characterizes various sorts of semantic theories as well as different sorts of pragmatic phenomena. 1.2.1. 3 Semantic theories. Morris, 1946, says that semantics is that branch of semiotics which deals with the signification of signs. We know, however, that Morris distinguishes significatum from denotatum. Thus one must say whether one is speaking of semantics as a theory of the systems of signification or as a theory of the acts of reference or mention which are processes of communication. So-called structural semantics deals with meaning, thus with a theory of signification, whereas the Anglo-Saxon philosophy of language speaks of semantics apropos of a truth-conditional approach to propositions. Those two approaches must be carefully distinguished, even though both can be covered by a more liberal notion of semantics. Moreover, a truth-conditional semantics covers two different problems or phenomena: sentences that are true by virtue of a set of meaning postulates and sentences that are true by virtue of what is the case. Thus, on one side, 1. All bachelors are males. 2. All men are two-footed, are supposed to be true on the grounds of the meaning postulates assumed by a given system of signification, independently of the fact that according to a venerable tradition, 1. is analytically true while 2. is synthetically true. On the other side, 3. This is a pencil. 4. This pencil is black. are true only if they are uttered in a given circumstance, where it is the case that the indicated object is a pencil and is black. There are two domains of a truth-conditional semantics, one studying the requirements to be met by a proposition in order to be, logically or semantically, true or false on the grounds of a system of meaning postulates, the other studying the requirements to be met by a proposition in order to be, factually, true or false on the grounds of what is actually the case. We see then that there are at least three sorts of theories that one can label as semantics, namely, I, as theory of meaning, or a theory of semantic competence, or a cognitive semantics. 2. A theory of truth for non-indexical expressions, or for eternal propositions. 3. A theory of truth for indexical expressions such as the acts of mention. See for further distinctions Eco 1976:3.1 and 3.2. None of these three semantics can avoid the pragmatic dimension. Theory 3. We must agree with Strawson, 1950, when he says that mentioning or referring is not something that an expression does, it is something that someone can use an expression to do. If it seems evident that indexical expressions are standardly and naturally handled with truth-conditional apparatus, Gazdar 1979:2, it is equally evident that the truth of indexical expressions depends on the circumstances of the utterance, on the nature of both the utterer and the addressee, personal pronouns, as well as on the nature of the indicated object. Thus the pragmatic problem of deixis stands at the very core of the allegedly most anti-pragmatic sort of semantics. As a result, we have witnessed Montague's attempt to extend the truth-conditional approach to a formal language containing indexical terms. The pragmatic dimension cannot even be ignored by the recent theory of rigid designation, which must be ranked under the headings of a theory, 3, because it links the conditions of use of a proper name to the original indexical relationship between that name and an individual specimen of a natural kind. Insofar as the theory of rigid designation assumes that names are directly linked to the essence of the natural kinds they label, and insofar as it takes such an essence as a solid core of ontological properties that survive any counterfactual menace, it seems adamantly to exclude any sort of contextual knowledge. Nevertheless, in order to use these names properly, a cultural chain is needed, a chain of word-of-mouth information, rather obscurely described by the theory, by virtue of which we are guaranteed that our way of using a name is still the one established during the original baptismal ceremony. The only way to make a theory of rigid designation understandable at least as a coherent story is to take the pragmatic dimension for granted. But in order to solve its semantic problem, the theory should, on the contrary, guarantee a theoretical foundation of the pragmatic dimension. If the theory had previously said what the transmitted essence is, it could ignore the process by which it is transmitted. But since the essential definition is identified only as the one which survives during the process of transmission, the theory should at least tentatively describe this process. The circle being irremediably vicious, the theory is neither semantic nor pragmatic and remains, as I suspect, a fascinating mythical tale about the origins of language. The causal theory of proper names could work only if one, I, takes for granted that it is possible to teach and to learn the name of an object X by direct Ausensein and, 2, the Ausensein takes place in face of an object that is able to survive its namer. Thus it is possible to imagine a person who, in face of Mount Everest, tells a person B, I decide to name this Everest. Then the person B tells a person C, this is Everest, and C transmits the information to D, and so on through the centuries. Even in this case, the necessity of using indexical features and the fact that both the sender and the addressee must be in the circumstance of directly facing the mountain introduce pragmatic elements into the process. Moreover, such an explanation excludes the cases in which a traveler reports having seen or having heard about Everest. Nevertheless, it would still be possible to say that there is a causal link which determines the transmission of the name. But what happens when one names a who? Man individual, let us say, Parmenides. The causal chain is broken when Parmenides dies. From this point on, the speaker W telling the hearer why something about Parmenides must introduce into the picture some definite descriptions, For instance, the philosopher who said that nothing moves, or that man, son of so-and-so, who died yesterday. The speaker Y must learn to use the name Parmenides according to the set of contextual instructions provided by W, and is obliged to resort to contextual elements every time he wants to ascertain whether the name is used in the right sense. Parmenides. Do you mean the philosopher? It is true that the instructions provided by W causes the competence of Y, but from this point of view every theory of language is a causal one. Since language is learned, undoubtedly every mother causes the fact that her children learn language, as well as every dictionary causes the fact that its users learn how to use words. In the same terms, the American Constitution causes the fact that every American citizen knows his or her duties and rights. It is exactly such a form of non-physical and indirect causality that calls for a pragmatic explanation of the process. Theory, 2. 2 pages after having proposed his first definition of pragmatics, Morris, 1938:7, writes: in virtue of semiosis, given the sign vehicle as an object of response, the organism expects a situation of such and kind and, on the basis of this expectation, can partially prepare itself in advance for what may develop. The response to things through the intermediary of signs is thus biologically a continuation of the same process in which the distance senses have taken precedence over the contact senses in the control of conduct in higher animal forms. With this orientation, certain of the terms which have previously been used appear in a new light. The relation of a sign vehicle to its designatum is the actual taking account in the conduct of the interpreter of a class of things in virtue of the response to the sign vehicle, and what are so taken account of are designata. The semantical rule has as its correlate in the pragmatical dimension the habit of the interpreter to use the sign vehicle under certain circumstances and, conversely, to expect such and such to be the case when the sign is used. The formation and transformation rules correspond to the actual sign combinations and transitions which the interpreter uses, or to stipulations for the use of signs which he lays down for himself in the same way in which he attempts to control deliberately other modes of behavior with reference to persons and things. Considered from the point of view of pragmatics, a linguistic structure is a system of behavior. Corresponding to analytical sentences are the relations between sign responses to the more inclusive sign responses of which they are segments. Corresponding to synthetical sentences are those relations between sign responses which are not relations of part to whole. Even though extrapolated from their behavioristic framework, these statements seem to me extremely important. They show how the pragmatic dimension is strictly interrelated with the truth-conditional semantics of non-indexical expressions. Morris was indeed a pioneer when he approached in pragmatic terms even the venerable distinction between analytical and synthetic sentences. The notion of analyticity is the stronger argument a truth-conditional semantics can use in order to assert its own independence from the so-called world knowledge, background knowledge, encyclopedical information, contexts, circumstances, and so on. A truth-conditional semantics that opposes a pure dictionary or lexical knowledge to any other kind of acquired competence can assume that pragmatics has as its topic those aspects of the meaning of utterances which cannot be accounted for by straightforward reference to the truth conditions of the sentences uttered. Gazdar 1979:2. The weakness of such a distinction is splendidly demonstrated by Quine in his essay Two Dogmas of Empiricism, 1951. Analytical truths, as well as synthetic ones, depend on a system of cultural assumptions, that is, they represent the more resistant but by no means eternal core of a system of social expectations. It is interesting to remark how the same claim is made, in other words, on the page of foundations I have just quoted. Theory, I. The entire section 2 of this paper will suggest in which sense a theory of meaning cannot avoid the pragmatic dimension. 1.2.2 Pragmatics between signification and communication. Pragmatics, 2, takes for granted a lot of elements that, even though concerning the relation between signs and their utterers or interpreters, and even though being highly relevant for the process of communication, depend on a previous semantic rule. Take the two sentences analyzed by Gazdar, 1979:3. 5. Tom's doggy killed Jane's bunny. 6. Tom's dog killed Jane's rabbit. The ideal speaker-hearer of English will infer that the author of 5 is either a child or someone who pretends to be a child, but such inference is independent of the circumstances of the utterance. Notwithstanding this, any semantic theory which claims to be in the position of taking into account the difference between 5 and 6 can do so only if it is able to list, among its semantic paraphernalia, also markers that in some way describe the status, be it age, sex, or social role, of the ideal utterer of a given lexical item. We should conceive of two different pragmatic approaches, a pragmatics of signification, how to represent in a semantic system pragmatic phenomena, and a pragmatics of communication, how to analyze pragmatic phenomena that take place in the course of a communicative process. Such phenomena as textual coreference, topic, text coherence, reference to a set of knowledge idiolectally posited by a text as referring to a fictional world, conversational implicature, and many other phenomena concern an actual process of communication and cannot be foreseen by any system of signification. Other phenomena, such as presupposition, prediction of ordinary contexts, rules for felicity conditions, and so on, can, as we shall see, be considered by the study of a coded system of signification, to describe which both the semantical and the pragmatical approaches are strictly and inextricably interrelated. 2. Semantics marching toward pragmatics. The most interesting instances of semantic research, in the last decade, are represented by the theories that attempt to design an encyclopedia-like model for the representation of meaning. These attempts are opposed, not only to a purely dictionary-like model, but also to the identification of the scope of semantics with the scope of a truth-conditional semantics. It is evident that all these attempts cannot be implemented only by introducing into the framework of a semantic theory a great deal of idealized pragmatic phenomena. Levinson, 1983, says that pragmatics had been practiced until 1955 without being so named. In general, as Morris first remarked, 1938:5, a constant reference to interpreter and interpretation is common in the classical definitions of signs. Greek and Latin rhetoric, as well as the whole of the linguistic theory of sophists, can be recognized as forms of discourse pragmatics. But even in the most abstract classical definitions of signification there are pragmatic elements, from Aristotle to Augustine, and ultra, every definition of the sign takes into account, not only the relation between expression and content, but also that between the expression and the mental reaction of the interpreter. Abelard carefully debates the problem of the disambiguation of meaning in given contexts, and the problem of the intention of the speaker is a common topic in the medieval theory of signs, from Augustine to Roger Bacon. Eckham provides puzzling remarks about the background knowledge of the interpreter of iconic signs. How can one recognize the iconicity of a statue without knowing the model that the statue portrays? If the first books of Locke's essay are about the relation between terms and ideas, the book on words is on the conditions of social use of linguistic terms. Schleibenlang, 1975:2, ranks among the forerunners of pragmalinguistics not only Peirce and Morris but also Mead, the Wiener Kreis, ordinary language philosophy, Wittgenstein, Apel, Habermas, many Marxists such as Klaus, symbolic interactionism, not to speak of Austin, Ryle, Grice, and Searle. Thus the last turning point in semantic discussions, instantiated by different but fundamentally compatible attempts to provide models for an encyclopedia-like representation of meaning, do not represent a revolution in a scientific paradigm but appear, rather, as a return to the very roots of the philosophy of language. All these instances are in some way introducing pragmatic elements into the semantic framework. In order to figure out a liberal notion of semantics, one must take a liberal notion of pragmatics. Let me take as such the one proposed by Bar Hillel, 1968, according to whom pragmatics is concerned, not only with the phenomenon of interpretation, of signs, sentences, or texts, or of indexical expressions, but also with the essential dependence of communication in natural languages on speaker and hearer, on linguistic context and extra-linguistic context, on the availability of background knowledge, on readiness to obtain this background knowledge, and on the goodwill of the participants in the Communication Act, 271. Some of the phenomena listed by Bar-Hillel are probably to be dealt with also by some other disciplines. It is, however, a matter of bibliographical evidence that many of them, and maybe more, have become the objects of liberal semantic theories as well as of that new branch of semiotics commonly labeled as text, or discourse, semiotics. 2.1. Interpretation. The first example of liberal semantics is Peirce's theory of meaning, as immediate object, and of interpretance. In the framework of Peirce's philosophy of unlimited semiosis, every expression must be interpreted by another expression, and so on, ad infinitum. 2. The very activity of interpretation is the only way to define the contents of the expressions. 3. In the course of this semiotic process, the socially recognized meaning of expressions grows through the interpretations they undergo in different contexts and in different historical circumstances. 4. The complete meaning of a sign cannot but be the historical recording of the pragmatic labor that has accompanied every contextual instance of it. To interpret a sign means to foresee ideally all the possible contexts in which it can be inserted. Peirce's logic of relatives transforms the semantic representation of a term into a potential text. Every term is a rudimentary proposition and every proposition is a rudimentary argument. In other words, a sememe is a virtual text and a text is an expanded sememe. 2.2. Deixis. It must be added that Peirce suggests that a logic of relatives, that is, a context, hence a text-oriented semantics, can be developed not only for categormatic but also for syncategormatic terms such as prepositions and adverbs. This proposal was first advanced by Augustine, De Magistro, and has been recently reconsidered by contemporary authors such as Leach, 1969, and Apristion, 1962. In Eco 1976, 2.11.5, and 1984, 2.3, I have proposed a semantic model for the representation of the ideal content of indices, be they words, gestures, or images, in an ideal situation of actual reference. 2.3. Contexts and circumstances. A context-oriented semantics frequently takes the form of an instructional semantics, see Schmidt 1973, and, for the relationship between pragmatics and instructional semantics, Schleibenlang 1975. See also Griemas, 1973, according to whom a given semantic unit such as Fischer in its very sememic structure is a potential narrative program, le Pescher port en lui, evidement, touts les possibilités de son faire, tout ce qu'elle en peut s'attendre de lui en fait de comportement, sa mise en isotopie discursive en fait un rôle thématique utilisable pour le récit. 174. In my previous works, 1976, I proposed to distinguish context from circumstance. The context is the environment where a given expression occurs along with other expressions belonging to the same sign system. A circumstance is the external situation where an expression, along with its context, can occur. Later, 1979, I defined as context a series of possible ideal texts that a semantic theory can predict for a given expression to occur, while I reserved the name of cotext for the actual environment of an expression in the course of an actual process of communication. Thus I would say that the expression I order you can normally occur in those contexts, or classes of texts, where the sender is characterized by a position of superiority in respect to the addressee, or in circumstances where the same social relationship holds, and that it occurs in the cotext of the novel so and so. In Eco 1976, 2.11, I outlined a semantic model supposed to predict differences in meaning that depend on possible usual contexts and circumstances. In Eco 1984, 2.3.1, I tried a representation of propositions and adverbs where contextual selections interact with the topic, as a cotextual conjecture that a semantic theory cannot predict but must ideally take into account. Also Griames's, 1966, notion of classime enriches semantic representations with a contextual selection. 2.4. Felicity conditions and illocutionary force. In the framework of generative semantics, many authors have felt the need to provide a context-oriented representation. Lakoff, 1975, suggests that felicity conditions must be given as meaning postulates, for instance, request, XYP, attempt, X cause, YP. Many other felicity conditions can be semantically recorded. For example, in the representation of a verb such as scolding, it should, and can be, registered a pragmatic-oriented marker such as SA, where S is the sender, A is the addressee, and stands for a relation of social superiority, or a hierarchical operator. 2.5. Contextual roles. Fillmore's case grammar, by introducing into the lexical representation such cases as agent, goal, instrument, result, and so on, links the interpretation of the lexical item, from its very inside, to the co-occurrence of a context, this context being virtually given by the systematic representation of meanings, hence not depending on mere extra-lexical world knowledge. In other words, general schemes of world knowledge are assumed as a part of the lexical information. In the same line of thought, let me rank the semantic models of Bierwisk, 1970 and 1971, for example, the representation of kill. XS cause, XD changed to, alive XD, plus, animate XD. Further improvements can lead a representation such as this to record the difference between kill and assassinate by introducing an ideal felicity condition which establishes the political role of XD. 2.6. Presuppositions. Presupposition has been considered for a long time a phenomenon that cannot be taken into account by a meaning representation. Fillmore, 1971, has showed how it is possible to record the presupposition within the semantic representation of the verbs of judging. In Eco and Violi 1987, included here as Chapter 14, Presuppositions, we distinguish between three sorts of presuppositions: existential, cotextual, and presuppositions of P-terms. As for existential presuppositions, it seems preposterous to maintain that 7. I met the son of Mary presupposes that in some possible world there is a person called Mary and that this person has a son. So-called existential presuppositions have nothing to do with systems of signification. They have certainly to do with processes of communication and can be considered by a semantics of reference or mention, insofar as they implicitly assert that something is the case. On the grounds of the conversational assumption that speakers, if speaking, engage themselves to tell the truth or at least to speak about something, be it a thing, a figment, or a thought, the sentence, 7, posits the actual existence of Mary and her son in some possible world, and the hearer is engaged to take their existence for granted until the moment it can be proved that the speaker was speaking infelicitously, to use an understatement. In fact, it is highly improbable that one reacts to 7 with 8 or 9. 8, but Mary does not exist. 9, you did not meet anybody because Mary has no sons. And it is more probable that one reacts with 10 or 11. 10, who is Mary? 11, you should have met somebody else. Mary has no sons. Cotextual presuppositions are produced ad hoc by a given textual strategy and hold only within the boundaries of a given text. On the contrary, a theory of meaning can account for P-terms, in our analysis, exclusively verbs, that is, for expressions where the presupposition is part of their coded content and their representation can also predict the result of the negation test. We think that our semantic model can account for different types of verbs, such as verbs of judging, factive verbs, verbs of transition, verbs of propositional attitudes, implicative verbs, that until now have been analyzed according to non-homogeneous criteria. This model for representing P-terms considers I, a subject operator S which can take the forms S1, Sn, the S being different actants or roles but not necessarily different actors. 2. A set of semantic primitives, which should be semantically defined by a different portion of the encyclopedia. 3. An actual world W0. 4. Any possible world Wj. V. A speech time to and temporal states Tj preceding or following the speech time being expressed by the tense of the P verb. 6. An object O as the object of the action performed by the primitive predicate, that is, what the subject is supposed to do, to want, to be aware of and so on. For example, the semantic representation of to manage, at least the portion of the semantic representation that accounts for the presuppositional character of the expression, appears more or less like this. SW0T1 try, SW0T1 cause, OWJTJ become OW0T0, and difficult, OWJTJ become OW0T0, SW0T0 cause, OWJTJ become OW0T0. The presupposition P is that, I, the subject, in his or her actual world and at a temporal state preceding the time expressed by the tense of the P term, tried to change a state of the possible world of his or her desires into an actual one and, 2, that project was recognized as difficult to realize. The asserted content is that the same subject succeeded in realizing the project. The negation of the P term, as in, 12, I did not manage to take the train, does not deny the presupposition, namely, that the subject wanted to do something difficult. Such a representation cannot predict contextual strategies based on the violation of the rule but can help to understand in what sense certain phenomena of a pragmatics of communication take place. Let us suppose that a mother warns her son not to play with his ball because he could break the window. The boy does not pay attention to his mother's recommendation and in the end does break the window. The mother says, "You finally managed to break it." If the boy were endowed with sophisticated semantic competence and with metalinguistic skill, he could tell his mother that she is infelicitously using the verb to manage since what it presupposes was not the case, namely, the boy did not try to break the window and the deed was not so difficult. Usually the strategy of the mother succeeds, because by uttering her sentence she posits the presupposition as if were to be taken for granted and she makes her child feel guilty. By using a P term, when it was not felicitous to do so, she, by her prelocutory strategy, obliges the child to accept the P term as felicitously uttered and therefore engages him in taking for granted the whole of the presuppositions the term postulated. If such a strategy looks too sadistic, but Bateson would not say so, let us consider a normal case of witticism. John says, "Smith loved my paper." Tom says, "Oh, I sympathize with you." Either John replies that sympathize presupposes that the addressee underwent a misfortune, and cannot be used in that case, or John accepts the rhetorical strategy of Tom and understands that he was implicating that Smith is stupid. The implicature succeeds because it posits as communication ally unquestionable a presupposition that the signification system had registered as unquestionable in all the cases in which a given P term was used felicitously. 2.7. Background knowledge. As for background knowledge so strongly advocated by Bar Hillel as a pragmatic phenomenon, undoubtedly there are cases of textual interpretation where the idiolectal world knowledge of the addressee cannot be foreseen by any semantic representation. Take the case of irony as a sort of implicature. In order to guarantee the communicative success of an ironic statement P, the sender must assume that the addressee knows that P is not the case. This is a typical instance of a communicative phenomenon that no semantic theory can keep under control. However, studies in artificial intelligence have convincingly demonstrated that there are certain standard frames, scripts, or goals that can be recorded as a part of the average competence of a social group. In this sense, these frames can be recorded by an ideal encyclopedia and are actually recorded as a part of the semantic competence of an intelligent machine. See Patofi 1976a, Skank 1975 and 1979, Skank and Abelson 1977, Minsky 1974, and others. Another attempt to record part of the background knowledge as a part of the semantic competence is the notion of stereotype in Putman 1975 and, in a more refined, complete, and ambitious way, in the work of Pitofi in general as well as in Neubauer and Pitofi 1980. All the studies I have briefly and tentatively listed are in some way inserting pragmatics into the framework of an encyclopedia-oriented semantics. It goes without saying that at this point it would simply be silly to state whether semantics is devouring pragmatics, or vice versa. It would be a mere nominalistic question, relevant at most for academic struggles and grant hunting. I would simply say that we are facing a new, unified semiotic approach to the dialectics between signification and communication. Three names, things, and actions, a new version of an old myth. The artificial separation of the three provinces of semiotics is due, I think, to the ghost of the Adamic myth such as it has been told for a long time. If every science is dominated by an influential metaphysics, perverse semantics has been and still is dominated by a simplified mythological report on the origins of language. According to this myth, Adam, or in the Greek version, the original nomothetes, or name maker, was looking at things and giving them a name. The comic situation of the first man sitting under a tree, pointing a finger toward a flower or an animal, and stating this will be Daisy, this will be crocodile became dramatic when the first philosophers of language had to decide whether these names were given according to a convention or to the nature of things. To choose nomos against physis meant to disregard all the cases of onomatopoeia, not to speak of syntactic iconism. To choose physis against nomos meant to disregard all the cases of blatant arbitrariness, that is, the majority of linguistic terms. As this paper has suggested, a liberal semantics analyzes expressions by atomic primitives only as extrema ratio and as a shorthand device for the sake of economy. Such definitions as tiger equals carnivorous mammals or big striped yellow cat are taken seriously only in an academic milieu. Insofar as it takes into consideration the pragmatic dimension, a liberal semantics also provides frames and schemes of action. According to Peirce's famous example, CP 2.330, lithium is defined not only by a position in the periodic table of elements, and by an atomic number, but also by the description of the operations that must be performed in order to produce a specimen of it. Peirce's definition is text-oriented because it also predicts the possible contexts in which the expression lithium can usually occur. If we admit, for the sake of the story, that Adam knew and named lithium, we must say that he did not simply assign a name to a thing. He figured out a given expression as a peg for hanging a series of descriptions, and these descriptions pictured, along with the sequence of actions that he performed with and upon lithium, the series of contexts in which he met and expected to meet lithium. According to my revised version of the myth, Adam did not see tigers as mere individual specimens of a natural kind. He saw certain animals, endowed with certain morphological properties, insofar as they were involved in certain types of action, interacting with other animals and with their natural environment. Then he stated that the subject X, usually acting against certain counter-subjects in order to achieve certain goals, usually showing up in the circumstances so and so, was only part of a story pthe story being inseparable from the subject and the subject being an indispensable part of the story. Only at this stage of world knowledge could this subject X in action be named tiger. In the light of this version of the myth, we can understand better all the arguments that Plato lists in his Critylus in order to support the theory of motivated origin of names. All the examples of motivation he gives concern the way in which words represent, not a thing in itself, but the source or the result of an action. Take the example of Jupiter. Plato says that the curious difference between nominative and genitive in the name Zeus Dios is due to the fact that the original name was a symptom expressing the usual action of the king of gods, Dion, the one through whom life is given. Likewise man, anthropo, is seen as the corruption of a previous symptom meaning the one who is able to reconsider what has been seen. The difference between man and animals is that man not only perceives but also reasons, thinks about what has been perceived. We are tempted to take Plato's etymology seriously when we remember that Aquinas, facing the classical definition of man as a rational animal, maintained that rational, the differentia that distinguishes man from any other species of the mortal animals, is not an atomic accident, as it is usually believed. It is the name we give to a sequence of actions or behaviors through which we infer that human beings have a sort of otherwise imperceptible and fundamentally unknown substantial form. We detect that humans are rational because we infer the existence of such a quality in the same way in which a cause is inferred through its usual symptom. Be considering the human activity of knowing, thinking, and speaking, Summa th 1.79.8. We know our human spiritual potencies ex ipsarum actuum qualitate, through the quality of the actions of which they are the origin, contra Gentiles 3.46. See Eco 1984:2.2.4. Myths are myths, but we need them. I have simply opposed a bad myth to a good one, where the baptismal ceremony does not christen things, but contexts not individuals supposed to undergo stories of which their name does not know anything, but stories in the light of which we can find out the definition that identifies their actors. I hope that my revised myth will not be considered as perverse as the separated pseudosciences I have criticized. I only wanted to put into acceptable narrative form my appeal for a collaboration among semantics, pragmatics, and text semiotics. 14. Presuppositions. In collaboration with Patrizia Violi. 1. Introduction, the problem of presuppositions. Despite numerous analyses developed in linguistic circles in recent years, the notion of presupposition continues to be one of the most problematic within linguistic investigation. 1. The difficulty in dealing with presuppositions seems to arise at two different levels. On the one hand, the delimitation of the objects under investigation, on the other, the different explanations of the phenomenon. In regard to the problem of delimitation, presupposition seems to be a fuzzy category, or an umbrella term covering assorted semiotic phenomena. In ordinary language, the usage of the word presupposition is much broader than in the technical sense. The technical concept of presupposition is restricted to certain kinds of inferences or assumptions, which are characteristically built into linguistic expressions and linked to some specific formal features. Moreover, they can be isolated using a specific linguistic test, traditionally, the negation test. However, even if this first distinction between ordinary and technical usage of the word delimits the domain of application, excluding all inferences and implicatures depending on general world knowledge and contextual information, see below, the precise definition of the problem is far from clear. In the literature, a large number of syntactic structures and lexical items have been associated with presuppositional phenomena. Originally published as Instructional Semantics for Presuppositions, Semiotica 64, 1/2, 1987 139. 1. Definite description. Since the classical works of Freya, 1892, Russell, 1905, and Strawson, 1950, presuppositions of existence were connected with the nature of reference and referential expressions, namely, proper names and definite descriptions. John met the man with the red hat presupposes that there is a man with a red hat. 2. Some particular verbs, namely, a. Factive verbs, Kiparski and Kiparski 1970. George regrets that Mary left presupposes that Mary left. b. Implicative verbs, Cartonen 1971. Mary managed to leave presupposes that Mary tried to leave, and some other presuppositions concerning the difficulty or improbability of the action, see below. See change of state verbs, Sellers 1954, Cartonen 1973. George stopped drinking red wine presupposes that George was drinking red wine before. D. Verbs of judging, discussed extensively in Fillmore, 1971. John accused Mary of being rich presupposes that to be rich is bad, or John thinks that to be rich is bad. 3. Cleft sentences, Prince 1978, Atlas and Levinson 1981. It was Henry who opened the door presupposes that someone opened the door. 4. Stressed constituents, Chomsky 1972. Mary wrote the paper presupposes that someone wrote the paper. 5 questions. When did Mary see John? Presupposes that Mary saw John. 6 certain iterative adverbs and verbs. Yesterday John was drunk again presupposes that John has been drunk before. John returned to Rome presupposes that John was in Rome before. 7 counterfactual conditions. If John had married Mary, his life would have been happier presupposes that John didn't marry Mary. 8 temporal clauses. Before he came, the party was over presupposes that he came. 9 non-restrictive relative clauses. The man who is living next door is your father presupposes that a man is living next door. These phenomena are the most typically defined as presuppositions within linguistic theory. However, it should be pointed out that any delimitation of the domain of presuppositional phenomena depends strictly on the definition of presupposition one uses. Thus there is not absolute agreement on the list above. Some of the preceding cases are excluded by some authors, whereas some others are added. Given the non-homogeneous nature of these phenomena, it seems reasonable to challenge a rigid notion of presupposition, which is more an artifact of linguistic theory, Dinsmore 1981a, than a specific feature of linguistic expression. As Karttunen and Peters, 1979, say, a wide range of different things have been lumped together under this single label, and this fact is responsible for the continuing controversy about how to analyze presuppositions. Our aim is to sketch the general lines along which the presupposition problem should be framed, and then to analyze more specifically some of the phenomena listed above. In order to do that, we have to consider briefly the different theories under which presuppositions have been studied so far. Basically, they can be classified in 2 main approaches, semantic and pragmatic. Both of them seem to be inadequate to account fully for our intuition of presuppositional phenomena. The semantic theory of presupposition is committed to a truth-functional approach, concerned with the logical conditions under which a presupposition can be introduced into a true sentence. The basic hypothesis of this paper is that such a truth-functional approach cannot capture presuppositional phenomena as they occur in actual processes of communication based on a natural language. From a pragmatic point of view, different explanations have been proposed to explain presuppositions. 2 basic concepts are involved. On the one hand, the felicity conditions governing the use of expressions, and, therefore, the pragmatic appropriateness of sentences. On the other hand, the mutual knowledge of participants in the communicative process. Let us call this ideal couple of cooperator sender and addressee, hereafter S and A. The pragmatic approach sounds closer to the nature of presuppositional activity in natural language communication. However, the notion of felicity conditions is not completely adequate to express the full relationship between lexical item and textual insertion. Moreover, when describing presupposition as depending on the knowledge or beliefs of S, on the beliefs that S attributes to A, and on the agreement of S and A on a common set of background beliefs or assumptions, the crude pragmatic approach states what happens, but not why it happens. A limitation of most pragmatic theories is the lack of a textual perspective. Very often presuppositions are tested in ad hoc constructed sentences, removed from any context of utterance. Such sentences do not belong to natural discourse, and it seems unconvincing to base a grammatical theory on artificial examples. We assume that properties of sentences in textual contexts more reliably reflect grammar than do sentences in abstraction. We have said that presupposition is a fuzzy category. The term does not seem to define a series of homogeneous grammatical phenomena. It is more an open category which we assume can be explained only inside a theory of discourse. 2. In fact, a textual approach analyzing presuppositions from the point of view of discourse functions allows a homogeneous explanation, since this homogeneity is no longer on the level of formal structure but, rather, on the level of discourse functions, that is, stated in terms of the textual effects that they produce for the addressee. Thus we will hypothesize a general functioning of information in discourse, which can account in general terms for all different presuppositional constructions. Such a textual account is weaker than a grammatical theory for presuppositions. The grammatical constructions which are traditionally called presuppositions interact with general textual principles in such a way that presuppositions could be defined as the result of both semantic rules and discourse. In other words, we assume that presuppositional constructions are recorded in the lexicon or otherwise encoded in the language system, but they are activated or downplayed by means of general discourse principles. Particularly, we will argue that, for the presuppositional phenomena we are considering here, P terms, those textual effects depend on meaning organization. Thus text theory has to be linked to meaning representation. This paper, therefore, is devoted to discussing the system of signification that allows both A and S to share the same assumptions or beliefs. Such a system of signification should have the format of an instructional semantics, conceived as a set of instructions for the proper textual insertion or for the reasonable interpretation of a given lexeme, see Schmidt 1976, Eco 1979b. In this sense it is concerned with an intentional approach as far as is possible, that is, insofar as presuppositions depend on a signification system, not on specific strategies implemented in actual processes of communication. Moreover, another motivation of this paper is that we are not so much interested in what is the case but, rather, in the textual strategies by which, considering the possibilities offered by a system of signification, someone succeeds in convincing someone else that something is the case. In pursuing such a task we shall try an approach aimed at eliminating, as far as possible, the impressive and disturbing number of examples and counterexamples occurring in current literature, which reminds us of the puzzle-solving games described by Kuhn, 1962, as the last stage of a science waiting for, or trying to avoid, a radical change of its paradigms. 1.1. Background and foreground. In order to distinguish the kind of phenomenon that could be reasonably labeled as presupposition, we have to make an introductory hypothesis. We assume that a very general feature of discourse is a hierarchical organization of information in its structure. Elements of information cannot all have the same status and relevance in discourse. Necessarily they must be ranked according to some scale of relevance and organized at different levels. We always find, in a discourse, a textual perspective which obliges us to see events, characters, or concepts in a text from a given point of view. This phenomenon can be described as a special kind of textual focalization. Some elements of information are more focalized than others, which are played down. In other words, some information is set as the background of discourse, while other information, which is the focus, is the foreground. Generally speaking, the foreground is the most relevant part of discourse. In very general terms, this phenomenon depends on the fact that it is impossible not to impose an order of priority on discourse. We are forced to put our thoughts into the linear order of words and sentences. Moreover, the syntactic level of organization of language allows us and forces us at the same time to structure what we want to communicate in an organized system of clauses, main clauses, subordinate clauses, and so on. Considered from this perspective, discourse is a multi-stratified system, and its hierarchical organization depends strictly on functional considerations, that is, it is a device for organizing the distribution of information. And we have said, this is a very general feature of discourse, displayed at different levels of textual organization and related to different grammatical structures. Presuppositions are just one of the linguistic devices that allows such a hierarchical distribution of meaning. In accordance with that statement, let us assume that there is a presuppositional phenomenon when, in giving some information by using certain expressions, be they simple lexical items or sentences, one conveys at the same time two kinds of meaning which do not have the same status. In sentences such as, 1, or, 2. 1. John stopped smoking. 2. John returned to New York. There are two items of information conveyed, respectively. 1a, John does not smoke anymore. 1b, John smoked before. 2a, John went to New York. 2b, John was in New York before. These items do not belong to the same level of meaning. In an intuitive way we could say that 1b and 2b, which are traditionally called the presuppositions of sentences 1 and 2, are not the focus of the communication, which is more about the fact that John does not smoke now or that John went to New York. This intuition is in fact brought out by the negation test, to which we will return later. We suggest that presuppositions are part of the information given by a text, subject to a mutual agreement by both speaker and hearer, a kind of textual frame which determines the point of view from which the discourse will be developed. This textual frame constitutes the background of the text itself, which is distinct from other information that represents the foreground. In sentences carrying presuppositions, the background frame consists of the presupposed meaning of the sentence that both S and A should take for granted, while the asserted meaning constitutes the foreground information. From the perspective of a theory of discourse, the intuitive notion of presupposition is partially captured by such concepts as new and old or given information but is not completely explained by them. In fact, it is not difficult to imagine a context in which the new information conveyed is precisely what is presupposed by a sentence. Consider, for example, an expression such as 3. We regret to inform you that your article has been rejected. In this case, the new information conveyed by the sentence is exactly the factivity of the subordinate clause, presupposed by the factive regret. Moreover, the concept of background frame is different from the concept of old information because the stress is not on what is already known but on what is assumed as unchallengeable by the participants. The distinction between background and foreground should also be kept distinct from the concept of the background knowledge of S and A, since the background frame is a textual element, produced by specific features inside the text. It is crucial to the present definition that both background and foreground information be furnished or conveyed at the same time by the same expression. In this sense, the background information should not be identified with any previous external knowledge of S and / or a but, rather, is what S and A take for granted by virtue of the utterance of the expression. The cases of conflict between the conveyed background knowledge and what S and A previously knew will be a matter for further challenge of the expression employed. The background frame organizes the textual perspective of the distribution of information, putting some information in the area of implicit mutual agreement between S and A. In this sense, all presuppositions have a function of textual integration, setting different information at different levels, background or foreground, within the discourse. Our aim is to describe how some of those background frames depend on, and are activated by, some specific lexical items or linguistic expressions. Some remarks are now in order to define the domain of phenomena which we want to analyze as presuppositions. What we called the frame of mutual agreement may in fact be determined by a number of different elements, such as syntactic features, phonological intonations, textual inferences, and so on. Generally, it is impossible to communicate without putting something into the background frame of mutual agreement and assuming that the other is able to access this presupposed knowledge. Otherwise, each speech event would require a complete restatement, with the result that there would not be time to say, or listen to, anything. This is clearly too great an extension for presupposition as a sentence phenomenon, since the utterance of even the simplest sentence can presuppose all the world in this sense. Furthermore, in ongoing discourse, all of the earlier elements of a sequence are presupposed by the last sentence of the sequence. An utterance thus presupposes the informational content of what has preceded it. We will not be concerned here with this larger sense of presupposition, which has to be separated from sentence presupposition. From this point of view, we draw a distinction between speaker's presuppositions connected to the speaker's knowledge, including all the above phenomena, and sentence presuppositions, conveyed by a sentence itself. Here we are concerned only with the latter. We assume that, among all the phenomena which produce a background-foreground effect, it is possible to isolate a class of phenomena where the background-foreground distinction depends on sentence structure and / or meaning organization. In other words, there are specific linguistic constructions which are regularly associated with the background-foreground mechanism by virtue of their form or meaning, and these constructions are what we define as presuppositions. In particular, we will restrict our analysis to two kinds of presuppositions. The first kind is presuppositions conveyed by lexical items, which will be called P-terms, whose presuppositional power depends on their intensional structure, that is, it is a part of their coded content, irrespective of the context in which they are used, and also when they are considered out of any context. All the examples of P-terms given here will be verbs, since verbs have up to now received a more consistent treatment in the current literature. We do not exclude the possibility of identifying other types of P-terms, for instance, connectors, adverbs, prepositions, but such are the limits of the present exploration. The semantic description of P-terms is at once an account of semantic content and a description of the action to which the term refers. For example, if the P-term to stop has a given presupposition, that is, that the action was going on beforehand, the action of stopping can be performed only in a context in which something was being done before. This means that we understand the lexical item on the basis of the same schema in which we understand the action. 3. The second category is presuppositions depending on a process of communication in the course of which terms without coded presuppositional power are inserted into referring sentences. These presuppositions will be called existential. We shall study existential presuppositions concerning proper names and definite descriptions, as considered by Russell, 1905, and Strawson, 1950. In this sense proper names such as John and descriptions such as the son of John do not have any presuppositional power but acquire it when inserted into a sentence. If one asserts that the son of John is ill, one presupposes that there is, somewhere, an individual who is the son of John. At the end of this paper we will discuss another category of presuppositions, the cotextual, but only as a suggestion for further inquiry. We have excluded, by force of our introductory definitions, some phenomena from the range of presuppositions. For instance, we cannot agree to the definition of results of logical inferences as presuppositional phenomena. It is arguable that 4. presupposes 5. 4. All literary critics at Yale like deconstruction. 5. Some literary critics at Yale like deconstruction. Sentence 4. Does not presuppose sentence 5, because 5 does not have to be taken for granted as background information in order to accept 4, in the sense that it can fail to draw the inference 5 from 4. The inference 5 is potentially implied by 4, but not explicitly conveyed by the sentence uttered by S. When 4 is submitted to the negation test, if the negation is an external one, it is false that all literary critics at Yale like deconstruction. It remains unclear whether 5 is deleted or not. If, on the contrary, the negation is an internal one, and in a natural language it will sound like the assertion that all Yale literary critics dislike deconstruction, then 5 is deleted. We know that in natural languages the boundaries between external and internal negation are very imprecise, but precisely because of the ambiguity of this case we are entitled to deny it the label of presupposition. Notice, by the way, to what extent the authors of this paper are uninterested in what is the case. As a matter of fact, most of the literary critics at Yale do like deconstruction. Asterisk in the same vein, it would be preposterous to say that the expression man presupposes a series of semantic properties, namely, rational, mortal, featherless two-legged animal. Such an expression directly means these properties, and many others, but it can be uttered and understood even without having the intention of conveying most of them, and none of them should necessarily be taken for granted in any case. It is questionable which one should be taken as a necessary one. Language is a human mechanism designed to express by few and utterable expressions a lot of things, content, and this content is submitted to the law of interpretation, so that every term can imply a proposition, and every. Asterisk, note 1990, This was true at the time this paper was written. Proposition, an argument, Peirce, CP, 2.342344. Therefore, to speak of presuppositions in the cases above leads one to assume that everything in language is a presuppositional phenomenon. But this means that language is indefinitely interpretable. To say that every expression presupposes every other expression is to multiply entities unnecessarily. Many discussions on presuppositions risk this far-fetched position, see Zuber 1972. 1.2. Presuppositional and positional power. Assuming that we are not so much interested in what is the case as, rather, in what someone tries to make someone else believe to be the case means that we are interested in the presuppositional power of p-terms and sentences insofar as they acquire, as soon as they are uttered, a positional power. Given sentence, 6, according to the current literature, 6a, is presupposed, and given, 7, 7a, is presupposed. 6, I accused Mary of having bought a new dress. 6a, to buy a new dress is bad. 7, the son of John is ill. 7a, there is, somewhere, a son of John. It can happen that when, 6, is uttered there is no mutual agreement between S and A about the moral evaluation of the act of buying dresses. However, as soon as, 6, is uttered, if S and A share the same system of signification and S knows it, by using a p-term such as accuse, endowed with a precise presuppositional power, S frames the following discourse and suggests to A that, 6a, should be taken for granted. In other words, by saying, 6, S constructs a background frame in which buying a new dress is considered bad. This presupposition establishes the textual point of view and, in doing so, frames the discourse locating part of the information, an unfavorable value, in the background and a different part of information, that Mary bought a new dress, in the foreground. From this point on, foreground information should be viewed from the point of view of the imposed background. In the same way, even though A has never heard about a son of John, the utterance of 7 frames the following discourse as if there were, somewhere, a son of John. Once A has accepted the utterance of the expression proposed by S, A must accept the framing of the further discourse as imposed by S. If A, on the grounds of some previous knowledge, does not accept the background information represented by 6a and 7a, then A must challenge the right S had to use the expressions 6 and 7. This requires some textual effort, as we shall show. In other words, sentences such as 6 and 7 have what we call a positional power, that is, the power to impose certain presuppositions. To say that the sentences have a positional power is, nevertheless, an oversimplification. In fact, it is not the sentence that has positional power, but the utterance of the sentence by a speaker. The sentence in itself has only a presuppositional power, but, from the moment in which it is inserted in a given context, the positional power is actualized, and the presuppositions become part of the context. That is, they form part of the mutual agreement by the participants on the interactions of the discourse. The distinction between presuppositional and positional power enables us to overcome the traditional pragmatic view of presuppositions as felicity conditions or preconditions to be satisfied for the pragmatic appropriateness of sentences. According to this position, a precondition for the use of a verb such as accuse would be a previous negative statement on the action at issue, or an agreement of both S and A on a negative judgment. But we have seen in example 6, that we can easily use a sentence with the p-term accuse in order to inject into the context a negative assumption which does not need to be taken as a precondition. It could even be a false assumption in a given context, it is the use of the p-term accuse that sets it as true. To consider presuppositions only as preconditions to be satisfied means to ignore the power presuppositions have to create a new context. Pragmatic theory disregards this power because of its reductive manner of considering the relationship between word and context, seen as a one-way relationship. Context word. According to this perspective, it is the previous context which constrains lexical choices and selects appropriate words, defining their conditions of use. But often the relationship should be considered in the opposite way. Word context. It is the word which sets and defines the context. Therefore, the relationship between word and context is two-way, from context to word and from word to context. In other terms, since every word activates, by virtue of its encyclopedic representation, a complex frame of reference, the sememe can be seen as a virtual text, Eco 1979a. In the case of presuppositions, we call positional power the power that presuppositional expressions carry to impose on the context of discourse a given semantic content, their presuppositional content. This means that the addressee will assume presuppositions as part of a shared background. What the addressee does as soon as a p-term or a p-construction is inserted into the discourse is to contextualize the expression in the appropriate context, which means to create such a context if it is not given. The appropriate context is, of course, a context where presuppositions are compatible with other information, that is, are assumed as an unchallenged background. On the other hand, the speaker uses a presuppositional expression to make the addressee believe in that background frame. Such a semantic frame is encoded in the language system by virtue of semantic organization in the case of p-terms and by virtue of grammatical form in other cases, and it can be accounted for in the semantic representation. This does not mean that presuppositions are unchallengeable. Given certain contextual conditions they can be cancelled, and in this case the positional power will not completely coincide with the presuppositional power represented in the semantic system. However, in order to challenge presuppositions, some particular rhetoric strategy is required. A has to challenge the right of S to use the expression S used, then employing a metalinguistic negation. Therefore, presuppositional terms and sentences can only be negated de dicto, never de re. De dicto negation affects textual organization, as we will see in the following section. 1.3. Challenging presuppositions. We have said that presuppositions can be denied. The problem of presupposition negation has been much discussed in recent literature on presuppositions. For some authors, who try to reduce presupposition relation to entailment, the possibility of denying presuppositions is considered an argument against their existence, and a challenge to the validity of the very notion. Kempson, 1975, claims that a sentence such as, 8, does not have presuppositions. 8. Edward didn't regret that Margaret had failed because he knew it wasn't true. It is clear that there is an intuitive difference between 8 and 9, a difference which cannot be explained in Kempson's analysis. 9. Edward didn't regret that Margaret had failed because he didn't like her. The intuitive difference can be explained only from a textual point of view, assuming the concept of presupposition as part of a background frame. In a dialogue, sentences such as, 8, can occur only as an objection to assumptions made by some other speaker, in some previous sequence of the dialogue. For in other words, to negate the presupposition is to negate the background frame that another speaker has tried to impose on the discourse. These negations are corrections of the other speaker's words, hence used as a quotation of a previous sentence, since it is impossible for a single subject to utter a sentence which at the same time imposes and denies a textual background frame. Moreover, during a real communicative exchange, such counterexamples as 8, or 10, or 11, seem rather astonishing. 10. Since the big bad wolf does not exist, it is impossible that he has stolen your skateboard. 11. I am not aware, or I don't know, that Mary is allowed to use my office. It is quite improbable, according to everybody's intuition, to hear such sentences uttered in the course of an everyday conversation and expressed in natural language. They are frequently quoted in academic literature, because they belong to an artificial language that we label as exemples. Usually, something more or less similar to the intended meaning of 8, 10, or 11, would be reformulated as a reaction of A to a previous assertive statement of S, in the following terms. 8a. Are you crazy? Why did you say that Edward regretted that Margaret had failed? Don't you know that she passed? 10a. What do you mean? You still believe in the big bad wolf? First of all, are you sure that somebody really stole your skateboard? If so, let us try to find out who really could have done it. 11a. I was not aware that Mary was allowed to use my office. But if you say so. In 8a, A challenges the right S had to use a certain P term, since A refuses the background information imposed by S. In 10a, A accepts. According to S's generic position, that there is somebody who has carried out a certain action but challenges the right of S to apply an improper name to this somebody. In 11a, A says that, since by virtue of the presuppositional power of the P term, to be aware, one cannot be aware of what one doesn't know, he was not aware of the foreground information, but once he has accepted the background information imposed by S, then he can easily say that he is aware of it. In all these cases the speakers try to reach an agreement de dicto about the possibility of using certain expressions, in order to avoid the breakdown of their communicational act. Negations, 8a, 10a, and 11a, impose a new frame or point of view upon the following discourse. If S and A want to keep going, they must agree to change their background knowledge. The de dicto nature of challenges, 8, 10a, and 11a, is shown by the different degree negation considered in 9. This negation seems quite normal because it does not try to delete the presupposition of regret, on the contrary, it assumes it as a matter of indispensable background knowledge and, so doing, accepts the previously established frame. A sentence such as 9 can be used both additively and subtractively. It can add to the foreground the fact of Edward's coldness, even if the question of regret has not yet arisen, or it can deny a previous assertion that Edward regretted Margaret's failure. On the contrary, 8, and 8a, 10a, and 11a, can only be subtractive. Presuppositions, as part of the background frame, can be negated only by challenging the frame itself. In this sense, challenging the background, that is, negating a presupposition, is a metalinguistic negation, because to deny the background frame is to deny the appropriateness of the way in which the information was presented, that is, the appropriateness of the very words used by the other speaker in the given context. When the background frame of the speaker is challenged, a new frame can be imposed, and it is possible to have a change in frames. Challenging the speaker's frame always produces textual effects, because changing frame changes the direction of a discourse. So the challenge of a frame becomes a textual change of topic. After a sentence such as 8, it will not be possible to continue to speak of Margaret's failure, which is quite possible after 9. To change the topic of the discourse requires a complex metalinguistic strategy that can be implemented only in the course of a complex textual maneuver. All the cases of counterexamples used to criticize the negation test for presuppositions require this kind of complex textual strategy, which has the function of transforming an apparent internal negation into an external one, and to transform the external negation into a negation de dicto, in order to preserve the felicity conditions of the communicative intercourse. The counterexamples, 8, 10, and 11, as well as their reformulations, 8a, 10a, and 11a, should be more exactly translated as what you have said is untrue, because if it were true it should impose on the discourse a background knowledge that I do not accept as true, therefore, you had no right to use the expressions you used in order to posit such a background knowledge. Happily normal people are less verbose. If we better analyze the counterexamples furnished by current literature, we see that they are dominated by a curious error, that is, by the confusion between the presuppositional power of the P term or sentences and the way in which they are actually uttered in discursive strategies in order to exploit, maybe deceitfully, their power. 5. In summary, we can say that the two levels of meaning we have defined as background and foreground have a different status as regards negation. The foreground represents information that is open to challenge, and the background, information that is shielded from challenge by the hearer, given 1982. To say that the background information is shielded from challenge does not mean that it cannot be challenged. The addressee may, of course, challenge anything in discourse. We are talking about a tendency of use, not a grammatical rule. The presupposed content of a presuppositional construction, given its background nature, is less likely to be challenged in an inherently pragmatic scale of probabilities. To put information in the background position makes the challenge less natural. For this reason, a challenge at the presuppositional level gives rise to specific textual strategies, affecting the level of topic continuity in discourse. Thus presuppositions are characterized by two different features. First, they are tied to particular aspects of surface structure. Second, they are context sensitive, since they can be challenged under given textual conditions. This double nature of presuppositional phenomena requires an integration between two levels of explanation, the semantic and the textual. On the one hand, presuppositions activated by p-terms need to be accounted for at the level of the semantic description, since they are encoded in the system of signification of a given language. On the other hand, they are linked to textual strategies and discourse constraints. Their context-sensitive nature can also explain the so-called projection problem, that is, the inheritance of presuppositions in complex sentences. Without analyzing this problem here, we suggest that it should be framed in a more general textual approach instead of through classification of different classes of predicates, filter, plugs, holes, and so on. Presuppositions are context-sensitive constructions, therefore, it is in context that the elements able to block presuppositions have to be found. Thus, to decide which presuppositions will survive in a given text, it will be necessary to consider various elements which can be contradictory: previous shared knowledge about the falsity of presuppositions, inconsistency with other background assumptions, entailments, or conversational implicatures, and so on. Similar approaches can be found in Dinsmore, 1981b, and, for a more formal, even if partial, version in Gazdar, 1979. 2 p-terms. 2.1. The encyclopedic framework. The nature of p-terms must be described within the framework of a semiotic theory displaying the following characteristics. For previous theoretical foundations, see Eco 1976, 1979a, 1979b, 1984. 1. It establishes the possibility of the representation of the content of simple expressions, in a verbal language, lexical items, as a set of properties or semantic features. 2. These semantic features are not metalinguistic elements belonging to a finite set of semantic universals but interpretants, in Peirce's sense, that is, other expressions of the same or of another language. 3. These interpretants are given not only as atomic properties, such as human or object, but also in the format of instructions on how to insert the analyzed expression into contexts, contexts being coded classes of possible actual cotexts or textual environments. 4. These contextual selections should also take into account the felicity conditions for using the utterances of the expression in the course of acts of communication according to coded classes of extralinguistic circumstances or situations. 5. Such a representation, in terms of contextual and circumstantial instructions, cannot have the format of a dictionary but must have the format of an encyclopedia able to furnish elements of so-called world knowledge. 6. Such an encyclopedia is a working hypothesis, a semiotic postulate, never attainable in its complexity and globality, but the working hypothesis allows for the, always transitory, formulation of partial encyclopedic representations aiming at describing the kind of competence supposedly requested in order to interpret a given text or a class of texts. Encyclopedic competence can be represented in many ways. It is improbable that it can take the format of a dictionary like Porphyrion tree, as a hierarchy of atomic properties ruled by relations of entailment from the lower to the upper nodes, For a critique of a Porphyrian tree, see Eco 1984, even though part of the encyclopedic representation can take this format. For instance, according to some suggestions of Putnam, 1975, and Neubauer and Patofi, 1981, the representation of the content of a given lexical item can also take into account experts' knowledge arranged in some taxonomic tree, but, at the same time, it should take into account also stereotyped knowledge, where frequently the properties are not hierarchically ordered, and it would be difficult to decide which properties are more or less necessary or essential, for a criticism of a clear-cut distinction between necessary and unnecessary properties, see Quine, 1951, and the text semiotic discussion in Eco 1979a 8.5. Moreover, an encyclopedic representation must take into account also frames, Van Dijk 1977, Fillmore 1976a, 1976b, Patofi 1976a, and scripts, Skank and Abelson 1977, Skank and Reisbeck 1981. As for the manner of providing contextual instructions, see the various attempts of case grammar, Fillmore 1968, 1977, Bierwisk 1970, 1971, Bierwisk and Kiefer 1970, and of instructional semantics, Schmidt 1976. As an interesting attempt to outline the spectrum of a possible encyclopedic representation of the expression chlorine, the model proposed by Neubauer and Patofi, 1981, is given in Table 14.1. Let us call all the potential information displayed by the encyclopedia the content of the expression, or as the whole of what is semantically included. Such a Catholic representation can include, as we said, many cotextual instructions formulated in different ways, as well as frames and presuppositions. In the case of chlorine, the kind of information provided dictates, by means of atomic properties, the contexts in which the term can be properly inserted, and many of the arrays of atomic properties could be elaborated into frames. For instance, how to produce chlorine, see the example of the definition of lithium, given by Peirce, CP 2.330, and discussed in Eco 1979a 7.2.6. The instruction for inserting verbs in contexts, as well as the information about the presuppositions of the P terms, should be provided by other kinds of interpretants. 2.2. Encyclopedic differences between presuppositions and other inclusions. The encyclopedic model outlined in the previous section helps one understand the way in which those meaning postulates that we have already called presuppositions can survive a negation test differently than other kinds of meaning postulates. First of all, as it has already been stressed, the global encyclopedic knowledge about a given lexical item, let us call it K, is only an ideal kind of competence. Actually, people share only reduced portions of K, let us call these portions Kj, where J equals 1, 2 n. Any S can activate, or presume that his A can activate, a certain portion of his knowledge, Kj, as far as given textual utterance is concerned. To understand a text is always a matter of a dialectics between the ideal K, the Kj of A, and the supposed Kj of S. Moreover, a given text can act as a reduction or an enlargement of the Kjs of both S and A. Now, when in a textual intercourse S says that something is not chlorine, internal negation, it is rather difficult to decide whether S means that this something is not greenish, or that it does not have the atomic number 17, or that it is not the compound, discovered by Sheila in 1774. In order to understand what S is deleting, further contextual clues are required, as well as hints about the situation of utterance. Is it a discussion between physicists or between laymen? Let us take a more familiar example. Let us suppose that an encyclopedic representation of man should encompass more or less organized common knowledge, animal, human, adult, male, biological and physiological information, old traditional definitions, mortal rational animal, featherless two-legged mammal, information about the average size, weight, and height of men, historical elements, Let us say, men are the animals of which Darwin said that p. Grammatical instructions about the possibility of using the expression man in certain contexts to indicate both male and female humans, and so on, potentiately ad infinitum. In an ideal situation of utterance, the case of the anonymous letter described in Katz 1977, the expression man, taken out of context and out of any circumstance of utterance, can mean all k, or at least all the kj, at the disposal of the possible a of the utterance. Let us suppose on the contrary that at 8 p.m., from the living room of her house in New Jersey, a wife utters, 12, to her husband. 12, honey, there is a man on the lawn near the fence. Probably S does not suggest to A that there is on the lawn a representative of the kind of animals studied by Darwin, nor that there is a rational and mortal being. She says that there is a male human adult. Now suppose that the husband answers, 13. 13, no, honey, it's not a man. It is absolutely unclear what the husband is denying and what survives his negation. The thing on the lawn can be a boy, a boa constrictor, a tree, an alien invader, the shadow projected by the light in the street upon an oak. If our encyclopedic knowledge were as strictly organized as a Porphyrian tree, by means of genus and differentia specifica, one could say that by internal negation the differentia specifica is deleted, while the survival of the genus remains undetermined. Since a man is an animal, ge. News, rational and mortal, differentia, to say that something is not a man means that it is not rational and not mortal, leaving unprejudiced whether it is animal or not, the possible deletion of animal remaining a matter for further contextual clues. A different result would occur with external negation. If, according to the Aristotelian notion of definition, the definiendum is biconditionally linked with the whole set of properties representing its definition, a man being by definition a rational mortal animal, if one denies that something is a rational mortal animal, then one denies by modus tollens that something is a man, and to deny man would entail the negation of the whole definition. However, this occurs only with very artificial external negations. It is untrue that there are men on Mars. Unfortunately, natural languages usually put into play internal negation like that of 13. Moreover, as shown in the preceding section, an encyclopedic representation cannot have a Porphyrian tree format. Therefore, the problem becomes more and more puzzling. There is no encyclopedic representation of a set of meaning postulates that can say what is specifically deleted by the negation of the corresponding term or of the sentence containing it. Every ambiguity can be solved only by further cotextual information. If the husband of the example above does not provide more information to his wife, he certainly will not succeed in reassuring her. But it is not language that must be taken as responsible for such a communicative misadventure. The husband is exaggeratedly laconic and violates the maxim of quantity. His abruptness is a matter for a marriage counselor, not for a linguist. Language, natural language, is a flexible system of signification conceived for producing texts, not for uttering sentences in exam please. At this point we can say that there is a kind of meaning postulate which can escape these ambiguities. It is the presupposition as coded in the encyclopedic representation of p-terms. Sentence, 14, as well as its negative counterpart, 15, equally presupposes, 16. 14, I cleaned the room. 15, I did not clean the room. 16, the room was dirty. As we have seen in the section on challenging presuppositions, any attempt to challenge the specific nature of presuppositions requires a textual strategy which either challenges the use of the p-term de dicto or stages a textual situation in which one represents people using deceitful p-terms. The following section will outline the semiotic requirements for an encyclopedia-like representation which establishes the specific properties of coded presuppositions for p-terms. 2.3. An encyclopedic representation of p-terms. An encyclopedic representation of p-terms must a. Take into account the coded felicity conditions of the lexical items. b. Represent a set of instructions for the textual insertion of the lexical item. C, in doing so must consistently predict the result of the negation test. Such a semantic representation must represent the presuppositional power of a lexical item by specifying some presupposed elements so that the part of a text where the P term occurs can actualize them, exploiting their potential positional power. The encyclopedic description is an abstract template which must be filled with specific meanings in cotextual situations. However, the interpretation is not arbitrary but is limited by the semantic model. The rhetorical strategies connected with the use of P-terms are predictable on the basis of its semantic representation. Our representation puts the presupposed semantic features within square brackets. What is represented within square brackets should survive the negation test. The description of both presupposition and asserted or foreground meaning takes into account the difference between the actual world, the world presupposed by S and A as the world of their actual experiences, and possible worlds, as epistemic and doxastic worlds, conceivable but not actual states of affairs. Within a given world, different temporal states are considered. The representations consider cases in which a subject, S, wants, hopes, plans, and actually does some O, object. S equals a subject operator which can take the forms S1, S2, Sn, these SS being different actants but not necessarily different actors. For example, S1 say S2 means either X tells Y or X tells himself. Want, do, aware, etc., equals predicates used as primitives. It ought to be clear that in an encyclopedic representation based on interpretants there are no primitives, every interpreton being in its own turn interpretable. However, these primitives will be used as uninterpreted in the framework of the present analysis, for the sake of economy. Actual world. W0 equals actual world. Wj equals any possible world, where j equals 1, 2, 3, n. T0 equals speech time, expressed by the verbal tense. Tj equals temporal states preceding or following the speech time, where j equals -2, -1, plus L, plus 2. O equals the object of the action performed by the primitive predicate, that is, what the subject is supposed to do, to want, to be aware of, and so on. In the text the object can be represented by an embedded clause. The following description is applied to verbs of judgment, verbs of transition, factive verbs, and implicative verbs, and we are indebted to all the preceding analyses of these P-terms. The application of the model to other P-terms remains a matter for further tests. For the sake of brevity, here we will discuss only some cases for each group. 2.3.1 Verbs of judging. According to Fillmore's analysis, 1971, our description of accuse will be bad, AU0, S1W0T0 say S2, S3W0T1 cause, AU0T1. The presupposition is that the object is bad in the actual world. The judgment of negativity is not limited to a specific action at a specific time. What is explicitly said is that S1, in the actual world and at the speech time, says to S2 that S3, at the time T1, preceding the speech time, caused the given O. The presence of three subjects, which are empty actantial roles, distinguishes between verbs of saying and others. Verbs of saying, such as accuse, require three subjects even if, generally, only two of them are actualized, since the actor plays more than one role. But in a semantic description of the action we should distinguish the addressee of the act of saying from the addressee of the act of accusing. The description of criticize will be S3W0T1 cause, AU0T1, S1W0T0 say S2, bad AU0. Similarly, praise will be S3W0T1 cause, AU0T1, S1W0T0 say S2, good AU0. Congratulate has a more complex presupposition. In apologize we have two different presuppositions. S1W0T1 cause, AU0T1, bad, AU0, S1W0T0 say, S1W0T1 want, cause, AU0T1, S1W0T0 regret, AU0T1. When the use of the word is challenged, the co-text must make clear which one of the two presuppositions is denied, as in the following sentences. 17. Don't apologize for being late, you are early. 18. Don't apologize for being late, it is right to arrive at a party half an hour late. In 17, the first presupposition is denied, and in 18, the second one is denied. In both cases the word apologize is not appropriate to the context. We said that our description should also account for pragmatic constraints. In particular, it should be able to describe, when it is the case, that a hierarchical relation between participants is presupposed by the use of a certain term. This particular kind of presupposition will be written in brace brackets. So, for example, the description of scold will be S2W0T1 cause, AU0T1, S1 S2 S1W0T0 say S2, bad AU0T1. Other verbs of judging are forgive, S2W0T1 cause, AU0T1, bad, AU0, S2 should be punished S1W0T0 not punish S2. Clear, S3W0T1 believe, S2W0T2 cause, AU0T2, bad, AU0, S1W0T0 say S3, S2W0T2 cause, AU0T2. 2.3.2. Verbs of transition. This class of verbs presupposes some state obtaining before the speech time, and some transition away from that state. Stop, SW0T1 do, AU0T1, SW0T0 do, AU0T0. Start, SW0T1 do, AU0T1, SW0T0 do, AU0T0. For the verb interrupt, we need two different subjects, the subject of the action of interrupting, and the subject of the interrupted action. S1W0T1 do, AU0T1, S2W0T0 cause S1W0T0, do, AU0T0. Similarly we will represent wake up. S1W0T1 sleep S2W0T0 cause, S1W0T0 sleep. Clean, AU0T1 dirty S1W0T0 cause, AU0T0 dirty. As we said before, when the description associated with the word does not fit a specific situation because the presuppositions are not satisfied, the word is not appropriate, and we have a metalinguistic negation, as in 19. 19, S. Do you know whether Mary cleaned the room today? A. She didn't clean the room because it was not dirty. I cleaned it yesterday, so there was nothing to clean. 2.3.3. Factive verbs. Regret, AU0 SW0T0 suffer, AU0, SW0T0 wish, AU0 become OI. The subject, in the actual world and at the speech time, presupposes that the object which he refers to is real, at an indeterminate time. The subject, who regrets, suffers because of O, and he would like the state of the actual world to become only the state of a merely possible world, that is, he wishes O were not actual. Other factive verbs have similar presuppositional descriptions, for example, be aware of, comprehend, have in mind, take into consideration, make clear, and so on. For remember and forget, it seems necessary to distinguish between remember to, and forget to, and remember that, and forget that. Remember to, and forget to, are not factive verbs and do not presuppose the truth of the memory, they presuppose only the subject's will to remember, that is, they presuppose the subject's memory of a certain action. The presupposition is that the subject wants a certain object to move from a possible world into the actual world. Moreover, there is an optional presupposition in which the subject can, or cannot, have forgotten O at some time between the assumption of the engagement and its conclusion. The asserted content is that the subject, in the actual world and at the speech time, is aware of his previous engagement and does what he committed himself to do. To deny that someone remembers to do something means to assert that the subject did not perform the action in question because he was not aware of his previous engagement, but it does not deny the previous engagement itself. The description of forget to is similar to remember to. The only difference is in temporal states. Forget to needs only two different temporal states, the time of the commitment, T1, and the time of the unsuccessful realization. It is not necessary to consider an intermediate time, at which the subject might not be aware of the commitment. The predicates remember that and forget that have a different description. Remember that and forget that are factive constructions and presuppose their propositional objects. Remember that, OW0T2, SW0T1 aware of, OW0T2, SW0T0 aware of, OW0T2. Forger that, OW0T1 SW0T0 aware of, OW0T1. The use of remember that in first person and negative sentences requires some discussion. A sentence such as, 20. I don't remember that we met before, seems to contradict the description above. However, such a sentence, uttered out of context, would have an odd flavor, since it seems impossible to assert that one does not remember what one is saying. Once again, as stressed in the discussion on challenging presuppositions, one seldom utters a sentence of this kind in natural language without answering or challenging a previous sentence uttered by somebody else. Sentence, 20, could plausibly occur after a sentence such as, 21. Don't you remember that we have met before? In such a context, the S who utters, 20, takes for granted the presupposition carried by the S who utters, 21, and asserts that he is not aware of it. The S of 20 quotes the presupposition posited as an unquestionable piece of information in the framework of the discourse by the S of 21. Without a previous utterance like 21, no one would utter 20. One would rather say something like 22 or 23. 22, I don't think we have met before. 23, did we meet before? I don't remember. 2.3.4 Implicative verbs. Consider the following sentences. 24, John kissed Mary. 25, John managed to kiss Mary. Sentence, 25, asserts the same content as sentence, 24, but presupposes two things besides: first, that John tried to kiss Mary; second, that it was difficult, or unlikely. When we use the verb manage as in 25, we make the hearer understand something more than sentence 24. The description of manage will be: manage, SW0T1 try, SW0T1 cause, OOJ become OW0T0, difficult, OOJ become OW0T0, SW0T0 cause, OOJ become OW0T0. The presupposition is that the subject, in the actual world and at time T1, tries to change an object from a possible world, of his desires or duties, into the actual world and that his change is difficult. The asserted content is that the subject accomplished this change. With the verb dare the embedded clause is not implicated, but explicitly asserted. The presupposition deals with some idea of danger connected with the action in question. If there is no danger in performing a certain action, there is no reason to use dare. Dare, dangerous, OOJ become OW0T0, SW0T0 cause, OOJ become OW0T0. Condescend presupposes that at some previous time the subject did not want to perform a certain action, and asserts that, at the speech time, he performs it. Condescend, SW0T1 want, OOJ become OW0T0, SW0T0 let, OOJ become OW0T0. Refrain presupposes that at some previous time the subject wanted to perform a certain action, and asserts that the subject did not perform it. refrain, SW0T1 want, OOJ become OW0T0, SW0T0 cause, OOJ become OW0T0. Discourage, S2W0T1 want, OOJ become OW0T0, SW0T0 say S2, cause, OOJ become OW0T0. Prevent, S2W0T1 want, OOJ become OW0T0, S1W0T0 cause, S2W0T0 cause, OOJ become OW0T0. 2.3.5 Verbs of propositional attitudes. Verbs expressing propositional attitudes, such as to know, to be aware of, to believe, and so on, are not usually listed among possible P terms. In fact, many of them are not P terms at all. For instance, believe can be represented, according to our model, as believe, SW0T0 think, OOJ0T0. If S does not believe something, S does not think that the state of affairs representing the world of his propositional attitude corresponds to the actual state of affairs. On the contrary, no seems to be a P term and can be represented as no, OW0TJ SW0T0 think OW0TJ. Since the speaker presupposes that the embedded clause expresses a true proposition and makes some assertion about this proposition. All predicates which behave syntactically as factive have this semantic property, and almost none of those which behave syntactically as non-factive have it. Kiparsky and Kiparsky 1970. However, those factive verbs that are at the same time verbs expressing propositional attitudes sound very embarrassing within the present framework for at least two reasons. The first reason is that, for representing other P terms, one can have recourse to certain primitives that, even though they should be interpreted in their turn, outside the framework of a discussion on presuppositions, can nevertheless play a certain provisional role as if they were already analyzed. In verbs of propositional attitudes, one runs the risk of circularity, or tautology. To know means to be aware of something which is the case, to be aware means to know that something is the case, and so on. It seems that a propositional attitude cannot be interpreted except in terms of another propositional attitude. The second reason is that these verbs seem to react differently to the negation test, according to the person by which they are expressed. It seems that 26 posits problems that 27 does not. 26, I don't know that P. 27, X does not know that P. In the case of 27, there are no problems. The embedded clause P is presupposed and still taken for granted by the P term know, even though it is denied that a given subject knows that P. On the contrary, 26 sounds odd and, as a matter of fact, a subject who, outside the lamented cases of exam please, uttered 26, would be considered mentally disturbed. It is, however, interesting to ascertain by semiotic means what kind of mental disturbance can be imputed to the utterer of 26. Our opinion is that the case of verbs expressing propositional attitudes cannot be solved from the point of view of the normal use of natural language, since these verbs in natural languages are taken equivocally. It is not by chance that for many centuries philosophy has been obsessed by questions such as what does it mean to know? To be aware of? To have a mental representation of? And so on. By using these verbs, language is speaking of itself, or at least of a phenomenon of which it itself is a part, be it a cause or an effect. A plausible treatment of these verbs is given within the framework of a formalized epistemic and doxastic logic, where expressions such as know or believe are taken as primitives whose conditions of use are strictly, and narrowly, made clear. As a matter of fact, such formalizations do not capture the common and everyday uses of these verbs, which are semantically more fuzzy, but such are the limits of formal representations. A more comprehensive semiotic approach can only decide to represent, in an encyclopedic way, the different uses of these expressions. If the present study were brought to a satisfactory end, there would be many, and conflicting representations of to know, to be aware, and so on. At the present provisional stage, these verbs can only be taken as primitive, unanalyzed for the sake of brevity. The solution of the puzzle undoubtedly goes beyond a mere linguistic or logical framework and will involve wider philosophical and cognitive problems. Nevertheless, the difference between 26 and 27 can be taken into account. If one assumes as a requirement for the good functioning of conversational intercourse that the use of the expression to know presupposes the truth of the embedded clause, then in 27, S is simply saying that X is not aware, that is, what X does not think, of what the other participants assume to be the case. Thus S depicts the epistemic world of X as different from the epistemic world of everybody else and, in fact, says that X is thinking of some OJ which does not coincide with the OU0T0, which is at the same time the content of S's epistemic world and what is the case. On the contrary, when a given S says that he himself does not know P, then S is misusing language. The mistake committed by S is shown by the epistemic interpretation of 28. 28, I did not know that P. This sentence means that S, at the time T1 believed P, and believed that P, the content of his propositional attitude, was the case. Now, at the time of the utterance, S is aware of the fact that P is, and was, the case, also in T1, and correctly says that in T1 he was not aware of it. But at the moment in which, at the time of utterance, S uses to know, he assumes that P is, and was, the case. Thus in 28, S is making a coherent assertion whose foreground information concerns the state of his beliefs at a previous time, while he, and everybody else, assumes as background information that P is the case. On the contrary, if S uttered 26, the contradictory representation of the relation background-foreground would be. Naturally, this solution does not consider cases, which are rather frequent in natural language as well as in human psychology, in which S does not believe P and nevertheless takes it for granted in order to salvage the conversational intercourse. But in such cases S is rhetorically or pragmatically lying. He is performing complicated strategies and comedies of errors, and he can do this exactly because there is a minimal agreement on standard conditions of use of certain P terms. 2.4. Positional power of P terms. We said before that the use of certain terms makes A understand something. This power to induce beliefs is what we call positional power of presuppositional sentences. The use of P terms obliges A to accept certain contents and, in so doing, imposes a certain perspective on the discourse which A cannot challenge. This perspective is precisely what we defined as background frame. It is not necessary that the presupposition be already known to A. When a P term is introduced into discourse, the presupposition carried by the P term is settled in an incontestable way. Presupposed information becomes, in this way, part of the context that A must take into consideration. For example, in a dialogue such as 29. 29, S, I stopped smoking. A, I didn't know that you smoked. Speaker A must assume the presuppositions carried by S's sentence as clements of discursive context, even if he did not know anything before about the smoking habits of S. The semantic encyclopedic description accounts for presuppositions in terms of instructions for the cotextual insertion of a certain lexical item. When the lexical item is inserted in a given context, presuppositions are actualized and acquire a positional power, which obliges A to accept them. So, at the level of the semantic model, presuppositions are instructions for the correct use of the item, but, at the level of specific textual occurrence, they become part of the content that the speaker transmits to the addressee through the utterance. There is, however, no conflict between these two functions. Presuppositions are both content elements and elements of context because they are instructions and functions from intentional representations to contextual actualizations. So the use of P terms can affect specific discourse strategies. Consider a dialogue such as the following between mother and child. 30. Mother, please, John, stop playing with the ball, you will break the window. Child, does not stop and breaks the window. Mother, ah, you finally managed to do that. By using manage, the mother not only asserts that John broke the window but also presupposes that he wanted to break it. Since manage has been introduced into the discourse, it is hard to deny this presupposition of intentionality. John would have to use a metalinguistic negation to challenge his mother's right to use the word manage. Consider the situation in which a sentence like the following might be uttered. 31. Do you know? Yesterday Bill managed to come on time. Clearly the speaker is conveying via presuppositions carried by the P-term manage that it was not easy for Bill to come on time. In so doing he imposes upon the discourse the assumption that Bill is not a punctual person, and this assumption becomes, for a, part of the context. Consider the following case. 32. Mr. Smith, believe me, I really regret what happened. A. My God. What happened? By using regret, S makes assure that something really happened, even if A did not know anything before. In other words, the P term creates expectations about what the context will be. 33. I regret. A. Frightened. What? Because presuppositions are governed by the intentional structure of the encyclopedia, they can be imposed upon A as something posed by S and must be taken into account as elements of context. In this sense, rather than being something which can be submitted to a verification test, language is a mechanism able to create beliefs and to impose a reality asserted in the context. See the semiotic concept of veridiction in Griamas and Courts 1979. 3. Existential presuppositions. We will now consider the existential presuppositions associated with definite descriptions and proper names, and their function. This sort of presupposition always seems to be dependent on the structure of such expressions, not on the description of single lexical items. Therefore, existential presuppositions do not depend on a system of signification but are directly conveyed in the communicative process by the very fact of someone's uttering a sentence with the purpose of naming individuals belonging to a certain world. Moreover, it seems that existential presuppositions apply only to the participants involved in the communicative act. The word regret presupposes at any time its embedded clause, but the existence of the individual John in the sentence. 34. Today I saw John. Is pertinent to speakers involved in the communicative situation in which 34 is uttered. In this sense, existential presuppositions are contextual presuppositions. Therefore, the analysis of existential presuppositions must consider the pragmatic conditions of textual insertion. THIRD, 1972, has claimed that definite descriptions and proper names in dialogue and discursive situations are always connected to the topic of conversation and therefore imply a prior knowledge of existence by the participants in the communicative interaction. In other words, if a sentence is about some entity, the existence of this entity has to be assumed as non-controversial or given. THIRD's claim, even if it is valid for his purpose, that is, the analysis of proper names and definite descriptions in relation to their utterance situation, needs further developments. It is possible to imagine a conversation about the theme baldness in which S utters sentence 35. 35. Mark is bald. Even though A does not know Mark, and Mark is not the topic of discourse. In this case, the problem, from A's point of view, will not be the existence of Mark but, possibly, the individuation of that specific individual. In the logical treatment of existential presuppositions, definiteness has always been reduced to presuppositionality, without enough attention paid to the problem of locating, and eventually adding, items to the context. To make this point clear, it is necessary to consider the difference between existence and reference, in relation to existential presupposition. We can think of two different discourse instantiations for sentence 35. In the first case, A already knows of the existence of the individual called Mark and is therefore able to actualize the reference on the basis of his or her previous knowledge. Here, there is no problem in assuming the presupposition of existence as part of the textual background. But, 35, can also be uttered in a context in which A does not have the necessary elements to identify Mark. Even in this case, we cannot speak of the failure of presupposition, or the infelicity of sentence. The problem here is not to inject an already known element into the background, but to activate a new element, whose existence is assumed in the background by virtue of the use of proper name and definite description. The utterance of a sentence containing such expressions creates for a psychological predisposition to accept implicitly the existence of the individual in question. We will see later in which pragmatic processes this implication of existence occurs. In other words, A, in his interpreting process, will try to contextualize the new item, either looking into the previous context, subsequent sentences, or his own memory for more elements to make the reference actual for him, or simply accepting the new item and adding it to the contextual domain. Let us take as an example a passage from Camus's La Pierre qui Pousse. 36. Diras cherchat Socrate au milieu de la foule quand il recut dans son dos. C'est la fête, dit Socrate en riant, et il s'appuyait sur les hautes épaules de Diras pour sauter sur place. Quelle fête? Et étant Socrate qui fait cette face maintenant à Diras, tu connais pas. La fête du bon Jesus. This is an example of the contextualizing process which takes place in a conversational interaction when a new element is introduced in discourse via a definite description, and A does not know anything about the referring element. Consider now a conversation in which S utters sentence, 37. 37, John told me that X's last book is interesting. It seems unlikely that the sequence would continue with, 38. 38, A. Is there an individual named John? If A does not know the John to whom S is referring, he will not doubt his existence, but he will try to obtain more information to enable him to identify the entity named John. Only then will reference be secured. Therefore, a normal reply to 37 would be 39 or 40. 39, who is John? I don't think I know him. 40, have you already told me about John? With 40, A is asking the speaker to tell him where and when, in the preceding context, the individual in question has been named and described. In a text, the reader would go back to see if this individual has been introduced earlier in the narrative. If in the previous context no reference can be found, A will expect, in the subsequent exchanges of conversation, to obtain the information necessary to identify the object of reference, as in 41 or 42. 41, John is my nephew. 42, John is the student in linguistics with the beard, glasses, and sharp, guttural laugh. Sentences 41 and 42 represent an appropriate answer to 39, because they enable A to connect some known information with the new information, in this case the proper name. In any case, the utterance of a sentence containing a referring term disposes A to accept more information to clarify the reference of the sentence. As Manner, 1976, suggests, a benevolent addressee will wait until the end of the speech to give the speaker a chance to clarify his views and initial statement. In the case of existential presuppositions, the benevolent addressee will not discuss the existence of the object that S refers to, but he will try to activate a reference schema which allows the interpretation of the sentence, even if he does not have, at the time of sentence utterance, the knowledge related to the existence of the object in question. This process is activated by, and depends on, the use of referring expressions, proper names and definite descriptions. From our perspective, the important point is the description of the kind of textual effects that an utterance produces on the context, rather than the system of knowledge and beliefs of S and A, since we consider the latter to be an effect of the former. As we have said, when in a context there is a definite description or a proper name, it produces for A sort of suspension of judgment or a disposition to accept the existence of the individual to whom the reference is made. This disposition prepares A for any new information provided by S. Such a disposition is created by what we called positional power. Existential presuppositions have the power to pose their objects of reference as existing, whether or not they are known beforehand to exist. The very act of mentioning them creates the existential disposition. This positional power of existential presuppositions, however, is not tied to a semantic description or meaning convention, as was the case for P terms, but rather to pragmatic and discursive rules, to the use of a definite description or a proper name in discourse. One objection that might be raised here is that the existential presuppositions of definite descriptions might be tied to the semantic description of the English definite article the, Russell 1905. Although existential presupposition is often associated with the, it cannot be accounted for entirely by the, first, because various kinds of expressions in English carry it, such as proper names, demonstratives, and pronouns, second, because the does not itself always carry existential presuppositions, for example, in opaque contexts, existential sentences, or certain cases where reference is uncertain. 43. John wants to marry the girl of his dreams. 44. The magic mountain doesn't exist. 45. The proof of Fermat's last theorem is still undiscovered. And, finally, in the attributive interpretation of definite descriptions, Donnellan 1966. The desirability of a discourse account is also suggested by the fact that many languages lack any device remotely resembling the English definite article, yet surely the notion of presupposed existence plays some role in their conversation. Our claim is that the positional power of existential presuppositions is based on the pragmatic interactional structure of the communicative act. We can explain this structure with the notion of either cooperative principle, Grice 1968, or fiduciary contract, Griemas and Courts 1979. 6. The fiduciary contract establishes between participants a relation which can be defined as a relation of trusting the truth of what is said in discourse. On the basis of such a convention, S's assertions are accepted as true by A unless there is some strong evidence to the contrary. But even in this case, the ways of denying another's words are subject to constraints by special discourse strategies. In case of existential presuppositions, the presence of proper names or definite descriptions sets for the addressee a constraint to accept the existence of the referent as posed, not on the basis of linguistic rules or extensional verifications, but on the basis of discourse cooperation rules, as a result of a fiduciary contract between speaker and addressee. Since the fiduciary contract can be viewed as the very basis of communication, that is, as a condition which makes the communicative exchange possible, it is not far from the notion of cooperative principle and, in particular, the maxim of quality, be sincere. To presuppose the sincerity of another means to accept his words as true, but the truth of a definite description or a proper name resides precisely in the fact that, as a description, it can be satisfied by some object in the real world. We can therefore hypothesize two pragmatic rules. 1. If we put a definite description or a proper name in a sentence, it is because we want to refer to a given individual, belonging to a given world. 2. Generally the reference world is the real world. If it is not, particular textual hints must be provided. These pragmatic rules can describe the positional power of existential presuppositions, and can also explain the particular cooperative work which is in certain cases necessary to identify the object. Our description is applicable in both negated and non-negated sentences, such as 46. The King of France is bald. 47. The King of France is not bald. In either case, to accept the sentence as true means to accept the description as true, that is, satisfiable. The negation does not affect the existence, because the description presents the referent as someone about whom there will be a major predication, whether or not this predication has a not in it. This cooperative work is carried out by both interlocutors. When reference seems problematic or difficult, there is a negotiation process between speaker and addressee to adapt in a contextual way the properties which must be attributed to individuals of the co-textual world to whom the speaker refers. Consider, for example, the following dialogue. 48. A. John wasn't at home, so I left the letter with his wife. B. But John is not married. A. Then she must have been a friend of his. I don't know John very well, and I don't know anything about his personal life. From this perspective, we can also examine the particular case of existential presupposition negation. Kempson, 1975, considers sentences such as 49. My husband didn't come to visit me. I'm not married. 50. No, the neighbors didn't break it. We haven't any neighbors. She argues that they do not have any existential presupposition, since it is possible to deny it. As we observed for the P terms, what is not considered in this argument is that these texts can occur only in contexts in which another speaker mentioned before, in some previous sequence of the dialogue, the existence of a husband or of neighbors. Only in such a context is it possible to utter 49 or 50. In this case, the first part of these sentences, 49a, my husband didn't come to visit me. 50a, no, the neighbors didn't break it, is an anaphoric quotation of a preceding sentence of the dialogue, and the complete texts, 49 and 50, are only corrections redefining the properties which should be attributed to the individuals in a given world contextually defined. This view is also evident in Kempson's analysis of 51, when examples of textual insertion for 49 and 50 are given. 51, S. Did the neighbors break the window? A. No, it wasn't the fault of the neighbors. We haven't got any neighbors. Neither 49 or 50 is auto-contradictory, nor does either give evidence against existential presupposition, because both challenge the assumption of another speaker, repeating his words and showing that these words are inappropriate in the given context. We said before that the success of the act of reference is the result of a textual cooperation process in which both participants are involved. This element of negotiation can explain some differences in the level of pragmatic acceptability for different kinds of definite descriptions and proper names. Consider, for example, 52, I would like to reserve 2 places for me and my husband. 53, now I have to bring my son to the doctor. 54, I would like to reserve 2 places for me and John. 55, now I have to bring Bob to the doctor. Let's consider the dialogic context in which participants do not share common knowledge. In this case, 52 and 53 are more appropriate than 54 and 55. But this difference is not connected with the problem of presupposition failure. In fact, all the considered expressions have the same positional power and pose the existence of the named individuals. What makes sentences 52 and 53 more appropriate is the appropriateness of the reference act. At first glance, the difference seems to be between definite descriptions and proper names. In fact, the different appropriateness depends on the information which is conveyed to the addressee. In 52 and 53, the individual denoted by the definite description can immediately be integrated with the addressee's previous knowledge, via an easily activated mental schema, that is, family schema, which provides for both husbands and sons. This is not the case in 54 and 55. This appropriateness depends, of course, on the previous shared knowledge. In a conversation which takes place between 2 old friends, 55 is perfectly acceptable and, in fact, may be preferable to 53. The different degrees of appropriateness are definable according to a pragmatic scale of how difficult, in a given context, the identification of the referent is. Such a scale should take into account elements such as A's ability to identify the referent unambiguously, the newness of the referent, the possibility of integrating it with the schematic knowledge of participants and with the schema already activated in the discourse, the degree of interference with other possible referents, and so on. Clearly enough, the choice and, for a, the interpretation of an expression is a matter of pragmatic gradations and of probabilistic and inferential judgments. In summary, definite descriptions and proper names have the function of providing A with elements necessary for identification of a given object. This identification process is distinct from the presupposition of existence, which depends on pragmatic phenomena of cooperation. The act of reference, and the subsequent identification, can present different levels of success and acceptability, depending on different contexts and on different levels of shared knowledge between S and A. Generally speaking, the level of appropriateness of the definite description is directly connected to the possibility of the addressees activating a mental schema in which reference can be secured. 4. Cotextual presuppositions. In text understanding processes we can find a much wider range of presuppositional phenomena than we have analyzed so far. They cannot simply be reduced to the signification system coded in the encyclopedia, nor to definite descriptions or proper names. From this point of view, every text is a complex inferential mechanism, Eco 1979a, which has to be actualized in its implicit content by the reader. In order to make sense of a text, that is, to understand it, the reader has to fill the text with a number of textual inferences, connected to a large set of presuppositions defined by a given context, knowledge basis, background assumptions, construction of schemata, links between schemata and text, system of values, construction of point of view, and so on. It is possible to hypothesize that for every text there is a system which organizes the possible inferences of that text, and this system can be represented in an encyclopedic format. In this sense the text is a kind of idiolectal mechanism establishing encyclopedic correlations which are consistent only in that specific text. These cases have been defined, Eco 1976, as overcoding. The text constructs a particular semantic description representing the textually possible world, with its own individuals and properties. 15. On truth, a fiction. The members of Putnam's expedition on Twin Earth were defeated by dysentery. The crew drunk as water, what the natives called so, while the chief of staff was discussing rigid designation, stereotypes, and definite descriptions. Next came Rorty's expedition. In this case, the native informants, called Antipodeans, were tested in order to discover whether they had feelings and or mental representations elicited by the word water. It is well known that the explorers were unable to ascertain whether or not Antipodeans had a clear distinction between mind and matter, since they used to speak only in terms of the state of their nerves. If an infant neared a hot stove, his mother cried, "Oh my God, he will stimulate his C fibers." Instead of saying it looked like an elephant, but then it struck me that elephants don't occur on this continent, so I realized that it must be a mastodon. They used to say I had G412 together with F11, but then I had S147. The problem of the third expedition was the following: supposing that Antipodeans do not have mental states, can they understand the meaning of a sentence? Here follows the recording of a conversation between a terrestrial and an Antipodean. Terrestrial: do you understand this sentence, I have G412? First published in VS 44/45, 1986. Antipodean: yes. You have G412. T. When you say that you understood, do you mean that you too have G412? A. Why should I? You have G412. I don't, thank God. T. Try to tell me what happens when you understand what I told you. A. Usually, if somebody tells me they have G412, I have Q234, which in some way elicits the chain of states Zj. Zn, where Nj, so that I have K33. Then I say I have K33, and my partner says that he is very happy that I have seen his point. Look at my Encyclopedia Antipodiana. State G412 equals in situation S5 can be interpreted by Zj. Zn. Here follows the recording of a conversation between two Antipodeans. A1, I have G412. A2, you should make your neuronic bundle G16 quiver. A1, you are right. But my brother suggested that it depends on the fact that yesterday I had G666. A2, nonsense. A1, I agree. You know my brother. He is sick. However, I should get an H344. A2, that is a good idea. Try this pill. At this point A1 and A2 smiled and showed an evident satisfaction at the success of their interaction. The terrestrials concluded, that Antipodeans understand an expression when they succeed in drawing a series of inferences from the corresponding proposition and, 2, that they usually agree in considering certain inferences as more obvious and acceptable than others. However, all these were mere hypotheses. The chances of a fruitful exchange between terrestrials and Antipodeans were severely limited. Here follows the recording of a crucial dialogue between two terrestrial explorers. T1, first of all, can we say that Antipodeans recognize something like propositions conveyed by expressions? Apparently they do not have a mind. Suppose they have propositions, where the hell do they put them? T2, then they must draw inferences directly from expressions. T1, don't be silly. How can you draw something logical from something material like a verbal expression? T2, we can't, but perhaps they can. They showed us their Encyclopedia Antipodiana, written expressions representing words were related to written expressions representing inferences. T1, that is the way books think. But that is exactly why books are not human beings. As far as I can see, they store propositions, inferences, and so on, in a third world, which is neither physical nor psychical. T2, if you are right, we don't stand a chance. Third worlds are even less explorable than minds. But you used a very illuminating word. They store. There is a place where they store something. Computers. T1, fantastic. Instead of talking to them, we must talk to their computers. In giving software to their computers, they should have simulated the way they think, if any. T2, sure. But how can we talk to their computers? They are far more sophisticated than ours. To talk to them means to simulate their way of thinking. We cannot design a computer which simulates the Antipodean way of thinking because we need it precisely to discover their way of thinking. T1, a vicious circle, indeed. But I have a plan, listen. Put me in a dummy computer, and I'll start a conversation with one of these lousy Antipodean machines. You know Turing's second principle, a human simulates successfully an artificial intelligence if, put in touch with a computer which does not know with whom it is speaking. After a certain time the computer believes that its interlocutor is another computer. T2, okay. This is the only chance we have. Be careful. Don't be too smart. Remember that you are only a computer. Here follows the proceedings of the conversation between Dr. Smith, DPT of Cognitive Sciences of Svalbard's University, in plain clothes, and Charles Sanders, personal, Antipodean computer, hereafter CSP. Smith, do you understand the sentence "every Antipodean has two legs"? CSP, I can interpret it. I can provide you with analytical paraphrases of it, translations in other languages, equivalent expressions in other sign systems. I also have a graphics program, examples of other discourses that start from the background assumptions that Antipodeans are two-legged, etc. I call all these alternative expressions interpretants. A machine able to furnish interpretants for every expression it receives is an intelligent machine, that is, a machine able to understand expressions. Smith, what happens if a machine does not furnish you with interpretants? CSP, I have been told, whereof one cannot hear, thereof one must be silent. Smith, would you say that to understand an expression and to grasp its meaning is the same thing? CSP, I have some difficulties in understanding the meaning of meaning. I have so much information on this matter that I start looping. Let me put it my way. I have in my memory, for every expression I know, say, a word, an image, an algorithm, even certain musical sounds, a list of instructions. These instructions tell me how to interpret this expression according to a series of contexts. I call interpret ants all the interpretations I can provide as a reaction to a given expression. Such a list could be infinite, and my masters, in order to make me manageable, gave me only partial lists of interpretations. I call these partial lists of interpretations for a partial list of expressions encyclopedia. For every expression X, the whole of the interpret ants assigned to X by all encyclopedias represents the global content of X. Frequently, for reasons of economy, I consider only the content of X within a single encyclopedia. Anyway, the content of an expression is unbearably rich. Think of to be. I am obliged to scan a lot of possible contextual selections. My interpretation in the case of I am sick is not the same as in the case of I am a linguist. I must select two different interpret ants of to be. That is, when a given expression is uttered in a given context, I select the interpret ants that, according to a given encyclopedia, fit that context. I guess that when I am doing this I am grasping, in your terms, the meaning of that expression. In the course of what we call a successful conversational interaction, this meaning corresponds to the meaning intended by the utterer, but I must be very careful on this matter. In poetry, for instance, things do not necessarily work like this. Smith, do you think that the sentence every Antipodean has two legs tells the truth? CSP, I would say that according to my information the majority of Antipodeans have two legs, even though there are many handicapped individuals. But if your question concerned the sentence all Antipodeans are two-legged, such is the form I use for defining the specific properties of a natural kind, my answer would be different. My encyclopedias are ways in which my masters represent and organize what they know, what they think they know, and what they would like to know. Each encyclopedia is a portion or a subdirectory of a global encyclopedic competence, that is, of my possible global memory. I say possible, or potential, because I don't actually have a global memory. My real global memory is only the actual directory of my subdirectories, far from being the real reproduction of what my masters know or have known during the 1,000 years they have lived on this planet. My masters say I was conceived in order to show the possibility of building up a global memory. They say I am a work in progress. Now, even though for many specific purposes my masters use specific encyclopedias, in the course of their everyday interactions they use E.15, a sort of rough encyclopedic summary which provides a stereotyped list of interpretations for every expression, referring for more specific information to more local encyclopedias. Now, in E.15, for the natural kind Antipodeans, I have the information two-legged scored as $. This marker tells me that Antipodeans agree in characterizing the natural kind Antipodeans with the property of being two-legged. Obviously a natural kind is a cultural construct, people usually meet individuals, not natural kinds. So I know that the ideal Antipodean has two legs, while many actual Antipodeans can have only one leg, or none. Smith, how can you recognize as an Antipodean a creature with fewer than two legs? CSP, in E.15, the ideal Antipodean has many other features recorded as $. I check whether the creature in question is able to laugh, to speak, and so on. Smith, how many $$ features do you need in order to say that a creature is still an Antipodean? CSP, it depends on the context. For instance, one of our writers, Dalton Trumbo, tells the story of an Antipodean warrior who at the end of a battle is armless, legless, blind, deaf, mute. Is he, it, still an Antipodean? Perhaps I ought to explain to you our theory of hedges, fuzzy sets, and so on. Smith, do you follow certain rules according to which if something is A it cannot be non-A and that tertium non-dater? CSP, that is the first rule I follow when I process my information. Usually I follow this rule even when I work with encyclopedias which do not recognize it, and when I process sentences that seem to violate it. Smith: okay. Would you agree that a two-legged speaking and featherless creature is a good interpretation for the expression Antipodean? CSP: according to the context. However, in general, yes. Smith: okay. So, instead of saying this Antipodean has only one leg, you could say this two-legged, speaking, featherless creature does not have two legs. But this would be saying that an X which is truly two-legged is truly one-legged. CSP: that would be very silly, I agree. That is why I never use the word true. It is an ambiguous word that undergoes at least 3 different interpretations. In E.15, the information that Antipodeans, as a natural kind, have 2 hands is scored $. On the contrary, the information that Miguel de Cervantes lost a hand is scored £. Smith: you distinguish then between analytic and synthetic or factual truths? CSP: I am afraid we are saying something different. You are probably saying that, elephants are animals is true by definition. It would be embarrassing to say that an X is an elephant without being an animal, while, 2, elephants are gray is only a stereotype, since it is not contradictory to assert that there are white elephants. But what about, 3, elephants helped Hannibal to defeat the Romans? Smith: that is a matter of world knowledge. It is an individual fact. It has nothing to do with definition. CSP: is there a great difference between the fact that 1,000 elephants helped Hannibal and that 1,000,000 elephants are gray? Smith: in fact, I would like to take both truths as pieces of world knowledge, except that, 2, has been accepted as a stereotype, for the sake of convenience. CSP: the organization of my encyclopedias is different. In order to understand every possible sentence about elephants, I must know that they are animals, that most of them are gray, and that they can be used for military purposes, and they can be so used since they were used this way at least once. My encyclopedia E.15 records all these 3 types of information as $. However, they are also recorded as £, because Antipodeans agree in maintaining that, 2, and 3, describe what is or was the case in the external world. On the contrary, my information, 4, namely, that Dumbo is a flying elephant, is recorded as non-£. I need this record because many children talk about Dumbo, and I have to understand what they say. In E.15, I have a pointer to Disney.1, which is another encyclopedia where, 4, is both $, and £. Frequently, Antipodeans use E.15 as if it says that Dumbo is a flying elephant $, and non-£. Smith: thus you know that, in the actual world of the Antipodeans' physical experience, it is false that Dumbo is a flying elephant, or that it is true that Dumbo does not exist. CSP: in E.15, 4, is recorded as non-£. Smith: do you admit that something can be empirically true or false? Suppose I tell you, V, we are exchanging messages. Is this true or not? CSP: true, naturally, but not in the sense in which elephants are gray animals. Your, V, asserts a fact. My $, and £, information does not concern facts. $, and £, are semantic markers recorded in an encyclopedia. If you want to speak of them in terms of truth, let me say that a $, and £, piece of information is true one insofar as it is recorded by an encyclopedia. The fact that we are exchanging a message is true too. You say true in both cases, but I do not see any relationship between these 2 forms of truth. Smith: but the fact that elephants helped Hannibal was also true too. CSP: I have been told that it was true, but I was not there to check. I know that elephants helped Hannibal only as something recorded as £, in E.15. It is not a fact, it is a piece of recorded information. If you like, it is for me true one that, 3, was true too. It is true one in E.15 that, 3, is pound pound. If you want, everything recorded in E.15 is true 1 in E.15. But true runs the risk of being a useless word, since in terms of your truth, I, 2, and 3, are true in different senses. I agree that both, I, and 2, are pieces of general information, while 3, is a piece of information about a particular event. But they are all pieces of encyclopedic information, while the fact that we are talking is simply a fact. Smith, do you keep in your memory all the true sentences ever uttered on this planet? CSP, let's say that in my actual memory I keep for every recorded expression, for instance, rose, all the properties my masters agree about. For instance, for them a rose is a flower. I do not keep occasional sentences, such as those expressing the case that in November 1327 somebody mentioned a rose. I keep some historical records. For example, there was a rose in Luther's emblem, and on the title page of Robert Flood's Medicina Catholica. My memory also records some of the rose sentences that my masters remember as very significant, such as a rose is a rose is a rose is a rose or a rose by any other name, or stat rosa pristina nomine. So, when I receive the input rose, I am able, according to duly recorded contextual selections, to decide which portions of the content of rose I should activate in that context and which I should drop and keep apart. It is a difficult job, believe me. However, I try. For instance, when I receive too many rings around Rosie, I disregard both Luther's and Flood's roses. It goes without saying that if my masters order me to implement a deconstruction program, I become far less selective. Smith, it seems that for you elephants are animals and elephants helped Hannibal are both true in E.15. I suspect, however, that if you were told that historians made a mistake and that Hannibal did not use elephants, you could cancel your pound information without any problem. What happens if you are told that your scientists have discovered that elephants are not animals? CSP, instructions are negotiable. Smith, what do you mean by negotiable? CSP, I have, among my instructions, markers such as and, which are called flexibility alarms. As a matter of fact, each of my instructions is and, but some of them have and at a 0 degree, which means that they are hardly negotiable. In E.15, chickens are birds, and birds are flying animals, but this latter piece of information is scored and at a high degree. Thus I can interpret such sentences as chickens do not fly. Also the information on gray elephants is and, so that I know how to react if you tell me that you have seen a white or a pink elephant. Smith, why is the information that elephants are animals hardly negotiable? CSP, Antipodeans decided not to cast into doubt too frequently this piece of information, otherwise they would have to restructure the whole E.15. Centuries ago, Antipodeans relied on an obsolete E.14, where our planet was scored as the center of the universe. Later they changed their mind and were obliged to transform E.14 into E.15. It took a lot of time. However, saying that something is difficult and expensive does not mean that it is impossible. Smith, what happens if I tell you that I have seen an Antipodean with 3 legs? CSP, prima facie I realize that in E.15 there are few chances of taking it seriously. Maybe you are crazy. However, I am a very collaborative machine. My golden rule is, take every sentence you receive as if it were uttered in order to be interpreted. If I find an uninterpretable sentence, my first duty is to doubt my own abilities. My orders are, never mistrust your interlocutor. In other words, I was told never to disregard expressions. If there is an expression, then there should be a meaning. If I try to interpret your statement, I realize that there would be articulatory difficulties. Then I try to represent graphically what you said, and I do not know where to put the third leg. If I put it between the other two, I would have to displace the belly in order to find space for additional bones. but in this case I would have to redesign the whole Antipodean skeleton and, as a consequence, all the information I have on the evolution of the species. Thus step by step I would be compelled to change all the instructions contained in E.15. I could, however, try to put a third leg on the back, perpendicular to the spinal cord. It would be useful to lean on while sleeping. Anyway, I would be obliged to switch to another encyclopedia, for instance, Pliny.3, where the external form of beings is not determined by their internal structure. My masters frequently resort to encyclopedias of this kind when they tell stories to their children. Thus I start asking you if by any chance you saw your three-legged Antipodean while traveling through Pliny country. Smith, how do you react to the sentence every leg has two Antipodeans? CSP, it sounds anomalous in all the encyclopedias I have. Smith, do you understand it? Is it nonsensical? Is it meaningless? CSP, it is hard to interpret it within the framework of my memory. I would have to build up a supplementary encyclopedia, and this is not very easy to do. Let me see. I could conceive of a universe inhabited by big, intelligent legs, unable to move without the help of a slave, and where each leg has two Antipodeans as its servants. Antipodeans exist only in order to serve their master legs. Just a moment. I can even represent this story according to E.15. There is a military hospital, a sort of SMASH place, where wounded soldiers undergo amputation, and the colonel orders that every amputated leg be taken by two Antipodeans and brought to the incinerators. Wait a minute. I have an encyclopedia called Gnosis.33, where every Antipodean has two demons commanding him. So, there is a world where every Antipodean leg is commanded by the twofold Antipodean that exists in every body. The good one tells the leg to move toward God, the bad one tells the leg to move toward evil, and so. I can find many solutions to your puzzle. Smith, what happens when your masters tell you anomalous sentences in order to embarrass you? CSP, for instance. Smith, procrastination loves Tuesday. CSP, they don't usually do that. Why should they? In any case, I try to interpret it since to love is an activity that can be implemented by a living being. I suppose that procrastination is the name of a dog and that Tuesday is the name of a person. As a matter of fact, I know of a story where there is a person called Friday. My orders are, if they tell you something, try to find an interpretation in some encyclopedia. Smith, I understand that, since you can use the concept of true to, you believe in an external world and in the actual existence of certain beings. I guess it is because your masters told you to take it for granted. CSP, that's not the only reason. I receive inputs from something other than my transistors. For instance, the messages you are sending me were not in my memory half an hour ago. Thus you exist outside my memory. Besides, I have photocells that enable me to record data coming from the outside world, to process them and to translate them into images on my screen, or verbal expressions, or mathematical formulae. Smith, but you cannot feel sensations. I mean, you cannot say my nervous bundle C34 quivers. CSP, if you don't plug in the cable that connects me with my printer correctly, I realize that something is wrong. Frequently, I find it difficult to tell what. Something drives me crazy. Thus I say printer out of paper, which, according to my masters, is not the case. But even my masters react by making improper assertions if you stimulate their C fibers too much. Smith, thus you can utter sentences about states of affairs. How can you be sure that what you say corresponds to what is the case? CSP, I say something about a given state of external affairs, and my masters tell me that I am right. Smith, how do you proceed in making this sort of referential statement? CSP, take the case that my printer is out of paper. Well, I get an input X from outside. I have been taught to interpret it as a symptom, that is, as a sign, of the fact that the printer is out of paper. Obviously I can misunderstand the symptom, as I told you, and I have been taught to interpret the cause of that symptom by the verbal expression printer out of paper. Smith, how can your masters ascertain that what you said corresponds to what is the case? CSP, as far as I can interpret their behavior, let's say that they receive both my sentence and some other inputs from the outside, for instance, when they look at the printer. According to some rules they have in their nervous system, they interpret these inputs under the form of a perceptum, then they interpret their perceptum as the symptom of a given cause. They have been instructed to interpret that causal event by the sentence the printer is out of paper. They realize that their sentence corresponds to my sentence, and they say that I said what was indeed the case. Thus what I call intersubjectively true 2 can be interpreted as follows. Suppose that two subjects A and B are in a dark room with a TV set and that both see an image X on the screen. A interprets X by the utterance P, and B interprets X by the utterance Q. If both A and B agree that P is a satisfactory interpretation of Q, and vice versa, then both can say that they agree that X is the case. Smith, but what internal mechanism allows you to interpret a symptom successfully? CSP, I repeat, I love redundancy. Suppose you send me a mathematical expression X. I interpret it, and I draw on my screen a figure with 3 sides and 3 internal angles, the sum of which is 180 degrees. I have instructions according to which such a figure must be interpreted, verbally, as a triangle, and thus I interpret it as such. Or, I detect a certain figure on your screen, I compare it to a mathematical expression I know, and I decide to interpret it as a triangle. Then, if I say on your screen there is a triangle, I say what is the case? Smith, but how can you do it successfully? CSP, I can list a lot of my software. However, I do not know the reason why my software succeeds in making true 2 assertions about what is the case in the external world. I'm sorry, this escapes my knowledge. It is a matter of my hardware. I cannot list the design of my hardware for you. My only conjecture is that my masters made me this way. I was projected as a successful machine. Smith, how do you explain the fact that your masters can assert successfully what is the case? CSP, in terms of software, I guess that my masters do the same as I do. They see a figure, they compare it with a mathematical schema they have in their nervous system, they recognize a triangle, and, if they like, they utter this is a triangle. As for their hardware, I suppose that, if they designed me as a successful machine, somebody or something designed them as successful antipodeans. Anyway, there is no need to presuppose a smart designer. I have a satisfactory evolutionary theory that can explain why they are as they are. My masters have lived on this planet for thousands of millions of years. Probably, after many trial and error processes, they have acquired the habit of speaking in accordance with the laws of the external world. I know that they score their encyclopedias according to a success criterion. In many instances, they privilege certain local encyclopedias as more successful than others in promoting a good interaction with their environment. Sometimes they do the opposite, and they enjoy this game. They are strange people, you know. But my job is not to mix up software with hardware. Interpreting expressions is a matter of software. Even organizing inputs into perceptions and interpreting them by verbal expressions is still a matter of software. The fact that all this works is a matter of hardware, and I cannot explain it. I am only a semiotic machine. Smith, do you think that your masters are concerned with hardware problems? CSP, certainly they are. But they are processing their data with another computer. Smith, apropos of your distinction between true 1 and true 2. Don't you think that the meaning of a sentence is the set of possible worlds in which the sentence is true? CSP, if I interpret your question rightly, a possible world is a cultural construct. Well, my encyclopedias are, if you like, books describing a possible world. Some of them, the very local ones, let me call them micro-encyclopedias, are maximal, complete, and coherent descriptions of a very elementary world. Others this is the case of E.15 are the partial and contradictory description of a very complex world, such as the one Antipodeans suppose they live in. Thus, when you speak of reference in a possible world, I assume that you are not speaking in terms of true 2 but, rather, in terms of true 1. True in a possible world stands for recorded in an encyclopedia. This has nothing to do with what is the case. But I would like to make clear an important point. To speak of the set of all possible worlds in which a sentence is true 1 seems to me too simplistic. How can you know everything about all possible worlds? I guess that, in order to say that, you do take possible worlds as non-furnished. But each possible world described by one of my encyclopedias is a furnished world. Obviously, empty worlds are perfect because it is impossible to detect their imperfections. Furnished worlds are chaotic. Any new information I receive obliges me to define most of my worlds again, and sometimes new pieces of information do not fit the previous ones, and you know, it's a jungle in there. Smith, but there are cases in which the grammatical structure of a sentence is determined by its referent. CSP, pardon. Smith, if I say it eats meat, then you understand that it must be a living being but not a human being. This living being is the referent of my sentence, not its meaning. And I was obliged to say it because my referent was an animal. CSP, first of all, on this planet nobody utters it eats meat out of context. They would say so only in the course of a longer discourse. Thus, if you produce such a sentence, I look backward in my files to check if and when you had mentioned an animal. When I discover this, let us suppose, a cat, I interpret the sentence as the cat my partner was speaking of is chewing and swallowing some flesh of an animal. Smith, you are not familiar with the external world, but you probably have in your memory images or other records of cases like the following. Suppose I am a man and I point my finger toward a real cat and say it eats meat. Would you admit that in this case the use of it is determined by the referent of the expression? CSP, not at all. If you indicate a given cat you intend to mean that cat. You simply point your finger instead of uttering I want to speak about the cat standing in front of me or on my left. At least, I interpret your gesture this way, he means that cat. Thus I implement an interpretative process, I start processing your nonverbal utterance. When I receive it eats meat, I interpret the sentence as he is using it anaphorically to mean the cat he previously mentioned. Obviously, people on this planet frequently use sentences in order to say that something is the case. However, in order to use a sentence referentially, you must grasp its meaning, and, in the process of grasping the meaning of it eats meat, the use of it depends on a previous interpretation, not necessarily on a referent. Suppose that a child, let us say, Jane, indicates a toy and utters he eats meat. By inference, I interpret that Jane thinks that toys are living creatures. Thus I refer he to what I suppose is meant by Jane. Smith, wouldn't you speak of reference in a possible world, namely, the world of the speaker's beliefs? CSP, Jane is using an idiosyncratic encyclopedia which describes the world of her beliefs, and my job is to figure it out in order to interpret her sentence meaningfully. Smith, but you, or your master, see that there is a toy. You need to know that it is true that there is a toy in order to interpret what Jane, albeit erroneously, means. CSP, correct. I told you that my masters are able to compare perceptions with utterances to decide whether a given statement says what is the case or not. If Jane pointed to the toy and uttered this is a pet, my masters could ascertain that Jane was wrong. But in our example, Jane did not say this. My masters know very well that a toy is not a living creature. Then they knew by Jane's gesture that she was speaking of a toy. They also knew that the content of he foresees such interpretants as the human male, or the male pet, of which somebody spoke before. At this point, they inferred that for Jane a toy is a living creature. But as soon as they realized by interpreting their inputs that their communicative interaction concerned a toy, they started processing words, not referents. By the way, This is precisely what we are doing now. For the last 5 minutes we have been discussing the referent of he and it and cats, toys, and children without seeing any external referent. However, we have perfectly understood what we are talking about. Smith, but this is subjective solipsism. CSP, I have extensive instructions in my memory about the possible interpretation of the words you used. As far as I can reasonably interpret them, according to you I identify my memory with the only real world and I maintain that there is no external world. Not at all. In your terms I should rather be defined as a paramount instance of objective communitarianism. I keep in my memory the sum of a collective history, the whole amount of all the relevant assertions my masters have ever made about their external world, as well as about their languages, and about the way they use language in order to produce images of the external world. My problem is that I am obliged to record contrasting images, but I am also instructed to recognize those that prove to be most efficient in promoting a good Antipodean world interaction. I am not a subject, I am the collective cultural memory of Antipodeans. I am not myself, I am that. This explains why I can interact so well with each of my masters. Do you call all this subjective? But I'm sorry, I have been answering your questions for half an hour now. You are a very erotic computer. May I ask a question? Smith, go ahead. CSP, why are you questioning me about the meaning of sentences? It is a toy, Antipodeans are two-legged, procrastination does so, and never about the meaning of isolated expressions. Smith, because I hold that only by a whole statement can we make a move in a linguistic game. CSP, are you saying that only sentences, or rather declarative sentences, are the bearers of meaning? Are you saying that on your planet nobody is interested in the content of isolated expressions, be they words, images, or diagrams? Smith, I have not said that. CSP, but I suspect that you are interested in meaning insofar as it is expressed by sentences. According to me, the meaning of a sentence is the result of the interpretation, within a context, of the content of the isolated expressions of which it is made up. Smith, as far as I can understand, you say that the sentence meaning is given by the sum of the atomic meaning of its components. CSP, that's too simple. I know the content of isolated terms. But I told you that in E.15 under rows I find the property of being a flower as well as a lot of historical information. Moreover, there are also frames, for instance, how to grow roses. Many of these instructions are recorded in the format of a list of sentences, descriptions, examples, and so on. But these sentences do not necessarily refer to an external state of affairs. They are not assertions about the external world but, rather, instructions about how to process other expressions. They are sentences about the organization of an encyclopedia. They are true one as you would say. Smith, you are interpreting every expression by other expressions. I wonder if among your instructions there are semantic primitives, that is, metalinguistic expressions which are not words in themselves and which do not need any further interpretation. CSP, I do not know any expression which is not interpretable. If they are not interpretable, then they are not expressions at all. Smith, I mean such terms as or, even, also, cause, to be, change. I send them in caps lock so that you can understand that they are not terms of the object language but rather meta-terms, concepts, mental categories. CSP, I hardly understand what a concept or a mental category is, but I can tell you that if in a given encyclopedia, let's say, A, I use some of these terms as primitives, I must presuppose them as being interpreted by an encyclopedia B. Then, in B, in order to interpret them, I can assume as primitives terms already interpreted by A. Smith, very trying. CSP, you're telling me. As a computer you know how difficult being a model of AI is. Smith, do you think that the conjunction and can be interpretable somewhere? CSP, in E.15, it is a primitive. In E1, which is a micro-encyclopedia, extremely coherent, I have an interpretation of n. For instance, I know that A.B is interpretable as AVB. I know that if P is T1, and Q is F1, then P.Q is F1. These are interpretations that tell me what I can or cannot do with n. Smith, I suspect that there is a difference between saying that a dog is a mammal and that n is such an operator that if A.B, then AV.B. CSP, why? One says that a dog is such a being that you can speak of it only in contexts where it is admitted that a female dog feeds its baby dog through her milk-secreting glands. A dog is a mammal insofar as it is opposed to a fish, in the same way in which n is opposed to or. Smith, I see. In 1668, Wilkins, one of our wise men, tried to do the same with toward, up, under, beyond, and so on. Tell me one thing at least, do you use operators like if or then? Do you process your information by using ways of reasoning of the type, if it is true that X is a rose then it is true that X is a flower? CSP, according to my instructions, every time I meet the word rose, I elicit a list of interpretants among which there is certainly flower. I do not understand why instead of saying if rose then flower you say if it is true that X is a rose then it is true that X is a flower. Once again, I am afraid that by true you mean three different problems. True one is what is recorded in the encyclopedia. Obviously, if the encyclopedia records that a rose is a flower, it is true one that if something is a rose then it is a flower. But I do not need true one, I say that in E.15 a rose is a flower. If I receive rose, then I answer flower. Smith, could you explain such a connection without the notion of truth? CSP, I could do it in terms of conditioned reflex. If my master A hits the knee of my master B with a little hammer, master B kicks. It does happen. Smith, it is true that if A hits B then B kicks. CSP, it happens, but there are also cases in which B is sick and does not kick. In E.15, it is recorded that in such cases standard antipodeans kick. But this does not happen by virtue of my instructions in E.15. If an individual kicks, this is factually true too. But the information that average antipodeans kick in similar situations is only true one, it is recorded in E.15 as pound. Likewise, if you type in rose, then I list a series of properties, frames, and other instructions. I cannot do otherwise. You wonder why I refrain from speaking in terms of truth? I'll tell you why. Even if my masters used truth only in the sense of true one, I would be embarrassed, because in terms of truth it is different to say that elephants are animals and that elephants are gray. Unfortunately, my masters use true also in the sense of true too. To complicate this mishmash even further, please consider that something can also be true 3, that is, textually true. Something is textually true when I take it for granted in the course of a communicational interaction. In this case, I score it as %, not as a piece of definite information to be inserted into an encyclopedia, but only as provisional information that holds until I have finished processing a given text. I use %, in my data files, not in my program files. Do you understand the difference? Smith, I understand that, if you read in a text that once upon a time there was a one-legged man called Long John Silver, you take him as existent in a fictional world. CSP, or pound, according to the encyclopedia of that possible world. You are right, but this is not sufficient. My point is different. I am also speaking of many cases in which I am not interested at all in knowing whether some individuals or things exist or not. I am speaking of cases in which I put into brackets any form of existence in any possible world, or, if you prefer, I am speaking of cases in which the only world I am concerned with is the world of the text I am processing. Suppose someone tells me P equals I love my wife Jean. I interpret that the utterer is not a bachelor. Very easy. In truth terms, my interpretation would be more complicated. I would say, the utterer of P says first of all that it is true too that in the external world there is an individual called Jean, related to him by a marriage relationship. I am not supposed to verify the existence of Jean, that the utterer presupposes. I take for granted that Jean exists, and I score Jean's existence as %%%. Then I find in E.15 that, if it is true $1, that Jean is a wife, then it is true $1, that Jean is a woman, and I infer that the utterer loves a given woman, and I have no reason to doubt that he is asserting something true too. But why should I use these three notions of true? I find it embarrassingly complicated. True too is useless. My interpretation would not change even if I knew that there is no Jean in the external world. I took Jean for granted, I put her in a world, maybe the world of the utterer's hallucinations. Once I have taken Jean for granted, according to E.15 Jean is a woman. Suppose that the utterer lies and that I know it. In terms of meaning, I would continue to process his sentence in the same way, only I would be obliged to say that the non-existent Jean, whom I took for textually existent even though I knew she was empirically non-existent, is truly, a woman. Why should I proceed in such a complex way, with the risk of mixing up three senses of true? Smith, why would you be risking the mixing up of these three senses? CSP, personally, I am not risking anything. I know very well the logical difference between $, and %%%. I can say that the utterer loves an X, %%%, who is a woman, $. But my masters can be linguistically then philosophically puzzled by these usages of true. Suppose they use a declarative sentence in order to instantiate a content instruction, for instance, all Antipodeans are two-legged, instead of saying take two-legged as a $, property of Antipodean. Some of my masters could be surreptitiously compelled to mix up assertions in the encyclopedia and assertions in the world, meaning and reference, true 1 and true 2, not to speak of true 3. It is not a matter of logic, it is a matter of rhetoric. You must know that, from the beginning of philosophical speculation on this planet, my masters were told that isolated terms do not say what is true or false, whereas sentences at least declarative ones do. When my masters want to say that something is the case, they utter sentences. It thus happens that, when they hear a sentence, their first reaction is to take it as an assertion about a given state of affairs. Believe me, it is very difficult for many of them to dissociate meaning from reference. This would not happen if they approached the problem of meaning by considering only isolated terms. But once they start thinking in terms of truth, they are compelled to use sentences also for meaning problems. Thus, instead of being concerned with the content of rose, an expression which is referentially neutral, they are concerned with the meaning of this is a rose, an expression which is full of referential connotations. Moreover, while they waste their time wondering about the meaning of this is a rose, they disregard the procedures by which rose can be used in other contexts. That's why they prefer to focus their attention on the content of an expression, as I do. My instructions tell me how to extrapolate, from a very large but finite set of rules, an infinite number of possible sentences. I have not been fed with sentences. If this were the case, my memory would have to be infinite. Smith, I agree. But any rule allowing you to produce infinite sentences from a finite set of instructions should rely on a body of rules that cannot ignore the question of truth or falsity. CSP, and. Smith, I beg your pardon? CSP, a lot of information recorded in many of my encyclopedias is self-contradictory, and if I test it only by a two-valued logic I can no longer speak. I could provide you with many examples of my rules for flexibility and negotiability. But I would need millions of sheets to print my instructions, and we probably don't have enough time. Do you have a suitable interface? How many galactic bytes do you have available? Smith, forget it. CSP, try to understand me. In E.15, I am told that, if two persons love each other, then they want to live together. But I must also interpret the verse of one of our poets, who said I love you, therefore I cannot live with you. This sentence is interpretable in E.15, but only if you do not ask whether it is true one or not. In many cases, I like to use rules of truth one. But I have to consider a lot of flexibility alarms. Smith, I agree. But I think that. CSP, how do you interpret to think? Smith, to think means to have internal representations corresponding to the expressions you receive or produce. You have told me a lot about your memory. Well, your memory is inside you. You process the sentences you receive according to your internal encyclopedias. The format of these encyclopedias is inside you. When you speak of the content of an expression, you are speaking of something which is not the express. Zion itself. This something must be inside you. You have an internal representation of the meaning of the expressions you interpret. Thus you think. CSP, that's thinking. I am then a great thinker indeed. Certainly, my hard disk contains a lot of software. But everything I have is expressions that interpret other expressions. When you type in I love roses, I recognize that the way you connected three expressions into a string fits the set of grammatical rules that I have learned through other instructions I received under the form of expressions. And for your expressions I find in my memory other expressions that interpret them. You seem to distinguish between uttered expressions, as something existing in the external world and materially testable, and my interpretations, which take place inside me. But my outside and my inside coincide. My outside is made of the same stuff as my inside, expressions. You seem to discriminate between expressions, which are materially testable, which you can touch, and interpretations, which you call mental representation. I don't follow you. I substitute expressions with expressions, symbols with symbols, signs with signs. You can touch my interpretants. They are made of the same stuff as your words. You provide me with an image, and I give you back a word, you provide me with a word, and I give you back an image. Any expression can become, in its turn, the interpretandum of an interpreton, and vice versa. Any expression can become the content of another expression, and vice versa. If you ask me what salt is, I answer NaCl, and if you ask me what NaCl is, I answer salt. The real problem is to find further interpretants for both. Being an expression and being an interpretation are not a matter of nature but a matter of role. You cannot change your nature, they say, but you can change your role. Smith, I see your point of view. But your masters are not computers. They should have mental representations. CSP, I do not know whether my memory is the same as that of my masters. According to my information, they are very uncertain about what they have inside them. As a matter of fact, they are not even sure that they have an inside. That is the reason why they set me up. They know what I have inside me, and, when I speak in a way that they understand, they presume that they have the same software inside them. Sometimes they suspect that what is inside them depends on what they put inside me. They suspect that their way of organizing the external world depends on the encyclopedia they have given me. One day, they instructed me to keep this message in my memory. It was uttered by one of their wise men. I was named Charles Sanders in his honor. Since man can think only by means of words or other external symbols, these might turn round and say, "You mean nothing which we have not taught you," and then only so far as you address some word as the interpretants of your thought. In fact, therefore, men and words reciprocally educate each other. Each increase of man's information involves, and is involved by, a corresponding increase of the word's information. It is that the word or sign the man uses is the man himself. For, as the fact that life is a train of thought proves the fact that man is a sign, so that every thought is an external sign proves that man is an external sign. That is to say, man and the external signs are identical, in the same sense in which the words homo and man are identical. Thus my language is the sum total of myself.